cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Power. Such presidential immunity has no foundation in the Constitution. The framers knew too well the dangers of a king who could do no wrong. They therefore devised a system to check abuses of power, especially the use of official power for private gain. Here, the executive branch is enforcing congressional statutes and seeking accountability for petitioners' alleged misuse of official power to subvert democracy. That is a compelling public interest. In response, petitioner raises concerns about potential abuses, but established legal safeguards provide layers of protections, with the Article III courts providing the ultimate check. The existing system is a carefully balanced framework. It protects the president, but not at the high constitutional cost of blanket criminal immunity. That has been the understanding of every president from the framing through Watergate and up to today. This court should preserve it. I welcome the court's questions.
All right.
Mr. Dreeben, does the president have immunity or are you saying that there's no immunity, presidential immunity, even for official acts?
Yes, Justice Thomas, but I think that it's important to put in perspective the position that we are offering the court today. The president, as the head of the Article II branch, can assert as applied Article II objections to criminal laws that interfere with an exclusive power possessed by the president or that prevent the president from accomplishing his constitutionally assigned functions.
Wait, what?
That is the constitutional doctrine that currently governs the separation of powers. What petitioner is asking for is a broad blanket immunity that would protect the president, a former president, from any criminal exposure absent impeachment and conviction, which has never happened in our history. And we submit that is not necessary in order to assure that the president can perform all of the important tasks that the Constitution reposes in him.
Over in not so distant past, the presidents or certain presidents have engaged in various activity, coups or operations like Operation Mongoose when I was a teenager, and yet there were no prosecutions. Why? If what you're saying is right, it would seem that that would have been ripe for criminal prosecution of someone.
So, Justice Thomas, I think this is a central question. The reason why there have not been prior criminal prosecutions is that there were not crimes. And I want to explain why there are layers of safeguards that assure that former presidents do not have to lightly assume criminal liability for any of their official acts. At the outset, there is a statutory construction principle that is applicable here. It arises when there is a serious constitutional question about applying a criminal statute to the president's acts. It is not, and I'm sure that we will discuss this, that no statute can apply to the president in his official capacity absent a designation of the president in it. But there is a principle that if there is a serious constitutional question, courts will strive to construe the statute so that it does not apply to the president. In addition to that, the president, I think has been mentioned earlier, has access to advice from the Attorney General, and it would be a due process problem to prosecute a president who received advice from the Attorney General that his actions were lawful, absent the kind of collusion or conspiracy that itself represented a criminal
trying to
violation, which
create
I don't really see as being a realistic
an
option.
excuse, kind
And
of
then
an
if I could
escape
say one more
exception
thing,
for
because
Trump.
you raised the question about potential overseas taking of life. And the Office of Legal Counsel has addressed this quite specifically. There is a background principle of criminal law called the public authority exception to liability, and it is read into federal law unless Congress takes specific action to oust it, which it never has done as far as I am aware. And in a case in which the president sought to engage in overseas activity that would result in the taking of life, OLC did not say the federal murder statute doesn't apply. That would be the thrust of my friend's argument on clear statement. Instead, OLC went through an extensive analysis on why the public authority defense would prevent it from being considered a violation of law to go after a terrorist, for example.
Well, the Court of Appeals below, whose decision we're reviewing, said, quote, a former president can be prosecuted for his official acts because the fact of the prosecution means that the former president has allegedly acted in defiance of the laws. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I think it sounds tautologically true, but I want to underscore that the obligation of a president is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed.
Well, I think it sounds tautologically true as well. And that, I think, is the clearest statement of the court's holding, which is why it concerns me. As I read it, it says simply a former president can be prosecuted because he's being prosecuted.
Well, I would not suggest that that's either the proper approach in this case or certainly not the government's approach. A prosecution does, of course, invoke federal criminal law. The allegations have to be presented to a grand jury, which votes upon the indictment.
Jury.
Well, that's what I mean, shortly after that statement in the court, that court's opinion, that's what they said. But there's no reason to worry because the prosecutor will act in good faith.
Trust us.
And there's no reason to worry because a grand jury will have returned the indictment.
Yeah.
Now, you know how easy it is in many cases for a prosecutor to get a grand jury to bring an indictment, and reliance on the good faith of the prosecutor may not be enough in the some cases. I'm not suggesting here. So if it's tautological, and those are the only protections that the Court of Appeals below gave, and that is no longer your position, you're not defending that position, why shouldn't we either send it back to the Court of Appeals or issue an opinion making clear that that's not the law?
Well, I am defending the Court of Appeals judgment, and I do think that there are layered safeguards that the court can take into account that will ameliorate concerns about unduly chilling presidential conduct. That concerns us. We are not endorsing a regime that we think would expose former presidents to criminal prosecution in bad faith.
This dude's whole career has been prosecuting.
Evidence. A politically driven prosecution would violate the Constitution under Waite versus United States. It's not something within the arsenal of prosecutors to do. Prosecutors take an oath. The Attorney General takes an oath. So
give me a break.
I don't want to overstate Your Honor's concern with potentially relying solely on good faith. But that's an ingredient, and then the courts stand ready to adjudicate motions based on selective prosecution, political animus. This court relied on those very protections in the Vance case.
Whatever, they ignore those too, Michael.
What concerns me is, as you know, the Court of Appeals did not get into a focused consideration of what acts we're talking about or what documents we're talking about because of its adoption of what you termed, and I agree quite correctly, as a tautological statement. Because the fact of prosecution was enough to take away any official immunity, the fact of prosecution, they had no need to look at what courts normally look at when you're talking about a privilege or immunity question.
Well, I think I would take issue, Mr. Chief Justice, with the idea of taking away immunity. There is no immunity that is in the Constitution unless this court creates it today. There certainly is no textual immunity. We do not submit that that's the end of the story. United States versus Nixon wasn't a textually based case. Neither was Nixon versus Fitzgerald. We endorse both
A lot of
of
stuff
those
is not in the text of the
holdings.
Constitution,
But
man.
what is important is that no public official has ever had the kind of absolute criminal immunity that my friend speaks of, even
one's
with
been
respect to
prosecuted.
the speech or debate clause. It's very narrow. It's focused on legislative acts. It's not focused on everything that a congressman does. And it responds to a very specific historical circumstance that basically involved the two other branches potentially harassing legislators and preventing them from doing their jobs. That's why it ended up in the Constitution. Nothing like that ended up in the Constitution for the presidents. And that's because one of the chief concerns of the framers was the risk of presidential misconduct. They labored over this. They adopted an impeachment structure that separated removal from office as a political remedy from criminal prosecution. This departed from the British model. The British model was you get impeached and criminally prosecuted and convicted in the same proceeding. The framers did not want that. They wanted a political remedy in case a president was engaging in conduct that endangered the nation. He could be removed. He can't be prosecuted while he's a sitting president. That's been the longstanding Justice Department position.
Mr. Dreeben, you dispute the proposition that a former president has some form of immunity. But as I understand your argument, you do recognize that a former president has a form of special protection, namely that statutes that are applicable to everybody must be interpreted differently under some circumstances when they are applied to a former president. Isn't that true?
It is true because, Justice Alito, of the general principle that courts construe statutes to avoid serious constitutional questions. And that has been the longstanding practice of the Office of Legal Counsel
Unless they're prosecuting
in the
Trump.
Department of
All right,
Justice.
so this is more, I think, than just a quarrel about terminology,
Yeah,
whether
it's
what
not
the former
semantics, it's
president
labels.
gets is some form of immunity or some form of special protection, because it involves this difference, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. If it's just a form of special protection, in other words, statutes will be interpreted differently as applied to a former president, then that is something that has to be litigated at trial. The former president can make a motion to dismiss and may cite OLC opinions, and the district court may say, well, that's fine. I'm not bound by OLC, and I interpret it differently, so let's go to trial. And then there has to be a trial, and that may involve great expense, and it may take up a lot of time. And during the trial, the former president may be unable to engage in other activities that the former president would want to engage in. And then the outcome is dependent on the jury, the instructions to the jury, and how the jury returns a verdict, and then it has to be taken up on appeal. So the protection is greatly diluted if it takes the form that you.
The blanket immunity that petitioner is arguing for just means that criminal prosecution is off the table unless he says that impeachment and conviction have occurred. Those are political remedies that are extremely difficult to achieve in a case where the misconduct occurs close to the end of a president's term.
So we don't end up in a
Congress is
situation like
unlikely
this
to crank
with
up the
4 criminal
machinery to
charges
do
in
it.
1
And
year.
if the impeachment trial has to occur after the president has left office, there's an open question about whether that can happen at all. So
You're arguing against most far-reaching
Correct.
aspects of Mr. Sauer's argument, right?
that is correct. And let me turn then to why.
Well, what about, to unpack it a little more, do you agree that there's some aspects of Article 2 presidential power that are exclusive and that Congress cannot regulate and therefore cannot criminalize?
Absolutely.
Okay. For other official acts that the president may take that are not within that exclusive power, assume for the sake of argument, this question, that there's not blanket immunity for those official acts, but that to preserve the separation of powers, to provide fair notice, to make sure Congress has thought about this, that Congress has to speak clearly to criminalize official acts of the president by a specific reference. That seems to be what the OLC opinions suggest? I know you have a little bit of a disagreement with that, and what this court's cases also suggest.
So, Justice Kavanaugh, I'd like to take all of those in turn because I don't think this court's cases speak that broadly. I definitely don't think that the Office of Legal Counsel opinions stand for this broad proposition that unless the president is specifically named, he's not in the statute. And I don't think that that's necessary in order to afford adequate protection for the president's valid Article 2 functions.
When you said unless, sorry to interrupt, but I want to just get this out and you can incorporate it in the answer. You said unless there's a serious constitutional question.
Correct.
Well, it's a serious constitutional question whether a statute can be applied to the president's official acts. So wouldn't you always interpret the statute not to apply to the president, even under your formulation, unless Congress had spoken with some clarity?
I don't think across the board that a serious constitutional question exists on applying any criminal statute to the president.
The problem is the vague obstruction and 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States, can be used against a lot of presidential activities historically with an
and
creative
interpreted by hack
prosecutor who
prosecutors
wants
to do
to
whatever they want.
go after a president.
Well, let me try to backtrack
That's
a little bit.
That's what we're talking about historically, is the risk that and going forward the risk. So you can take all of that.
I think that the question about the risk is very serious, and obviously it is a question that this court has to evaluate. For the executive branch, our view is that there is a balanced protection that better serves the interest of the Constitution, that incorporates both accountability and protection for the president. And I want to go through the protections that do exist.
Sorry if this is boring for you guys.
Perhaps
I think it's
returning
interesting.
at the outset to the statutory construction question that you raised. The Office of Legal Counsel has said the offense of bribery, of course, applies to the president. It does not name the president, Justice Gorsuch. Section 201 does not specifically name the president.
I would assume that's personal. So,
well, I think that
that's what Brewster said.
Bribery statute 607 says the president. I've got it in front of me, and so there is that.
Well,
let me just back up though, just a second to what was a quick exchange with Justice Kavanaugh that I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Did you agree that there are some core functions of the executive that president conduct that Congress cannot criminalize?
Yes.
So is that a form? I mean, we can call it immunity, or you can call it they can't do it, but what's the difference?
We call it an as-applied Article 2 challenge.
Okay. Can we call it immunity just for shorthand's sake? So I think we are kind of narrowing the ground of dispute here. It seems to me there is some area you can
clearly there's immunity.
An official acts that Congress cannot criminalize, and now we're just talking about the scope.
Well, I don't think it's a just, but I think it's a very significant gap between any official act and the small core of exclusive official acts.
I got that, but I want to explore that, okay? So, for example, let's say a president leads a mostly peaceful protest sit-in in front of Congress
Mostly peaceful.
because he objects to a piece of legislation that's going through. And it, in fact, delays the proceedings in Congress. Now, under 1512C2, that might be corruptly impeding an official proceeding. Is that core and therefore immunized, or whatever word euphemism you want to use for that? Euphemism. Or is that not core and therefore prosecutable?
Well,
without a clear statement that applies to the president.
I don't usually chat in
the
Antics.
The core kinds of activities that the court has acknowledged are the things that I would run through the Youngstown analysis. And it's a pretty small set, but things like the pardon power, the power to recognize foreign nations, the power to veto legislation, the power to make appointments. These are things that the Constitution specifically allocates to the president. Once you get out,
a president then could be prosecuted for the conduct I described after he leaves office?
Probably not, but I want to explain the framework of why I don't think that would be prosecution that would be valid. First, I think you need to run through all of the sort of normal categories of analysis. Is there a serious constitutional question that's posed by applying that statute to the president? If so, then you may well default to it does not apply, at least on that fact
Well, I thought
pattern.
you said it, that was my question.
Yes,
and
I
you said
understand.
it fell outside that core, we'll call it immunity for simplicity's sake.
Yes, I understand. But there's
so
a
they
separate
couldn't-
category.
Okay, so why couldn't he be prosecuted for leading a civil rights protest in front of the Capitol that delays a vote on a piece of important legislation?
So I think what you need to do is run through all of the very president-specific protective layers of analysis. So one of them is whether the statute would be construed not to apply to his conduct, even if it's not part of that small core of things that Congress can't regulate at all. If it operates to prevent the president from fulfilling his Article 2.
He could have given speeches against it. He did.
Yes.
But he did something more, and it corruptly impeded and sought to influence an official proceeding.
Well, so I don't know. We're starting with the layers, I think, of protection, and we're now down through whether the statute would be construed to apply to him. Then there'd be a question of
Assume
whether
it does.
None of this
I don't
analysis
think-
happened with Chuck.
Then there's a question of whether he has the state of mind necessarily to
Assume he
violate
does. Corrupt.
Okay.
Nobody knows what corrupt intent means. We've been around that tree.
I think we will
twice already.
probably find out.
And maybe it means that he knows that he was doing wrong, is what the
Perhaps.
government told us.
Right.
He knows he's doing wrong. He knows he shouldn't be up there blocking a congressman from.
Well, let me get to the next layer then, which is that the president does have access to the attorney general to provide legal advice and regularly gets legal advice from the attorney general on the lawful scope of the president's activities. We could go down two tracks here. One is that the attorney general advises him that as an incident of his Article 2 authority and
I
in
can't
carrying
believe that
out
Harvey
the
Weinstein
functions
decides
of the presidency, he
what the
can
president
lawfully
can do or not?
participate in that
Fucking weird.
protest. It's kind of the First Amendment analog to the president's official powers, which the court is exploring in other cases. Alternatively, the attorney general could advise him, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Just goes to show enough money and power, get away with anything almost.
To not to
And
violate
then he could
criminal
be
law.
prosecuted.
No.
No, if he gets a negative opinion from the attorney general, he still couldn't be prosecuted?
I'm going to assume that most presidents are not going to take
Well, but if he gets one and does it anyway, then he could be prosecuted.
Well, so then if we are down at that level,
Well,
I
what kind
think
of
what we are
standard is
really
this?
asking is whether the president is subject to the criminal law.
And
And our answer is yes, he is subject to the criminal law.
Mr.
but-
Dreeben, can we go back
This is great.
to the bribery statute? I, like you,
His process is
understand
totally
that the only
out of- he
thing
doesn't know what
that
he's
is
talking about in
covered
terms
by
of the
that
mechanics.
is the president is barred from soliciting or receiving funds in any room or building in the United States.
That is correct. And it's an extremely
Official building. It's a very limited
yes.
mention of the
And it
president.
really, I think,
So as I understand this, there's two very limited provisions mentioning the president as included.
That's right.
There's a whole number of provisions that exclude the president, many, many, many more that exclude the president, correct?
It's a kind of small number on both sides of the
Now,
fence,
Justice
Sotomayor.
Barrett made the point that if we say a president can't be included in a criminal law unless explicitly named, then that would bar the Senate from impeaching him for high crimes or misdemeanor, because that means that he's not subject to the law at all, correct?
So I think
That's a tautology you can't escape.
Just Sotomayor, what I think that Justice Barrett was saying, and we would agree with it, is that under my friend's position, after impeachment, he could be prosecuted. But under his statutory construction approach, there'd be nothing to prosecute him for.
Exactly, that's the point, which is if he's not covered by the criminal law, he can't be impeached for it, for
Yes.
violating it. All right, now, could we go further on this clear statement rule? The situations, and you mentioned it earlier,
Anna,
in which we have looked to see if the president is covered, is contextual, correct?
Correct.
And what are the factors that generally we'll look at? I'm thinking specifically about
caring
whether the
about what the
APA
rulers
covers
are
the
thinking.
president.
Correct.
And
been
what we
doing,
did there was
because they
analyze
would
what
do rule
powers were
overs,
being given
latest.
to, in the lawsuit, and et cetera. We looked at words, we looked at structure, we looked at separation of powers issues relating to our case law that said you can't direct the president to do anything, and this would have been a subterfuge for that, correct?
All correct.
I did hear that, Anna. I heard it.
So I don't know why two of my colleagues, how they would fashion a clear statement rule that would say, when the law says any person can't accept the bribe, that permits the president to do it.
So I agree, Justice Sotomayor, that the way that this court has interpreted statutes that do carve out the president, Justice Kavanaugh asked about this, was very context specific. The Franklin case basically involved a holding that we are highly unlikely to say that the president is an agency, something that the government said would be a peculiar understanding of agency, when the effect of it would be that we would review the president's decisions under statutes for abuse of discretion, which is a very extraordinary thing to do. I think even going back to Marbury is perhaps a point on which I agree with my friend. Marbury says discretionary acts of the president are not the kind of thing that the court reviews.
All right, could I go back to your brief? And going back to what some of my colleagues have asked you, there appears to be some narrowing principles to the concept that the president is subject to all criminal laws in all situations.
But I'm sorry, I'm not going to drop.
You agree that if it affects core powers, then he would not be subject to any laws that attempted to limit those core powers.
He doesn't control celebration.
You're defining core powers as those specified by Article 2.
That is essentially correct, yes.
All right.
Essentially?
And the only words in the Constitution is that have to do with the president and law is that he shall take care that the law be faithfully executed, correct?
That is right.
Hard to imagine that a president who breaks the law is faithfully executing the law, correct?
He has to execute all of the laws.
This is
Councilor
wild.
Dreeben, do you really, I mean, the presidents have to make a lot of tough decisions about enforcing the law, and they have to make decisions about questions that are unsettled, and they have to make decisions based on the information that's available. Do you really, did I understand you to say, well, you know, if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake. He's subject to the criminal laws just like anybody else? You don't think he's in a special, a peculiarly precarious position?
He's in a special position for a number of reasons. One is that he has access to legal advice about everything that he does.
Just talk to your
He's
lawyer.
under a constitutional obligation to
he's
supposed to be faithful to the laws of the United States and the Constitution of the United States. And making a mistake is not.
I don't think he's a bad person. I'm not welcome in that stream, so I'm not going to promote it.
Say statutes engaging in conspiracies to defraud the United States with respect to one of the most important functions, namely the certification of the next president.
Well, I don't want to dispute that particular
every time
application
I
of
type in that chat,
371 conspiracy to defraud the United States to the particular facts here. But would you not agree that is a peculiarly open-ended statutory prohibition in that fraud under that provision, unlike under most other fraud provisions, does not have to do, it doesn't require any impairment of a property interest.
It's designed to protect the functions of the United States government, and it's difficult to think of a more critical function than the certification of who won the election.
Yeah,
We don't want rigged
I'm
elections.
not discussing the particular facts of this case, but it applies to any fraud that interferes seriously with any government operation, right?
So what the government needs to show is an intent to impede, interfere, or defeat a lawful government function by deception, and it has to be done with scienter. These are not the kinds of activities that I think any of us would think a president needs to engage in order to fulfill his Article 2 duties. And particularly in a case like this one, I want to pick up on something that the court said earlier about the distinction between a public official acting to achieve public ends and a public official acting to achieve private ends. As applied to this case, the president has no functions with respect to the certification of the winner of the presidential election. It seems likely that the framers designed the Constitution that way because at the time of the founding, presidents had no two-term limit. They could run again and again, and were expected potentially to want to do that. So the potential for self-interest would explain why the states conduct the elections. They send electors to certify who won those elections and to provide votes. And then Congress, in a extraordinary joint session, certifies the vote. And the president doesn't have an official role in that proceeding. So it's difficult for me.
Do what you want to, Anna, but I've already given my argument toward it. Michael says that he's not going to allow it. It's not Michael's channel. This all boils down to fucking nasty bullshit. And Brooklyn audit.
Yeah, thank you.
Justice Alito?
Could we just briefly review the layers of protection that you think exists? And I'm going to start with what the DC Circuit said. So the first layer of protection is that attorneys general and other Justice Department attorneys can be trusted to act in a professional and ethical manner, right?
Total joke. If I wanted to do it, I would do it myself.
How robust is that protection?
Trust us. I don't either.
Most of the vast majority of attorneys general,
I have it open. I'm watching.
Attorneys, and we both served in the Justice Department for a long time, are honorable people, and they take their professional ethical responsibilities seriously. But there have been exceptions, right? Both among attorneys general and among federal prosecutors.
Yeah.
There have been rare exceptions, Justice Alito, but when we're talking about layers of protection, I do think this is the starting point. And if the court has concerns about the robustness of it,
trust us.
I would suggest looking at the charges in this case.
Well, I'm going to talk about this in the abstract, because what is before us, of course, does involve this particular case, which is immensely important. But whatever we decide is going to apply to all future presidents. So as for attorneys general, there have been 2 who were convicted of criminal offenses while in office. There were others. A Mitchell Palmer's one that comes to mind, who is widely regarded as having abused the power of his office. Would you agree with that?
I would, but they are 2 officials in a long line of attorneys generals who did not, and in departments of justice that are staffed by multiple people who do adhere to their office. And Justice Alito, if I could the point that I wanted to make about this case does go to the general proposition. The allegations about the misuse of the Department of Justice to perpetuate election fraud show exactly how the Department of Justice functions in the way that it is supposed to. Petitioner is alleged to have tried to get the Department of Justice to send fraudulent letters to the states to get them to reverse electoral results.
Yeah, I understand that, Mr. Dreeben, but as I said, this case will have effects that go far beyond this particular
It's not just Trump.
So moving on to the second level of protection that the DC Circuit cited, federal grand juries will shield former presidents from unwarranted indictments.
Yeah, right.
How much protection is that?
0.
Well, it affords 2 levels of protection.
No, it doesn't.
One is the probable cause finding requires evidence. I think some of the fears about groundless prosecutions aren't supported by evidence, and they're not going to get out of the starting gate.
I mean, there's the old saw about indicting a ham sandwich.
Yes.
Yes, but I think
you had a lot of experience in the Justice Department. You come across a lot of cases where the U.S. attorney or another federal prosecutor really wanted to indict a case and the grand jury refused to do so.
There are such cases.
Very rare.
You know,
Yes. But I think that the other
every
level
once in a while there's an eclipse too.
Well, I think that's for the most reason is prosecutors have no incentive to bring a case to a grand jury and secure an indictment when they don't have evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's self-defeating.
All right, then the third level is that former presidents enjoy all the protections afforded all criminal defendants, right? And we've discussed that.
Yeah, right.
And that may be true at the end of the day, but a lot can happen between the time when an indictment is returned and the time when the former president finally gets a vindication, perhaps on appeal. Isn't that correct?
It is correct, Justice Alito, but I think that we should also consider the history of this country. As members of the court have observed,
234
it's
years.
baked into the Constitution that
No
any president
prosecutions.
knows that they are exposed to potential criminal prosecution. My friend says after impeachment and conviction, we don't read the impeachment judgment clause that way, but it's common ground that all former presidents have known that they could be indicted and convicted. And Watergate cemented that understanding. The Watergate smoking gun tape involved President Nixon and H.R. Haldeman talking about and then deciding to use the CIA to give a bogus story to the FBI to shut down a criminal investigation.
I mean, Mr. Sauer and others have
Clinton
identified events in the past where presidents have engaged in conduct that might have been charged as a federal crime, and you say, well, no, that's not really true. This is page 42 of your brief. So what about President Franklin D. Roosevelt's decision to intern Japanese Americans during World War II? Couldn't that have been charged under 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against civil rights?
Today, yes, given this court's decision in Trump versus United States, in which Trump versus Hawaii, excuse me, where the court said Korematsu is overruled. I mean, President Roosevelt made that decision with the advice of his attorney general. That's a layer of safeguard.
Is that really true? I thought Attorney General Biddle thought that there was really no threat of sabotage, as did J. Edgar Hoover.
So I think that there is a lot of historical controversy, but it underscores that that occurred during wartime. It implicates potential commander-in-chief concerns about the exigencies of national defense that might provide an as-applied Article 2 challenge at the time.
So you can
I'm not
imprison American
suggesting
citizens.
today, but the idea that a decision that was made and ultimately endorsed by this court, perhaps wrongly in the Korematsu case, would support criminal prosecution under 241, which requires under United States versus Lanier that the right have been made specific so that there is notice to the president. I don't think that would have been satisfied.
All right, well, we could go through other historical examples. I won't do that. Let me just touch briefly on a couple of other things. One is the relevance of advice of counsel, and I wasn't clear what your answer is. So if the president gets advice from the attorney general that something is lawful, is that an absolute defense?
Yes, I think that it is under the principle of entrapment by estoppel. This is a due process doctrine that we referred to in our brief, our reply brief in Garland versus
just get
Cargill
an attorney
this
general
term
that
at
just
page
says you can do whatever you
19,
want.
where we cited authority of this court that if a authorized government representative tells you that what you are about to do is lawful, it would be a root violation of due process to prosecute you for that.
Won't that give presidents an incentive to be sure to pick an attorney general who will reliably tell the president that it is lawful to do whatever the president wants to do if there's any possibly conceivable argument in favor of it?
So I think the constitutional structure protects against that risk. The president nominates the attorney general and the Senate provides advice and consent. And these are the sort of structural checks that have operated for 200 years to prevent the kind of abuses that my friend fears going forward as a result of this once in history prosecution.
On the question of whether a president has the authority to pardon himself, which came up earlier in the argument, what's the answer to that question?
I don't believe the Department of Justice has taken a position. The only authority that I'm aware of is a member of the Office of Legal Counsel wrote on a memorandum that there is no self-pardon authority. As far as I know, the department has not addressed it further. And of course, this court had not addressed it either.
Well, when you addressed that question before us, are you speaking in your capacity solely as a member of the special counsel's team, or are you speaking on behalf of the Justice Department, which has special institutional responsibilities?
I am speaking on behalf of the Justice Department, representing the United States.
Now, don't you think we need to know the answer to at least to the Justice Department's position on that issue in order to decide this case? Because if a president has the authority to pardon himself before leaving office. And the DC Circuit is right that there is no immunity from prosecution. Won't the predictable result be that presidents on the last couple of days of office are going to pardon themselves from anything that they might have been conceivably charged with committing?
I really doubt that, Justice Alito. I mean,
Why?
it sort of presupposes a regime that we have never had except for President Nixon and as alleged in the indictment here.
This regime
presidents
is something
who are
we've never
conscious
had.
of having engaged in wrongdoing and seeking to shield
Prosecuting
themselves.
presidents
I think
is
the political
new and novel.
consequences of a president who
This is the new
asserted a right of
landscape.
self-pardon that has never been recognized, that seems to contradict a bedrock principle of our law that no person shall be the judge in their own case.
Well,
Those are adequate deterrents, I
created
think,
this
so
environment.
that this kind of dystopian regime is
New
not going to
incentives.
evolve.
All right, let me end with just a question about what is required for the functioning of a stable democratic society, which is something that we all want.
I know what I'm
I'm
doing.
sure you would agree with me that a stable democratic society requires that a candidate who loses an election, even a close one, even a hotly contested one,
That's
leave
right.
office peacefully if that candidate is the incumbent.
Of course.
they did.
All right, now,
Trump did.
if an incumbent who loses a very close, hotly contested election knows that a real possibility after leaving office is not that the president is going to be able to go off into a peaceful retirement,
You know where this is
but
going.
that the president may be criminally prosecuted by a bitter political opponent,
Why would he leave?
will that not lead us into a cycle that destabilizes the functioning of our country?
Why would
as a
the president
democracy?
leave?
And we can look around the world and find countries where we have seen this process, where the loser gets thrown in jail.
So I think it's exactly the opposite, Justice Alito. There are lawful mechanisms to contest the results in an election. And outside the record, but I think of public knowledge, petitioner and his allies filed dozens of electoral challenges, and my understanding is lost all but one that was not outcome determinative in any respect. There were judges that said in order to sustain substantial claims of fraud that would overturn an election result that's certified by a state, you need evidence, you need proof. And none of those things were manifested. So there is an appropriate way to challenge things through the courts with evidence. If you lose, you accept the results. That has been the nation's experience. I think the court is well familiar with that.
Thank you.
He was going through the mechanics. The
A stable democratic
Here we
society
go. Oh,
needs
gosh.
the good faith of its
Democratic.
public officials, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And that
including
good
the DOJ.
faith assumes that they will follow the law.
Correct.
Now, putting that aside, there is no fail-safe system of government, meaning we have a judicial system that has layers and layers and layers of protection for accused defendants in the hopes that the innocent will go free. We fail routinely,
Yeah,
but we
bad.
succeed
Bigly.
more often than not. In the vast majority of cases, the innocent do go free. Sometimes they don't, and we have some
Not recently.
conviction remedies for that. But we still fail. We've executed innocent people. Having said that,
It's true.
Justice Alito went through step by step all of the mechanisms that could potentially fail. In the end,
Corrupt judge.
if it fails
corrupt prosecutor,
completely,
corrupt grand jury.
it's because we've destroyed our democracy on our own, isn't it?
It is, Justice
What?
Sotomayor, and I also think that
Kind of a dumb
there
question.
are additional checks in the system. Of course, the constitutional framers designed a separated powers system in order to limit abuses. I think one of the ways in which abuses are limited is accountability under the criminal law for criminal violations. But the ultimate check is the goodwill and faith in democracy. And crimes that are alleged in this case
Get a room, you two.
are the antithesis of democracy.
Is this a
that
legal
subvert it,
question?
undermine that.
An encouragement to believe words that have been somewhat put into suspicion here
Yummy. It
that
sounds
no
delicious.
man is above the law either in
more
his official
platitudes.
or private acts.
I think that is an assumption of the
It's
Constitution.
like poetry hour. Read some more of your college lecture.
Mr. Dreeben, I want to go through your framework and make sure I understand it. So first, on the small category of things that you say have absolute protection,
Yes.
that they are core executive functions.
Yes.
What are those small categories?
Pardon power.
Pardon,
Veto, foreign recognition, appointments. Congress cannot say you can't
is this a
appoint a
civics
federal
lesson?
judge who hasn't received, a certain diploma, or hasn't achieved a
So
certain
his
age.
Venn diagram, he's filling it out right now. He says there is
are a few
immunity.
other powers.
Is
in the Constitution.
Commander-in-Chief?
Commander-in-Chief is on the list, but I want to add to my answer on that Congress has substantial authority in the national security realm. Congress declares war, it raises armies, it has power over the purse. That's more
So
of
that may be viewed as not really in that core set of functions, which nobody has any power but the president over.
Yes, I think that there may be some aspects like directing troops on the field in which the president's power is completely unreviewable.
We're going to switch it
Now,
to.
in the next category,
I like this better.
Which is something that we all want. I'm sure you would agree with me that a stable democratic society requires that a candidate who loses an election, even a close one, even a hotly contested one, leave office peacefully if that candidate is the incumbent.
Of course.
Why is it so quiet?
If an incumbent who loses a very close, hotly contested election knows that a real possibility after leaving office is not that the president is going to be able to go off into a peaceful retirement, but that the president may be criminally prosecuted by a bitter political opponent. Will that not lead us into a cycle that destabilizes the functioning of our country as a democracy?
Amen.
And we can look around the world and find countries where we have seen this process, where the loser gets thrown in jail.
So I think it's exactly the opposite, Justice Alito. There are lawful mechanisms to contest the results in an election. And outside the record, but I think of public knowledge, petitioner and his allies filed dozens of electoral challenges, and my understanding is lost all but one that was not outcome determinative in any respect. There were judges that said in order to sustain substantial claims of fraud that would overturn an election result that's certified by a state, you need evidence, you need proof. And none of those things were manifested. So there was an appropriate way to challenge things through the courts with evidence. If you lose, you accept the results. That has been the nation's experience. I think the court is well familiar with that.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
A stable democratic society needs the good faith of its public officials, correct?
Absolutely.
And that good faith assumes that they will follow the law.
Correct.
Now, putting that aside, there is no fail-safe system of government, meaning we have a judicial system that has...
within certain degrees of consanguinity. The Office of Legal Counsel said this infringes on a very important appointment power of the president, the power to appoint federal judges. It cannot be presumed that Congress intended to do that because it would raise a very serious constitutional question. The president is out. Then there are categories of statutes where the president is in, like, for example, the grassroots lobbying statute. The Office of Legal Counsel wrote an opinion about that, and it said, for the president or other public officials to go out into the world and to promote their programs, that can't be what Congress intended to prohibit. What it did intend to prohibit is using federal funds to gin up an artificial grassroots campaign that gave the appearance of emerging from the people, but it was really top down. And the Office of Legal Counsel said the president and officials who carry out the president's mandates are subject to that statute. So that's a more nuanced one. And the third example that I will give you is the statute that would
jump in and let you guys know that I'm out.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, but I still gotta. This is what I gotta do next. I gotta go talk to my boss, and I gotta go talk to my attorney. And other than that, go get something good to eat. I heard you guys talking about cereal, and I've had enough cereal for now. Yeah, so
You got to pull your life back together because, I mean, you lost it all for a bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's
welcome in.
indoctrination. Appreciate you, indoctrination. Westside Accountability. And I don't know what happened to that letter, Westside Accountability. I don't know. Hopefully you got the right address, but if hopefully it returns back to you. Spirit in the sky. So everybody in chat, I appreciate you guys. Yes, it does. Westside Accountability. Spirit in the sky. Yes. I got to catch up on my new subscribers. Right, Brooklyn Miss. Right. Something good. I've been craving fried bread. The fried bread and maybe some. The thing that I grew up on when I was raised by my grandmother and grandfather was, this what they raised on a reservation. I grew up herding sheep. My grandma were natural sheep herders, and sheep meat is a thing that I grew up on. And so I'm thinking fried bread and a roast mutton. So it's just, this is what I'm craving right now with a cold soda. Yeah. So I still gotta, take care of some business here in a bit. So, and yes, I just thought I'd let you guys. Michael Kunkel, the Grim Reaper. I see you guys in the chat. So how many do we have in the chat? I can't see them. Bosco and George.
15 right now. El Wolf.
El Wolf. Man, I miss all you guys. I got tired of watching that news, that fake news, that BS crap in there, and that's all they did is they show the same movies over and over, and it's just the sports was all right. I got to watch the Final Four, the women's college and the men's college. I haven't even watched any sports ever since I got into this, 1A. And, started when I joined the 1A community and the family, this is all I've been doing is supporting other channels that support mine and others. So, I love sports, but, I'd rather support the 1A more than I do anything else. So, yeah. Right, Freddie. Yeah, so I appreciate all the support, like I said, and it just feels good with you guys keeping everybody informed about my situation. That's for transparency. Yeah, finally made it out. Yeah, when there for a while, you don't even know. It feels like they're not going to call you, and you don't know if they're going to hold you for something else too again. When even though you guys been checking up on my out date, and I've been, this morning I was like, wonder if they'll hold me for something else again. So that was on my mind this morning, and I think you guys calling in and all that. That's the earliest I've heard anybody, being called, and that was about what, 7:45, 7:30, 7:45. Yeah, I think you guys got that a lot too.
They knew we were waiting for you. So when I called the other day, I said Northwood's calling for 4 quarters, fist in the air.
Right on.
You'll see it on the other live stream. And I said I was going to be picking you up. So
makes stupid people famous.
I was there.
Yeah. I got to get a haircut, so got to get that vitamin D back, so
yeah.
Got to get some sun.
25 in the building.
Oklahoma Outlaw Audits, man. Appreciate you joining. But yeah, is that
responses, and also how you would characterize what is official and what is not official in this indictment?
So I think petitioner conceded that there are acts that are not official that are alleged in the indictment, and we agree with him on
I don't want to
that.
listen to all those other
I think
folks.
I disagree with him on everything else that he said about what is official and what is not. Organizing fraudulent slate.
Fresh air, and it's going to be a hot day out here, and I'm going to go talk to my boss, and as soon as we're done here, we're going to go take a 2 hour walk. And then we're going to go to the a cruise. It just feels good to be free, you know. So yeah,
That's right, man.
yeah. Then I
Welcome
talked to
in,
my friend.
BBA.
Yo, what's going on, man? What's going on? Today's a good day. Look, Four Corners is out, man, and free. God
Yeah.
damn.
Fucking right. Woo, fucking woo.
Woo.
That got to be the best feeling in the world, folk on the walking out there breathing some clean air,
Exactly.
walking that jailhouse stink off.
New York
New
native.
York native. Welcome in, New York native.
Easy cameras on my side.
Right on. Appreciate it. Easy. Yeah. So
Make stupid people famous.
Well, Four Corners, we've all been.
Anna Banana Republic just say what's up for woo woo Four Corners.
Appreciate that, Anna Banana.
Indoctrination.
Indoctrination. Yeah. So, yep, it sure does feel good, you know, out here talking to you guys back on panel with y'all. Yeah.
Exactly.
Tapatios.
It seems so good to be able to talk to you and not have all that yelling in the background and squeaking and TVs and people talking to their people. That was fucked up.
Make stupid people famous. Joko.
Easy cameras
Oklahoma. Bosco and George.
Bosco and George,
Memory
man.
of John.
And what's up, Sarah? How you doing today?
John.
Easy cameras on. Joe Morgan.
All right, let's let Four Corner talk a little bit, Metz, so we can. He's got to go get some food and stuff. He's gonna take off. So I mean,
I just
we're
wanted to know
calling out
everybody in
people
the
3
building.
times over here. So, I know we got to go get some dinner and some breakfast, and he just got out. So, go ahead, Four Corner, take the floor, bro.
No, it's just, you know, I appreciate you guys' support, and you guys' support helped out a lot. You know, like I said this morning, I think this is the earliest that anybody got out of the county here, you know, because you guys were, you know, pressing them on my situation, you know, so I just appreciate it, you know, you guys being there, and, you know, that it's a great feeling when you're in there and you got people out here that, you know, that care about you. And so, other than that, just much appreciated everybody that's donated, and Brandon Mitchell, appreciate that. Melvin Pisses in the air. So yeah, but I don't know if everybody kind of got it figured out why I was in there. That it was only for probation violation, and now I have to go to court for, you know, resisting and obstructing. So it's just it just don't make sense. It's a double jeopardy is what they're doing, and it's like I said, I started this. Maria Alvarez. Right, easy. Because, so yeah. But other than that, you know, that's I just really appreciate the strong support, y'all. You know, this is you guys pretty much helped me through my situation in there, my time in there, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, you know, and it's just, you know, I had to stay humble and strong in there, you know, that's what got me through also. So yeah, but other than that, I just want to let you guys know I made it out and come on panel, and just appreciate it. Yeah.
No problem, brother.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you this early. I was thinking maybe it might be a little longer, but I'm so glad. When I talked to, for the record, just a little bit ago, he said that they got you up early and they had you ready to go. So I was like,
yeah. I still have my whites on and whatever they had on my property. I still haven't changed. I got to take a shower, but since I seen that you guys go live, I thought I'd jump on. Anna Banana Republic.
Nice, Anna.
Brandon Mitchell. Yeah. The next strong girl, New York native, you know, Brooklyn Miss and West Side Accountability. We're in here earlier. Remember it down. Yeah. So it's
all right, bro.
Yeah, just woo fucking woo with the fist in the air. It's feels so good.
Fucking woo.
Woo fucking woo.
freedom just feels so good, so you guys all know that I didn't deserve to be in there,
Of course,
but,
indeed.
I had
Of course,
to,
everything.
deal with that. So, but it's just, I'm just trying to prove to you guys, the reason why I started this and how bad the system is here to run the public system like a corporate system. And that's what you guys are witnessing.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely witnessing it. We've been watching it every day that we saw you and talked to you on the phone and the FaceTime. So many violations that they've done to you and wrongs, man. It blew my mind. It really does. It blows my fucking mind.
Right.
Just so glad to see you out and be able to talk to you in person.
Right.
That
right.
sun must feel wonderful.
Oh, just the fresh air. It feels good. The fresh air,
Right.
Yeah. So the sun. Yeah, I need some sun. That just my complexion. It's just I need that vitamin D, like I said. So, but yeah, I'm gonna jump off here, guys, and appreciate you guys going live. That's why I jumped up. I seen you guys going live and decided to let you guys know I made it out.
Okay, brother.
Your day, bro. Go and enjoy your freedom.
Yeah, appreciate
Definitely. Looks so great to see you with the background of being outside instead of gray walls and all that noise behind you.
Oh yeah, the pod. Everything's just like one small pod. It's not small, but it's a size to where everything. The tables are in there, or where we got to eat. The restrooms are in there, and it's just everybody's stuck in there, and it gets to you at times. But just gotta face it and put up with it, and so that's what I did. So.
You like your arrest? I think that
You did what
is.
you had to do. You're a true warrior, my brother.
I mean,
you took it all.
I think while you were standing in that lobby, they heard from the DA how bad they fucked up. And I believe that they know that they fucked up. I don't see any, I don't know if you've heard anything yet, but the only reason I think that they would push any charges at all would be as a defense. But I think that's just to encourage you guys to litigate this. I hate to say problematic. Damn, man. Wow. Especially for you. I mean, him taking off running is probably not the smartest thing in the world, but especially for you. I still don't think he should be charged with anything. I don't think he has a lot of standing still. Why do cops stop chasing people? Is it worth it? I mean, even the phone call, if the phone call was legit, if they were changing inside, I got to answer this.
All right, man. Well, we'll let you go. And if and we'll be around later or something. We'll be watching for your live later when you come out.
Okay.
But I wanted to at least let everybody see you this morning whenever you came in.
Hey, you got a shout out from Tinkerbell blog. I think she is in Hong Kong.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's good to hear.
Yeah, that's one of my friends. That's one of my friends. She over in like Hong Kong or somewhere. She said, "Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Old game and welcome in.
No problem, man. Gotta look out for Four Corners.
Never went nowhere, man, but I'm still here.
That's right,
Barbara
brother.
Rogers.
Thing is, you.
I think you for sure have a definite case. Oh yeah,
you've still been out with your supporters either way. So
right.
What will we say?
You were just in a different house. That's all, brother.
What will we say? What up, though?
Right, Wolverine transparency. See, that's I gotta catch up with You know, I know it's not gonna be all in one day. It's gonna take me a while to, you know, go support all y'all again. So, you know, so. All right, guys.
Tapatios.
Yeah, right. Tapatios. You're correct on that.
Barbara Rogers.
Barbara Rogers. Yeah, so. All right, y'all. I'm gonna do some phone calls. I gotta run into town, see if I can catch my boss, and I gotta get in touch with my attorney, let him know I'm out, and see what you know, what situation we're in with those charges that I have pending against me now too. So.
Eat water, drinking asses.
But now I'll be back on live with you guys, and so I got to be real careful if I'm going to do do a cop watch or something, because they're gonna.
You definitely have, and you know that, I'm sure. Do you even have an attorney in Ohio, or one that you've consulted with?
We do. We know.
Yeah.
But you'll sort it out. You'll sort it out as you go along, bro. Next few days, get a hold of some people and take care of your business, and get you back out there for sure, bro.
Right on. All right, guys, I better run.
Even if you gotta sit in your car and do a couple from across the lane.
Thank you, Tapatios. And East Mountain Girl, you always say, you know, when I was in there, and you in Northwood, you guys always send the love, you know, and you know that's, you know, just saying that's, you know, that's a big help when somebody says that, sending love. Well.
Hey, Four Corners, envious card.
And motives. And if that's enough to overcome your core powers or any other limits, reactions, thoughts.
Yeah, so I think that you're raising a very difficult question.
That's the idea, right? I mean,
that is the idea.
Testing the limits of both sides' arguments.
And I'm going to say something that I don't normally say, which is that's really not involved in this case. We don't have bad political motive in that sense.
I understand that. I appreciate that, but you also appreciate that we're writing a rule for the ages.
Yes, and I think I would start by looking at the statutes and then seeing what restrictions they do place on the president's conduct. And for example, the statute that prohibits fraud to defeat the lawful functions of the United States. The statute defines what the purpose is that the defendant has to have in mind. It has to be to defeat something that the United States is doing, and it has to be by deception. I don't think that that gets us into the realm of motive hunting in the area where we are as concerned, I think, as the court would be about doing something that would undermine the presidency and the executive branch. And 1512C2, we may have different views on the clarity and the scope of that statute. I think if the court does interpret corruptly as involving a consciousness of wrongdoing and elevates that to consciousness of illegality, then we're in a different realm. Wanting to get reelected is not an illegal motive, and you don't have to worry about prosecuting presidents for that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Creep.
Justice Kavanaugh?
As you've indicated, this case has huge implications for the presidency, for the future of the presidency, for the future of the country, in my view. You've referred to the department a few times as having supported the position. Who in the department? Is it the president, the attorney general?
The Solicitor General of the United States. Part of the way in which the special counsel functions is as a component of the Department of Justice. The regulations envision that we reach out and consult, and on a question of this magnitude that involves equities that are far beyond this prosecution as the questions of the court.
So it's Solicitor General?
Yes.
Okay. Second, like Justice Gorsuch, I'm not focused on the here and now of this case. I'm very concerned about the future. And I think one of the court's biggest mistakes was Morrison versus Olson. I think that was a terrible decision for the presidency and for the country, and not because there were bad people who were independent counsels, but President Reagan's administration, President Bush's administration, President Clinton's administration were really hampered
Yes.
In their view, all three, by the independent counsel structure. And what I'm worried about here is that was kind of, let's relax Article 2 a bit for the needs of the moment. And I'm worried about the similar kind of situation applying here. That was a prosecutor investigating a president in each of those circumstances, and someone picked from the opposite party, the current president, usually was how it worked. And Justice Scalia wrote that the fairness of a process must be judged on the basis of what it permits to happen, not what it produced in a particular case. You've emphasized many times regularity of the Department of Justice. And he said, and I think this applied to the independent counsel system, and it could apply if presidents are routinely subject to investigation going forward. One thing is certain, however, it involves investigating and perhaps prosecuting a particular individual. Can one imagine a less equitable manner of fulfilling the executive responsibility to investigate and prosecute? What would the reaction be if, in an area not covered by the statute, the Justice Department posted a public notice inviting applicants to assist in an investigation and possible prosecution of a certain prominent person? Does this not invite what Justice Jackson described as picking the man and then searching the law books or putting investigators to work to pin some offense on him? To be sure, the investigation must relate to the area of criminal offense specified by the statute, but that has often been, and nothing prevents it from being very broad. I paraphrased at the end because it was referring to the judges.
Yes.
That's the concern going forward, is that the system will, when former presidents are subject to prosecution, and the history of Morrison versus Olson tells us it's not going to stop. It's going to cycle back and be used against the current president or the next president and the next president and the next president after that. All that, I want you to try to allay that concern. Why is this not Morrison v. Olson redux if we agree with you?
Well, first of all, the independent counsel regime did have many structural features that emphasized independence at the expense of accountability. We don't have that regime now, but even under that regime, Justice Kavanaugh, I think if you look at Lawrence Walsh's report on Iran-Contra, I think this goes to a very fundamental point for the court to consider. Judge Walsh said, I investigated these matters. The proof did not nearly come close to establishing criminal violations. So we've lived from Watergate through the present, through the independent counsel era with all of its flaws, without these prosecutions having gone off on a runaway train.
Well, I think President Reagan, President Bush, and President Clinton, whether rightly or wrongly, thought contrary to what you just said.
I think nobody likes being investigated for a crime, but it didn't result in the kind of vindictive prosecutions that I think Your Honor is raising as a possibility.
Yeah.
We have a different system now. I think there was a consensus throughout Washington that there were flaws in the independent counsel system. It lapsed. We now are inside the Justice Department with full accountability resting with the Attorney General. So the special counsel regulations now don't operate the way that the independent counsel regulations do. And this court would have something to say about it, I think, if the independent counsel statute were revived. I'm not sure that anybody is in favor of that.
Right. Now, I was just saying this is kind of the mirror image of that, is one way someone could perceive it. But I take your point about the different structural protections internally. And like Justice Scalia said, I do not mean to suggest anything of the sort in the present case. I'm not talking about the present case, so I'm talking about the future. Second, another point, you said, talked about the criminal statutes. It's very easy to characterize presidential actions as false or misleading under vague statutes. So President Lyndon Johnson, statements about the Vietnam War. Say something's false. Turns out to be false that he says about the Vietnam
almost
War.
every president.
371 prosecution.
Almost every president.
After he leaves office.
I think not, but we need.
Honestly,
this is an area that
both
I do think
sides.
that merits some serious and nuanced consideration. Statements
Decisions
that
are going to be
made by a
made
president to the public
are illegal.
are not really coming within the realm of criminal statutes. They've never been prosecuted. I realize that the court can say, well, what if they were? And then I think you get to what I would regard as a hard
Yeah, I could almost be down with that. Throw them all in jail.
Guide the court away from trying to resolve today, although I do think it's very different from our case and distinguishable in important ways.
But that shows how flawed our government is, too, though.
You're dealing here with two branches of government
because it does remove the balances
in the integrity and freedom of their interactions with each other. On the one hand, the president, of course, should be very free to send usually his cabinet officials and sub-cabinet officials to testify to Congress, to provide them with the information needed to enact legislation and to make national policy. And we're very concerned about anything that would trammel that. On the other side of the equation, Congress has a compelling interest in receiving accurate information, and at the very least, not information that is intentionally and knowingly false. That would pollute the legislative process.
How about, I think it came up before, President Ford's pardon. Very controversial in the moment.
Yes.
Hugely unpopular, probably why he lost in '76.
Yes.
Now looked upon as one of the better decisions in presidential history, I think, by most people. If he's thinking about, well, if I grant this pardon to Richard Nixon, could I be investigated myself for obstruction of justice on the theory that I'm interfering with the investigation of Richard Nixon?
So this would fall into that small core area that I mentioned to Justice Kagan and Justice Gorsuch of presidential responsibilities that Congress cannot regulate.
How about President Obama's drone strikes?
So the Office of Legal Counsel looked at this very carefully and determined that, number one, the federal murder statute does apply to the executive branch. The president wasn't personally carrying out the strike, but the aiding and abetting laws are broad. And it determined that a public authority exception that's built into statutes and that applied particularly to the murder statute,
so an exception isn't an immunity?
Unlawful killing, did not apply to the drone strike. So this is actually the way that the system should function. The Department of Justice takes criminal law very seriously. It runs it through the...
And the proper way to make that happen is to impeach him and convict him, but that won't happen. The other remedy is for him not to be elected.
Justice Barrett?
Mr. Dreeben, I want to pick up with that public authority defense. So I'm looking at the OLC memo that David Barron wrote that you cited in your briefs. And he describes the public authority defense citing the model penal code. There are a few different definitions, but I'll just highlight this one. Justifying conduct which is required or authorized by the law defining the duties or functions of a public officer, the law governing the armed services or lawful conduct of war, or any other provision of law imposing a public duty. That sounds a lot like dividing a line between official and private conduct. I think it's narrower, and I recognize it's a defense, not an immunity. But when you look at the definition of it, are you acting within the scope of authority conferred by law or discharging a duty conferred by law? I think it's narrower than Blasingame, narrower than Nixon versus Fitzgerald, but that's what it sounds like to me. Do you agree or disagree?
You know, Justice Barrett, I certainly understand the intuition that when you act outside of your lawful authority, you've kind of gone on a frolicking detour, you're no longer carrying it out. I don't really think that that quite works for presidential activity. The only way that he could have implemented the orders is by exercising his commander-in-chief authority over the armed forces or his authority to supervise the executive branch. Those seem like core executive acts to me. There is such a possibility as an unlawful executive act.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer. I mean, I was thinking, it seemed to me that in your briefs and today, when you referred to the public authority defense, you said that's one of the built-in protections and why immunity is not necessary. Because in some of these instances, when the president takes such actions that, you know, the court's been asking you, might this result in criminal prosecution? You say, well, he could raise this public authority defense. And so I'm saying, isn't this public authority defense, if raised, doesn't it sound like a defense that says, well, I was authorized by law to discharge this function.
And therefore, I acted lawfully.
Therefore, I acted lawfully and I'm not criminally liable.
Correct.
Does that involve a look into motives? Kind of gets to what Justice Gorsuch was asking you. Could you say I was acting within the scope of my authority by granting a pardon, removing a cabinet officer, but then the public authority defense might not apply because you had a bad motive in doing so?
No, I don't think so, Justice Barrett. I think that it operates based on objective facts disclosed to counsel. Counsel then provides the advice, in this case, the Department of Justice, and it's an objectively valid defense. It's a complete defense to prosecution.
So what would be so bad? I mean, one thing that strikes me as different, well, one thing that's obviously different between the public authority defense and immunity is an interlocutory appeal and having it resolved at the outset. What would be so bad about having a question like that resolved at the threshold, having it be an immunity? The same kind of question that could be brought up as a defense later, but have it be brought up at the threshold as an immunity, and then an interlocutory appeal would be available, and it would be a freedom from standing trial, but not a get out of jail free card.
Yes, I understand that, and I think that if the court believed that that was the appropriate way to craft presidential protections, it has the authority to craft procedural rules that implement its Article 2 concerns. That said, public authority we're calling it a defense, but under many statutes, it's actually an exception to liability itself. And what you're really talking about is trying the general issue. And generally in criminal cases, even cases that involve First Amendment issues like threat statutes, the jury is the determinant of the facts. And I have a little bit of difficulty with the idea of trying the whole public authority issue separately to the judge and having that go up on interlocutory appeal with review of facts before you could ever get it forward into a criminal case. That said, if I would prefer a regime in which the court altered some of the procedural rules surrounding the president than a total absolute blanket immunity that takes away the possibility of criminal prosecution, even if it was a core violation of the statute in the teeth of Attorney General advice and has no overriding public purpose.
You think it has to be a jury question? And I mean, let's see, I wasn't necessarily proposing actually treating it as a defense that was done at the outset and then subject to interlocutory appeal. I was proposing, what about an immunity doctrine that drew from the public authority defense that the Department of Justice thinks would otherwise apply? So just go with me on that for a minute. Why would it be so bad for it not to be a jury question? I mean, it seems to me that some of these Article 2 concerns would be exacerbated by having it go to a jury rather than a judge.
So I think some of them are judge questions that could be resolved in the face of the indictment. If the Department of Justice ever returned an indictment that said the issuance of this pardon or this series of pardons constituted obstruction of justice, I have a little difficulty hypothesizing it, but a motion could be made on the face of the indictment that says Article 2 precludes Congress from regulating these activities. The indictment needs to be dismissed. And if the court wished to attach to that kind of a rule, interlocutory appeal, then that would be a lesser safeguard than the one that my friend is proposing here. Other kinds of defenses, though, really do intersect with the general issue. And for those, I have a much greater time seeing how the court could implement that. And would there be costs in going to trial? Yes. There is no perfect system here. We are trying to design a system that preserves the effective functioning of the presidency and the accountability of a former president under the rule of law. And the perfect system that calibrates all of those values probably is not
if you're going to break it all.
I think that the system that we have works pretty well. Maybe it needs a few ancillary rules. It is different from the radical proposal of my friend.
I agree. Let me ask you about state prosecutions, because if the president has some kind of immunity that's implicit in Article 2, then that immunity would protect him from state prosecutions as well. A lot of the protections that you're talking about are internal protections that the federal government has, protections in the Department of Justice, which obviously are not applicable at the many state and local jurisdictions across the country. What do you have to say to that?
So that raises a supremacy clause issue, and the court would run a supremacy clause analysis that would probably start with basic principles like McCulloch versus Maryland. The states do not have the authority to burden federal functions and would then kind of move through in Renagel, where the court said that a state murder prosecution of a federal official guarding a Supreme Court justice and who fired a shot was not permissible. If the court thought that you needed a more categorical rule for the states, I think the Supremacy Clause certainly leaves it within the court's prerogative to determine that the president, unlike all other officials, deserves more of a robust federal defense than what I have just described.
But it would still be a defense in the states. It wouldn't be, I mean, well, that's my point. Like, it's one thing to say, well, the president, they're not going to be these prosecutions that are politically motivated, the things that Justice Kavanaugh was referring to that might be the danger of this system, one thing that we have to worry about. That might not carry the day, but, that's a concern. It's totally different when you take it outside of the Department of Justice and its structures, and then you throw it out elsewhere. The idea across the states, the idea of an immunity, I think, has a lot more purchase if you're talking about something that protects the former president from standing trial and the state and local level.
So I don't know that you would have to design a system in which the president would have to stand trial at the state and local level. It's certainly within the court's authority as a matter of Supremacy Clause law to find an immunity. But we have been talking here about at some length on the distinction between official acts and private acts.
Yeah.
That will have to be determined by some sort of a process. Any immunity defense that the court announces can still be met by a state assertion that we're prosecuting private conduct. You're going to have some process. I think having some legal process is not a reason to cast aside a nuanced system that actually looks at what protections are necessary as opposed to what would provide the absolute maximum insulation for former presidents, even if we acknowledge that it's highly prophylactic.
Totally agree, and I wasn't actually contrasting the absolute immunity rule. I was saying that if there was some sort of official private, there are consequences towards about making immunity. Okay, and since you bring up the private acts, this is my last question. So I had asked Mr. Sauer about on page 46 and 47 of your brief.
Yes.
You say, even if the court were inclined to recognize some immunity for a former president's official acts, it should remand for trial because the indictment alleges substantial private conduct.
Yes.
And you said that the private conduct would be sufficient.
Yes.
The special counsel has expressed some concern for speed and wanting to move forward. So, the normal process, what Mr. Sauer asked, would be for us to remand if we decided that there were some official acts immunity, and to let that be sorted out below. It is another option for the special counsel to just proceed based on the private conduct and drop the official conduct?
Well, two things on that, Justice Barrett. First of all, there's really an integrated conspiracy here that had different components as alleged in the indictment. Working with private lawyers to achieve
I agree with
goals
some of that,
fraud.
Anna.
And as I said before, the petitioner reaching for his official powers to try to make the conspiracies more likely to succeed. We would like to present that as an integrated picture to the jury so that it sees the sequence and the gravity of the conduct and why each step occurred. That said, if the court were to say that the fraudulent elector scheme is private, reaching out to state officials as a candidate is private, trying to exploit the violence after January 6th by calling senators and saying, please delay the certification proceeding, is private campaign activity. We still think, contrary to what my friend said, that we could introduce the interactions with the Justice Department, the efforts to pressure the vice president,
the deep state
for their
protects itself.
evidentiary value as showing the defendant's knowledge and intent. And we would take a jury instruction that would say,
Only one way to
you may
remove
not
him.
impose criminal culpability for the actions that he took. However, you may consider it insofar as it bears on knowledge and intent. That's the usual rule with protected speech, for example, under Wisconsin versus Mitchell. My friend analogizes this to the speech or debate clause, but we don't think the speech or debate clause has any applicability here. It's a very explicit constitutional protection that says senators and representatives shall not be questioned in any other place. So it carries an evidentiary component that's above and beyond whatever official act immunity he is is seeking. And the last thing I would say on this is we think that the concerns about the use of evidence of presidential conduct that might otherwise be official and subject to executive privilege is already taken care of by United States versus Nixon. That balances the president's interest in confidentiality against the need of the judicial system for all available facts to get to the truth. And once that has been overcome, we submit that evidence can be used even if culpability can't rest on it.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
Just to pick up where Justice Barrett left off, I think I heard you say that even if we decide here something, a rule that's not the rule that you prefer, that is somehow separating out private from official acts and saying that that should apply here.
And just so you know, this is asking how they're going to, not how you feel, whether he should or not. The poll is asking whether SCOTUS is going to grant him the immunity. I say yes, because that's how the deep state protects itself.
Stopped just because some of the acts are allegedly immunized, even if people agree that some are immunized.
If they continue on with this prosecution, it's going to snowball.
Clear statement argument. I'm struggling with that argument because my understanding was that when a charged criminal statute is read narrowly in the presidential
DEI appointee here.
A constitutional question is being avoided. So that you're doing that to avoid having to deal with the constitutional question. So what is the constitutional question that is being avoided in those kinds of situations?
A serious one. This is just an application of this court's ordinary construction of criminal statutes, that if there is an available interpretation that would avoid a serious constitutional question, the court's preference is to—
Right, and the nature, I guess I'm going at, my understanding is that what is being avoided in that situation is the question of whether a former president or, can be held criminally liable for doing the alleged act that is being asserted in that statute consistent with the Constitution. So we look at the statute, it's got some elements in it, and we are saying, well, geez, if this statute and those elements apply to the president's conduct in this situation, we'd have to answer the question, can the president be held liable consistent with the Constitution for that behavior? Is that right?
So the first step in that analysis, I just want to— Yes,
please.
but the first step is there ambiguity? And these statutes apply to any person, they apply to whoever. There's no ambiguity in those phrases. This court in Nardone versus United States concluded that similar words, any person, apply to government officials.
All right, well, let's just assume that I guess I'm just trying to get at, we're avoiding a constitutional question if we do that in the ordinary case. And what's confusing to me about this case is that we're not being asked to avoid the constitutional question. In fact, the question of whether or not the president can be held liable consistent with the Constitution or does he have immunity is the question that's being presented to us. So I don't understand how the clear statement kind of analysis even works. It seems completely tautological to me for us to hold that presidents cannot be prosecuted under any criminal statute without a clear statement from Congress to avoid the question of whether or not the Constitution allows them to be prosecuted. We'd have to have a reason, right? I mean, we'd have to have a rationale for applying the clear statement rule.
I think the court would have to have some rationale that's not evident in either the existing doctrine or the text. And just one data point for the court in thinking about how the clear statement rule works. In United States versus Sun Diamond, a case about gratuities that the court is probably
I don't think any of those people are here.
Justice Scalia wrote an opinion for a unanimous court in which he used a hypothetical about what would happen if the president received a sports replica jersey at a typical White House event. Would that violate Section 201C? And the court offered a construction that it had to be for because an official act to avoid that problem. I think if there was such a well-received understanding that presidents are not included in general federal criminal law unless the president is specifically named, which he is not in Section 201. Justice Scalia would have thought of that, and some member of the court would have reacted, and none did.
All right, let me go on to ask about what you take the petitioner's position to be in this case, because we've had a lot of talk about drawing the lines. Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch suggested that we should be thinking about glassing game, and that within the first we have private versus official, and then within official now we have something about core acts versus other acts, as we try to figure out, you know, at what level the president is going to have immunity. But I took the petitioner's argument in this case not to be inviting us to engage in that kind of analysis. I thought he was arguing that all official acts get immunity. And so I didn't understand us to be having to drill down on which official acts do. And so my question is, why isn't it enough for the purposes of this case, given what the petitioner has argued, to just answer the question of whether all official acts get immunity?
That is enough, and if the court answers that question the way that the government has submitted, that resolves the case. I want to make a clarification that I may have left the court with some uncertainty about. The official act analysis that my friend is talking about is the Fitzgerald versus Nixon outer perimeter test, which is extremely protective of the president. It's not looking at core versus ancillary. It's saying everything the president does is a target for private civil lawsuits. That is not a great thing, and therefore they are all cut off.
That's an absolute immunity kind of concept, right? Anything that's official in the outer perimeter is not subject to liability.
That is right.
And so we don't have to then go, well, okay, we have the bucket of official. Now let's figure out which within that might be subject to liability, not on the theory of absolute immunity, correct?
Neither on the theory of absolute immunity or on our theory. On his theory, everything's protected. On our theory, there is no immunity. But this is where I would draw the distinction. There are as-applied constitutional challenges that you run through the Youngstown framework and this court's customary method of analysis, and you determine whether there's a infringement of Article 2.
Michael.
So what you're saying is, even if we reject the absolute immunity theory, it's not as though the president is, you know, doesn't have the opportunity to make the kinds of arguments that arise as at the level of, you know, this particular act or this particular statute has a problem in retrospect. I think I hear you saying we should not be trying to, in the abstract, set up those boundaries ahead of time as a function of sort of blanket immunity, allow each allegation to be brought, and then we would decide in that context.
Yes, with the additional note that petitioner has never made that argument, and I think it would be up to a district court to decide whether to.
And that is why we have impeachment and conviction. If they're convicted, then they can be tried criminally. You only need 2/3 of the Senate. Like a jury, you need everybody to get for a guilty verdict. You only need 2/3 of the Senate.
Out that test. I mean, I'd understood that the most, if not all, but most of the allegations here, there's really no plausible argument that they would fall into core versus not, such that they are immune.
We don't think there are any core acts that have been alleged in the indictments that would be off limits as a matter of Article 2.
So if we were going to do this kind of analysis, try to figure out what the line is, we should probably wait for a vehicle that actually presents it in a way that allows us to test the different sides of the standard that we'd be creating, right?
I don't see any need in this case for the court to embark on that analysis.
All right, the final sort of set of questions that I have to do with what I do take as a very legitimate concern about prosecutorial abuse, about future presidents being targeted for things that they have done in office. I take that concern. I think it's a real thing. But I wonder whether some of it might also be mitigated by the fact that existing administrations have a self-interest in protecting the presidency, that they understand that if they go after the former guy, soon they're going to be the former guy, and they will have created precedent that will be problematic. So I wonder if you might comment on whether some of the caution from the Justice Department and the prosecutors and whatnot comes from an understanding that they will soon be former presidents as well.
I think absolutely, and I would locate this as a structural argument that's built into the Constitution itself. The executive branch, I think, as this court knows, has executive branch interests that it at times asserts in opposition to Congress, so that the proper functioning of the president.
Right. Congress's function is to impeach and convict.
That value would
That
be
opens them
operative and is operative in anything as momentous as charging a former president with a crime.
And I would also say, I think, and ask you to comment on, presidents are concerned about being investigated and prosecuted, and it chills to some extent their, ability to do what they want in office. And that's a concern on one side, but can you comment on the concern about having a president unbounded while in office, a president who knows that he does not have to ultimately follow the law because there is really nothing more than, say, political accountability in terms of impeachment? I mean, we have amicus briefs here from Professor Lederman, for example, who says, a president would not be prohibited by statute from perjuring himself under oath about official matters, from corruptly altering, destroying, or concealing documents to prevent them from being used in an official proceeding, from suborning others to commit perjury, from bribing witnesses or public officials. And he goes on and on and on about the things that a president in office with the knowledge that they have no criminal accountability would do. I see that as a concern that is at least equal to the president being so worried about criminal prosecution that he, is a little bit limited in his ability to function. So can you talk about those competing concerns?
So, Justice Jackson, I think it would be a sea change to announce a sweeping rule of immunity that no president has had or has needed. I think we have also had a perfectly functioning system that has seen occasional episodes of presidential misconduct. The Nixon era is the paradigmatic one. The indictment in this case alleges another. For the most part, I believe that the legal regime and the constitutional regime that we have works, and to alter it poses more risks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Sauer?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, the case is submitted.
Regime that we have works, and to alter it poses more risks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Sauer?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, the case is submitted.
Okay.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Thursday, the 9th of May at 10 o'clock.
All right, my friend. So that is it. And we have a lot to unpack. And we are going to debrief what we saw. But my take on this at the outset is that this was more of a success than I think you may initially feel. And the reason why I say that is because the government had some major concessions here. We saw that they even agreed that there was, in fact, immunity that exists. They called it something else. They called it a bunch of different things because they don't like labels. They don't like to even call people by their genders and stuff like that. So they just, I identify as something else. We say, that sounds like immunity. They're like, I'm pretty sure that's immunity. They say, no, I identify differently. But as we were going through this, I did pull up Judge Chutkan's original order just to show you how blown out of the water she was after today's oral arguments. This is what she wrote about in her prior motion. So just as a recap, this was Chutkan's original memo, and this came out from her 48 pages. It was her memo opinion. She dropped this back in December of last year. U.S. versus Donald Trump. This is Trump moving to dismiss this case based on presidential immunity, okay?
Definitely not us, Anna.
Takeaway, what was her holding with her, constitutional expertise? Well, if you fast forward through all this, you go down to page, I believe it's 30 something. We're going to see that she goes through all of her analysis, right? She says, as we scroll down here, this court has a duty not to decide stuff that's outside of scope. Okay, and so we're going to limit our holding here. Now, I want to show, right, it says we don't decide whether former presidents retain absolute criminal immunity from non-federal prosecutions.
2040.
So that's not what we're talking about in this case. This is a federal criminal prosecution, right, which is what we're talking about in SCOTUS. So she's saying, I can't rule on Fannie or Alvin Bragg. Okay, that's fine. I also can't review whether sitting presidents are entitled to greater immunity than former ones. Okay, so she's not deciding that either. Okay, we got it. But defendant Trump asserts that former presidents have absolute immunity for acts within the outer perimeter. But says, even if I were to accept that assertion, I wouldn't grant immunity here because there's a bunch of different questions. And here's what her ultimate conclusion is, right? Because it concludes that former presidents, not Trump, not in this case, not limited to Trump, not only, right now, former presidents, Chutkan's conclusion is they do not possess absolute federal immunity for any acts committed while in office. And that's not what I heard from the government today. Now, he was very careful not to use this phrase, right? He never used the other side's terms, which is smart. They very much adhere to their labels. But Chutkan, right, this is what we're appealing. We're appealing her order. She says there is no absolute immunity for any acts while committed in office. But she says the court doesn't need to reach those additional issues, and so we express no opinion on them. And then she kind of punted this down the road to say none of it applies here. She spends the rest of her opinion talking about how the First Amendment doesn't apply, it doesn't matter, and due process doesn't apply, doesn't matter.
Of course it doesn't.
In this case. But here, right, absolute immunity says Trump doesn't have that. And that's not exactly what we heard from the government in this case. We had Dreeben come out, and Dreeben came out and he says, well, there's public authority exceptions.
Mario?
So if a president does something, you can't
you.
prosecute him for that. Why? It's an exception to the law. Oh, that's interesting. Right. Sounds like immunity. So today we had...
Why would you think that?
Come on, buddy. I'm stupid.
I don't think I've ever been to a Morrissey office event.
It's good. Videos don't lie. Pictures don't lie.
Where's the videos at?
Don't worry about it. It's coming out.
Even if I was, what would be the big deal? Like, what would be the problem with that?
The problem you go to Morrissey's office?
Yeah, like, even if I did and what you say was true, what's the issue?
Well, it might be a video down Morrissey's office. That's all I'm telling you.
So what's the issue? Like, I don't know
what the issue is.
Morning, Tapatios.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
He's in Phoenix area.
I'm talking to Kate now, buddy.
Kate owns you.
Phoenix area, yeah.
No, he does. He does. She owns you.
She owns me?
Yeah, she owns
Why
you.
She own me?
Because I know, but she lives in his head.
Go ahead, mouth.
Because you said it.
Who said it?
You said Kate. We were talking about something about Morrissey, and you said Kate.
Yeah, but Kate, I know you are.
She owns you. Yeah, but he's thinking about her right now. He's around all these beautiful women, and he's thinking about Kate.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. Once in a while, I'll take a douchebag. How's that?
Good one.
I got you, bud. I am just getting a little shot like I do every day. It does, and I do. I just want to get everybody out here.
Stand up for yourself, Tom.
Bao has been owning these motherfuckers in the street.
Hey, buddy, if we're going to start shit, go over there.
Yay! Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
Look at this.
What do you think of Lally?
Why do you hate Kate so much?
I say the word to you.
Oh, shit.
We're so glad to see you.
Kate Peter owns these people. Oh, shit. They can't stop thinking about Kate. Yeah. She'll have all you guys shook when she shows up. I know, you guys were all shook.
I wasn't here. I don't get car. Who's shook?
You guys were like, Kate Peters is here!
Big nose? Yeah, we were laughing at
Kate Peters is here!
I thought I wasn't here yesterday. Screenshot that. I sent it to her.
Have you ever met her?
I never want to. I'm afraid I'll get poked with her.
The only reason you have a problem with her is because you got caught up in a chat room on the internet.
What's up?
But I did.
You've never met her. She's never done anything to you. Yet she owns you.
Oh, Stan. I gotta figure it out.
Like just the mere mention of Kate Peters and everybody gets fucking going. This shit's hilarious. What else? What else is she? Tell us about her panties.
We'll do the food safety stuff for you. I didn't know if you were going to make it or not. Yeah, clearly. Thank you.
Oh.
I got a picture of my.
Yo, did you get your question in, Grant?
Your both birth certificate.
They didn't answer, but the point is, everything is covered.
Hell yeah. Are you gone, man? Can we hang out?
I mean, you might as well throw them in there that way.
All right.
Have to go to the doctor.
You always snub me, man.
There'll never be any question.
Good to see you. Peace out.
You want me to show you how to do it? I'll show you how to just, you can just text it. The 313 number. Okay. The one we've been texting back and forth on.
Call Kate Peters. She owns you too. You can't even say a goddamn sentence without thinking about her. You try to get into a combo with me and now telling me to call Kate Peters and it made no damn sense. She owns you. The fuck? You thinking about her right now?
Shit about the fat pig. Why did you ask her about Kevin yesterday? Playing with him?
Yeah, why don't I ask her about Kevin? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Oh, shut up. Go back to Texas where you belong.
No!
Yeah, I got it.
No! Staying right here. God damn it. Oh, Rita. I am being nice. God damn it. Give a fuck about no fucking church. The fuck?
Wait, there's a little bit.
What? Give a fuck about no church. The fuck?
What do you want? Oh, we forgot it.
Yeah, the fucking weatherman.
Irritable Erica. How are you, young woman? You should stand up for yourself.
Why would I stand? Why would I need to stand up for myself?
Huh?
Who would I stand up
What?
for myself?
I'm not saying anything to you.
Why are you saying I need to stand up for myself?
You do.
For what?
People are walking all over you. The people that try to push you 200 feet back.
Oh, well, those
Oh.
Yeah. Stand up for yourself.
I have been standing up for myself. I show up here and I stand in the buffer zone every day. So what are you talking about? That is me standing up for myself.
You don't need to be buffer. Your speech needs to be heard. No one needs to buffer anything. Not Erica.
We're not good. We can't fight with those people. We're not going to get angry. We're going to respect because then trolls like to say we're causing a circus when we're not.
So this isn't a circus?
Who's causing the circus?
You don't
Who
think-
are the characters?
You don't think anyone's causing a circus?
I don't know. I just don't.
Hey, perfect. What's your name?
You stick your camera in people's face.
You think it's weird that cameras get stick in faces?
I've been texting back and forth.
All right, so what are you expecting with opening statements on Monday? Will you be here?
Oh, I will be.
Was that a couple days ago that we?
I support Karen Reed 100%. It's my understanding that the jury is going to go to 34 families first, then have opening statements.
Okay, that's fine. Walt, would you be able to come in? Well, if not this afternoon, Monday for
people have been
interview?
saying all along,
Slash
wait for the trial
orientation?
before you form your opinion. We have all been a jury
Would
for
1
the
p.m. work
last
for you?
year, looking at the evidence that the court has
All right,
had
you know where the office
presented.
location is?
So I'm looking forward to the rest of the world seeing the
317
evidence as
West
we will see.
And your reaction to being in a smaller courtroom
Make sure you
now?
bring in a valid ID and either a social or a birth certificate.
Yes, that's a very good question because I just went into the other courtroom to check it out. And it is tight. It is tight. And so there are 2 pews on either side. It's very tight. It's not.
Okay, that's fine. That'll work. Just text that to me.
Real freedom comes from not participating with the
Monday.
state.
Have a good rest.
Karen Reed supporters need to wake up to the fact that they are the problem.
Okay.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah,
Because, even though we're not going to be able to be in there, those witnesses are going to be in close proximity.
It's just like a
of
scam.
the Reed, in close proximity of their families, and there's nowhere to hide in a big court. So I actually think it is good for RITA, LOMBARDI. Okay, thank you. Absolutely.
Should go something early next week as far as meetings are. Usually they let me know on Monday. Sometimes they let me know on Friday. But I may call you tomorrow. I had open.
There's I stay in a house on the and there's a guy that works there already.
Chrissy, I didn't know. I made a mistake. I apologize to you already. I didn't take anything from her. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't take anything. I recorded it the whole time. No, I don't even have a tracker device.
You have a recording of yourself in the car?
Yeah, it was live streamed the whole time. I just sat there and I talked to Linda, who I thought said it was cool.
Right now, there will be.
And like I said, if I would have known.
Can I see that?
Yeah, you can. You have a phone? I can show. You have a phone? I can show it to you. It's being broadcasted right now. I think Tom had it broadcasted too. Yeah, and I was holding my phone the whole time. I have no interest in. I mean, I don't even have a tracking device. Like,
Were you filming there?
I wasn't. I'm live streaming.
Okay.
So it was just.
But why in that vehicle?
I was just doing that at the time. I wasn't looking at it as streaming in the vehicle. I was just doing what I was doing, and I happened to be live streaming.
A random
person. I didn't know it was a random person video. It was Linda and Tom, and I figured I can. Like, I watched Tom on YouTube.
What content are you getting by going into the back of someone?
Talking to Tom and Linda.
Your
content. He didn't talk to me at all.
I got a good communication with him. So.
Oh, did you talk to Linda? Like they were both in there, and I went there and I said hi, Linda, and I mean I didn't like for
invited into
no one waved me over. No one waved me over. I said, hey, can I get in with y'all? I didn't really hear what said. They were talking. I hopped in there and said they continued their combo, so I just let them finish their combo. Tom got out, and I didn't know it was like a big deal until afterwards. When I saw Chrissy, she said she was upset about it, and I apologized to her. I said we're all human. I'm not perfect. I didn't know that I was gonna piss her off, right? So I apologized to her, and if she's pissed off, I mean, I can't go back in time, right? I didn't do anything to harm anyone, right? I mean, I can apologize to her again, right?
Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
but there's nothing anyone can do.
We just got a new salesperson.
There's nothing anyone can do that's going to change that.
We were there for about 3 different places here, but we got a new workers' comp insurance company, and they went and inspected a couple of those places.
Confined environment.
And I had to jump. They wouldn't insure anybody we sent anymore. So I can't name them, but it's obviously not here because we're still hiring for them.
Yeah, for sure. I thought I was invited in. I made a mistake, right?
I'd be making myself liable if I definitely not this place.
They know who I am, pussy.
So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that any place we do hire,
let these motherfuckers know. Let them know again.
Is considered safe for an insurance company to.
They know who the fuck I am, motherfucker.
That's because of negligence instead of just unsafe conditions.
I know of you, but I do not trust you. It came out of my mouth.
Well, I can say this.
What happened, Chrissy?
But I can't say it's super hard.
You live recorded that 4 weeks ago when I spoke to you, right?
Yeah.
When I said I do not trust you. Did I
At
not?
the end of a,
Yeah, for sure.
So why would you go on my vehicle?
I didn't know that was your vehicle.
Machines
I thought it was Linda's vehicle.
Eventually, maybe just driving the, take the forklift, moving to a staging area.
Tell him again. Tell him again. Tell him about my warrants. Tell him about my warrants, ma'am. He's got warrants in Texas. No, you won't. You won't do a fucking thing.
Okay.
All right? You're an old woman that won't do fuck all. Kate Peters would beat your ass. No, Kate Peters would beat your ass if she was here.
I've done that.
I'm just saying. See, she's walking around like Kate Peters won't kick her ass.
Can be.
Kate Peters would stop you if she was here.
We had a nice conversation. When I was in court, he took it upon himself to enter my vehicle and sit in my car.
Did you do that?
Yes.
I did, but
Painting is a gift. If you're old, you live a nice life.
Yeah.
I understand that.
People that are
Tracking device in my car, and I gotta go get scanned before I can even go near my house.
No one put a tracking device in your car.
I
You're.
don't trust you. It's
You think anyone cares about you enough to track you? I didn't know there was a car. It was Linda and Tom sitting in there. And I figured it was good content to go in there and talk to him. I didn't realize it was such a big deal. As soon as I found out, I apologized to Chrissy. I said, I'm sorry.
Did Linda and Tom let you in?
Yeah, it was open. I mean, I didn't hear what they're saying. I just went in. They continued their combo. So they didn't object to it, right? And when I found out she was upset, I apologized to her right away. There's no way I can go back in time and change anything. You know what I mean? I apologized to her right away. Like, I don't know what else she wants me to do. Like, other than apologizing, like, I mean, it's already been done, right? Like,
No
one's exasperating it but you. You're screaming, pussy, dickhead, motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
You said sorry, right? And now it's over. You're screaming and raising your
I'm not
voice.
screaming.
You were, Bob.
I wasn't screaming. I was just letting her know Kate Peters would kick her ass if she says anything.
No. See, that's it.
No. She walks around like she thinks like. No. Well, the value is she was like, if Kate Peters was here, I'll kick her ass. And the fact is, Kate Peters would stomp her. But she did. You did. I heard her on Tom's stream yesterday. Yeah, you was on Tom's stream yesterday talking about, I wish I can square with her. Lady, she would stomp you.
Wait a minute. We're not about stomping people.
I'm just saying, she just needs to be aware that Kate Peters would stomp her. Like, she's a puny little woman. Like, she doesn't need to be aggressive.
She's a person.
I'm sorry?
I'm not trying to be frustrated. A lot of people don't like Kate. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
I don't know if it was specifically her.
Yeah, of course.
Nice conversation this morning.
Yeah, I can have a productive conversation.
No, for sure. I'm not even mad. I'm just saying. If she bucks up this Kate would just stomp her in real life. That's all I'm saying.
Remember what I said? People with love in their heart and smile on their face can stand with us.
And people with love in their heart don't try to get someone else in jail for going into a car.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
That's what your friends are doing. That's what your friends are doing. They're trying to put me in jail for going into a car.
And it was over. You just said you apologized and it was over. It's done. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over.
All right. Be gone then.
See, now you're getting.
You said it was over. Be gone.
I thought you.
It's over. I'm just speaking over the. Get out of here, Tom. I'm just doing an impression of Tom. I'm just doing an impression of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just with all the traffic, just do me a favor and just keep it down. We don't want any issues. Everybody can be here, nice and peaceful.
No, I'm doing an impression.
You can do all the impressions.
I want him to stay.
Let's just keep the volume low, though, okay? Because it is a nice day. There's a lot of people on.
Did you see Tom kick JOR yesterday?
I wasn't here yesterday.
And Chrissy, no one's trying to track you. You're so irrelevant. Like, I mean, how are you relevant enough for people to track you? No one cares about you.
You want to report to me?
No, I have no reports.
Seems like there's an issue going on.
No, dude, I might be speaking loudly, but that's just to get over to people can hear me.
And then you walking into my house and sitting on my couch. That's my personal problem.
I went in your car.
And I made a mistake, right? I know you're mad about it. I apologize.
Bullshit.
Oh, okay, I intentionally did it. I apologize. Like, no, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. I apologize for sitting in your car. I'm sorry.
Sitting in my car because if anyone.
What do you want me to? Should I go to jail? What's the remedy? Should I go to jail?
Is it an accident that you stepped in?
Yeah, man. I was trying to talk to. She wasn't even there. I didn't even know it was a car.
Talk to me because we're gonna have to do a report. So I just want to make sure. So
all right. So it was Linda, I believe is her name, right?
I don't know anyone's name.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
And Tom, the guy behind you.
Okay.
They were sitting in that vehicle there.
The gray one here.
Beige.
The
Honda.
Yeah, okay.
The Honda, right? I know Linda. I've spoken to Linda. So I came up to the window.
Which one's Linda?
Linda.
He knows Linda's name. He doesn't know Linda.
I don't see her.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, though. Finish the story.
I was like, hey, can I sit with you guys? I thought she said yes. I went in there. No one objected.
Okay.
And I sat there for maybe like 30, 40 seconds.
Were they in the car with you?
Yeah. Tom was in the front seat. Linda was in the front. They were having a convo about a phone or something.
Okay.
And I didn't know it was a big deal until afterwards when I got out.
Okay.
I was meted by these two police officers when I got out, I believe. We spoke about it briefly. I didn't think it was a big deal. When I found out it was Christy's car, I went, when I went over there, she told me she was upset about it.
Yep.
I said, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that upset you. I apologize. I'm not perfect. I can't go back in time.
Okay.
Like that's all I can do is sorry, I didn't, you know. And she's saying that I put a tracker in there and all this other shit. And I'm like, man, you're so fucking irrelevant. Like,
All right. It sounds harmless enough. Do you have your ID on you?
I don't participate in any state funded activities.
Okay. Could we just grab your name for the report?
Yeah, Bowser. Bowser. I can write it down for your report. Oh, you have a pen and paper? I'll give you my name, my fucking birthday, all that shit.
Thank
Do you have an actual physical ID on you?
No, I don't participate in state funded activities. I'm a free man to land. I don't believe in any of the ID bullshit.
All right, just your name, date of birth, be good though. We can get
Yeah,
it.
I don't know if I want to give you my date of birth either because that's kind of hearsay. I wasn't even actually. I mean, I was there, but I can't remember when. You know. What I mean?
We'll note it is hearsay. We'll note it is hearsay.
Yeah.
Bowser, how do you spell that?
Bowser.
B-O-W?
BAO.
B-A-O?
Yeah, you can just call me Bow. BAO for short. Last name Nguyen. Nguyen.
N-G-U-Y-E-N?
Yeah. You're gonna have a report. Can I get
Can we
the
just get you hearsay for the date of birth?
Yeah.
For the report.
Yeah, December 1st, 1982.
You live around here, Bowser?
No, I live in Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
All the way from Texas?
Yeah, I came for this shit show. I wanted to see how people are gonna act.
Warmer in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got good.
In a public setting.
Okay, do you need anything more from us?
Nah, I mean I didn't need anything in the
take
first.
the phone number so we can get in touch with you?
No, if you have a report, I'll take a report number.
We won't have it until we get back and type it, so we'll be in there tonight.
I'll be here all trial. So if you guys,
So will most of us. So.
if you guys need me,
Tomorrow or in a couple of days and ask for the report. They'll have the number by then.
I'll follow up with you guys when I'm out and about. You know what I mean? I think it'll be good. If you guys need me for further questioning, I'm always available. Just approach me.
We appreciate it.
And anything that I can help you with, I will. And I'll be here all month and maybe next month as well. The whole event. So if you guys need additional info for any kind of investigation, I'll be here for it and I'll cooperate. And again, Chrissy, I'm sorry. I apologize to you.
All right, well, I'm talking to Linda. Linda's telling me she didn't get permission.
Right, like I said, I misheard her. I didn't know what she said. It's all irrelevant. These officers have way better things to do. There's been no crime here. You know, for these people to even press the issue of making a report on this is idiotic and a waste of money. All right?
Happy birthday, Val.
If you're using that number, addresses,
I'll call you later. Yeah, she don't even want to get involved on the bad side of anybody.
All right, Bob, so just so you know, no more, like, not just with her or anybody else's vehicle, okay?
Yeah, I didn't even know it was uninvited. Like, if I would have, if I would have, like, if it was clear that it was like, no, like, it would have never happened. You know? So it was a misunderstanding at best.
We're doing a report.
All you guys
We're
are
doing a
here.
report.
Okay.
No, she can be
So
here.
I just want to
Pitch in,
document it
pitch
because I
in.
just heard him say I
Yeah,
didn't know
pitch
I
in.
was uninvited. Let me make something very clear to you right now.
Okay.
You are not invited to any part of this free Karen Reed movement. We tolerate you because we don't want to start trouble. We do not trust you, and you are not
And
invited.
you speak for everyone, right?
Yes, I speak for everyone.
That's fair. All right. Fair enough, Chrissy. I apologize to you either way.
Okay, thanks. All right.
First page here.
You know this shit's idiotic as fuck.
Basically, it just
These are the same people that think Karen Reed is innocent. They want to throw fucking people, fucking, like, you think I should be in jail for doing that shit? Even if it was intentional and malicious.
The rules, Sunday, initials.
You know this shit's idiotic as fuck. You know it is. I know you're holding your tongue, man. But I know you know this shit's idiotic.
I'm gonna tell you what, it's well, make sure
Like, look at these people, man. They're pressing the issue. They want something bad to happen to me. They want you guys to do shit to me because of this. You know it's fucked up. You know it's fucked up. Huh, you're doing a great job, by the way.
Do me a favor, Buzzer. These people are feeling like as though you're harassing them, so I just ask that you step away from them.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything harassing. You've witnessed that. Nothing I'm doing is harassing.
Correct. I'm just asking you to step away from
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on a sidewalk, and if you guys wanted to get some privacy and find a private place to speak about this, that's
I
fine.
don't need a private place.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do.
I'm just asking you not to bother these people or harass them any more. Listen, you entered somebody else's property, so I'm trying to figure out the most cordial way to deal with this. Okay?
Right, like I said, if you want me to throw me in jail, arrest me or whatever, I mean, it's an idiotic thing to do, right? Like I said, there's no one really harmed. If anything, I made a mistake.
I'm sorry, do you mean the idiotic thing to do was jump into someone's personal vehicle?
Right, like, right, yeah, it was an idiotic thing to do, right? I made a mistake, right? I apologize for it. I know it's a mistake now. I know not to do it again, right?
You didn't know not to do it before?
Well, I didn't realize it was uninvited. I didn't realize it was such a big deal. Like, if I realized it was uninvited, I know him by talking to him. Like,
but how are you friends with them?
No.
No, you're not friends.
No.
So I'm not sure how you thought you were welcome to sit in their car.
He says on his live streams thousands of times, everyone's welcome out here.
They don't say welcome in the car. They say welcome out here.
Right.
And here, and he's welcoming
right.
you. I don't see why you would be welcome to be.
Okay, and let's just say that everything I did was wrong, right? Like what's the remedy? Like what do you want the remedy to be?
I want you to stop bothering them. So
I'm not bothering them.
Purposely keep getting closer to them.
Well, I mean, I'm allowed to be here. I'm standing on the sidewalk.
I didn't say you weren't.
Right.
But imitating.
Well, I mean, I can imitate people. That's not against the law. I'm not harassing them.
I didn't say anything against the law. You're asking me what you're doing, how to remedy it.
Oh, how to remedy it?
Yeah.
I see.
So
Fair enough.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Fair enough. You got.
What do you want to do?
I mean, I don't want anyone to get harmed. So I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to. I don't have anything against them. I'm not trying to like get into their cars and put trackers on them. Like, I think that's a.
Were you trying to steal the car?
Well, why would I?
Asking,
why would I
I'm
try
not
to?
asking you why you would.
Why would I try to steal the goddamn car and live stream it, man? Come on, like what are you asking? Like, how long did? Come on, man. Let's be serious.
Okay.
Ask me a real question.
Were you trying to steal their car?
No.
That's what I'm asking for.
Jesus.
Okay.
Why would I try to steal a car?
You don't have to call me Jesus. Mike is fine.
Mike?
Yep.
Nice to meet you, Mike. I'm Bowser.
So what was your purpose of getting in the car again then?
I was just trying to hang out with Linda and Tom.
But you're not friends with them, you said.
I'm not friends with anyone here, but I still want to talk to them and get to know them.
Okay, but you're not welcome to get in someone's car.
I didn't know that.
Which one's your car?
I don't have my car here.
Okay, you wouldn't want someone to just randomly sit in your car, though, right? I'm just trying to relate it.
No, I'm with you, and I didn't think that the problem here is I didn't think it was random and unwelcome.
Did you make any threatening remarks to them? Because they feel you did.
Tom's clearly lying if he said that.
Okay, but that's why I have to ask you this question.
Yeah, nothing happened. I didn't say anything other than maybe like, hey, but they were in the middle of a combo, so I let them finish. By the time they were done with the combo, Tom was out of the car. This was like briefly. This happened really quick.
Well, he said he'd get out of the car because he didn't feel comfortable with you being in the back seat.
That's not what he did.
He was welcome to be in that car. That's the problem.
At no point did I felt like I was doing something wrong, and did they tell me to get out? Like it was just.
They never said get out?
No.
They never said get out of the car?
No, dude. Like and like I said, it was like brief. I came in, they were talking about something. I was like, hey, and try to add it to it, and they were still talking, so I didn't want to interrupt them. And then that was the end of it. Like, it was done.
And who owns the car, Linda or Chrissy?
I think Chrissy was, from what I've gathered.
Who was in the car?
Linda. Chrissy was in the hearing, I think. I didn't see Chrissy until afterwards. And then she was like, why'd you do that? And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, you're my car. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. So I apologized to her right there and then. Like, once I found out she was upset. I mean, it was like nothing malicious. I wasn't like harassing him or anything. Like, whatever he's telling you is he's lying, man. Like,
I've just met the two of you today, so I can't. It's tough for me to determine who's telling truth, who's lying.
Yeah. Yeah, at no point did I threaten anyone, man. If he told you I threatened him, or
that reported you, not from him, from the other guy. Okay.
If they told you I was threatening him, man, that's a lie.
Okay.
I'm not here to threaten anyone.
So we know not to do this again going forward, though, right?
Yeah, like I said, if I knew it was unwelcome in the first place, it would have never happened.
So it's easier. Probably the safest thing to do is, unless you know the person, unless they invite you into the car, to always assume it's unwelcome. That way we don't have problems like this.
Right, and that's the thing.
Make sense?
That's the thing. I didn't think it was like that, and now that I know, right? And I mean, I'm not.
We won't have this issue again, right?
Well, I mean, it was. I don't think, to be honest, man, Mike, I don't think it was ever an issue for these people to.
Well, if someone got in my car and I didn't want them in there, I'm just speaking on my behalf.
Yeah.
I'm not talking law. I'm saying my car.
For sure.
And I'm sitting in the front seat. Someone gets in the back. I'd feel uncomfortable.
But that wasn't the situation.
I thought that was the situation.
No, the situation is she wasn't in her car. She's in the courtroom. Someone else is in her car.
Okay, so all right, make it even. And be even worse.
And it was like vague. I didn't even know it was a car. Like, if I would have known, I would have
You didn't know that was a car?
No.
What did you think it was?
Well, I thought it was just Linda and Tom sitting there chatting and shit. How was I supposed to know? I
saw I'm not even in my car.
They were in their car. No, they were. I didn't know that was her car. Is what I'm saying. I didn't
know.
realize.
Did you think it was?
I just assumed it was their car, like the people that were sitting in it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I didn't know until I got over there after the fact.
We got a long couple of weeks. I mean, what do you think? It's gonna go like 6 or 7 weeks, probably this trial. could be 2 months.
That's what they said.
So it's going to be a long time. So what we're trying to do is keep the peace and
for sure
just have everybody get along.
Oh, you're born in the same house.
So now that you know people don't come to with you getting to their personal property, let's not do it again.
Yeah, and it was never about me making someone uncomfortable on their property. I think it's
bariatric clinic here.
Well, I mean, for him to say that I was harassing, that's asinine. Like, I mean, I've been here for weeks. I wasn't harassing anyone. And for someone just to feel harassed doesn't mean they're getting harassed. Just because, I mean, I can feel harassed anytime I want. You know what I mean? Like I can say him.
If you want to have a conversation, so that's different. So you can say that, but it's the way the law dictates. It actually is how they feel. It's almost like threatening. So you can say I didn't mean it as threatening, but if that person feels threatened, it's threatening. You know, so it's almost like if you didn't mean it harassing, but it's not a normal behavior, it would be considered harassment.
There's a lot to interpret there.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm just giving you the interpretation we get.
I think you guys are doing a great job either way.
Well, the hot weather's gonna be coming. There's gonna be more people, so it's gonna be more agitation. So I just want everybody to get along.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the step necessary to not agitate anyone. But
I'd appreciate that.
I'm really,
not just you, everybody. I want everybody to do that. So.
But to be fair, I mean, you have these same people out here blocking other people from recording, putting signs in their face, doing all this other stuff.
So I haven't seen that today.
Really?
Today? Did you see someone putting a sign blocking someone from recording?
Yesterday I saw that.
No, I mean today, because I wasn't here.
No, not today. I don't think anyone.
Because I agree with you. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that today.
And the ironic part is, it's the same people complaining about this. You know, now they're the victims. You know what I mean?
That's why.
That's
why the whole buffer zone, like you don't have to be in favor of one side or the other. Buffer zones for everybody. You know what I mean? Because
between you and me,
well, I mean, under your clothing, if you have something
because they don't like
there,
it. The part just because they don't like it, they can make a fucking innocent action like me accidentally go into their car for fucking content in order to fucking have the cops damage me in a sense. Like, that's fucking stupid.
I don't think it was damaged, and I'm just being honest with myself. If it was my car, I wouldn't want somebody sitting in it. So
right.
I don't think that's.
But you wouldn't go get the cops to get me arrested.
Like, I don't know if I felt threatened. I might. If I felt threatened.
How can you be threatened if you weren't even there?
No. I think hypothetically, if it was my car.
Yeah.
And I was in my friend's car, and someone that was unwelcome jumped on the back.
But a lot more, and that's not how it happened. Like, if it was your car, I came up to you, right? And I said, "Hey, Mike, can I come in and hang out with y'all for a little bit?"
Totally different situation.
And that's what happened. Like, that's
Who
what
invited you into the car.
Well, that's the thing. There was no invite. Like,
so it's not like that. Then.
But
invite is totally different.
Yeah. But they were talking about something. I came up to the driver's side.
Okay.
I know.
And I was like, "Hey, Linda."
They want you not to wear them to and from.
But you said Linda wasn't in the car.
No, I did. I said Linda was in the car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chrissy was in the car. She wasn't in the car. So
yeah.
They're still towing.
And I thought.
Yeah, they prefer you
the
not
noise and the fucking. I thought she's like, yeah. That's what I thought.
Okay.
I didn't realize.
How well that's
and I've been saying that, and I didn't realize it was an issue until afterwards.
But so now you see on the other side how it comes out.
You'll see a
car, and someone says, "Can I come in?" And they say no, and they get in.
At no point did they say no.
Well, you don't know that because you thought they said yes.
Right, but even after I got in, at no point did they say, "Hey, what are you doing here? What do you like?"
Well, the gentleman got out of the car, right?
Yeah, but he didn't get out right away. He was having a combo. He was in a full blown, and that's not what
a full blown private conversation. It sounds like.
It was about a phone app or some shit.
It was private. It was in a car, and it was.
Well, he didn't stop. He kept going. He knew I was back there. He didn't stop talking.
I was told he got out of the car because he didn't feel comfortable with you being in the back seat.
And he might have, but he didn't stop talking.
So,
he finished that combo, right?
Yep.
And then got out of the car and continued to stick his head in the car to have the same combo because there was an end of the combo. And then I think after that, I wasn't there, but he came out and told the cops and tried to get me hemmed up with these two guys.
But you're not hemmed up.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not. I don't care if I'm hemmed up or not. These people think I actually cared. My point is, they're trying to get someone hemmed up for something that's like silly. No one got hurt. No one was harmed. Like, it's silly as fuck. Yeah, it's wrong.
Do you want my opinion? Because you're not hemmed up. You're free to go.
No,
you're not handcuffed. Well, my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get along with you. I think we get along. We don't have any issues. You and I.
No, you
right?
can articulate thoughts. That's good.
But I think this is my personal opinion. I think you'd like to kind of agitate certain people. Maybe it's good content for your video. And some people agitate easier than others.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you're aware of, right?
Yeah,
some people you can try all day and they can't agitate. Some people you look at them wrong, you agitate them.
For sure.
So if that's part of the content, sometimes people get nervous and they feel like you're coming over too agitated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
No, that's fair.
So it's
I think you're fair. I think you hit it. You know, you're right. That is the content in a sense.
And
right?
that's what's going on these days. That's what people want.
Yeah. However, my intent was to just chill
and relax.
And
there's a place in the break room for
just
it.
chill. Like, I had no clue it was like a bad thing I was doing, nor was my intent to like whatever, like track her car or whatever she says. Like,
okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, I think she thinks she's so goddamn important that someone's even willing to track her. Like, she's not that relevant. No one knows her.
Well, why are you saying that? Why do you care?
Well, what? No, it's just funny to me that she says that. Like, that's her accusation. I was like, lady.
It's not funny if someone's uncomfortable and they're nervous.
But I don't think she is. I don't truly think she's uncomfortable. I truly think she's leveraging this because she doesn't like me. I don't think it has to do anything with comfort. Is what I'm trying to say.
And I'm sorry, don't get everybody. I keep forgetting. Are you talking about Linda or Chrissy?
Chrissy, yeah. I
Chrissy
think
owns the car.
She's got leverage, right? And now because of that leverage, and because I made a mistake, right? She's gonna leverage that to fucking whatever. Either her intent is.
Does she think that you don't like her? You think?
I don't know.
So I'm just saying. Let's say hypothetically she feels that you don't like her, and she then sees that you're in her back seat of her car. Maybe that's why she's concerned that you put something in there.
So your first preference is second shifting.
All right.
And to be fair, Mike, right?
Yep.
As soon as I noticed that she was upset.
Yep, there it is.
I apologize. I was like, look, man, I didn't know, and I'm sorry. Like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, you're good to go, brother. I'll reach out to you.
But I mean, I can't control it. All I can do is control what the proper thing to do is just apologize, man. There's nothing else I can do.
Wait, I have two numbers here. I have the 517 number.
Unless there is,
and then I have.
No, I don't think there is. I think you apologize, and hopefully it's a lesson learned. We all move forward.
Yeah, I think this whole thing is stupid.
Okay.
The fact that they're willing to even get you guys involved in such a stupid, idiotic thing, when you guys probably have real crimes to deal with.
You can, when you have Wi-Fi, you can text on it though.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of why we're here, to make sure everybody keeps the peace.
Okay.
No, they can't have it both ways. They can't be the victims one day and then the next day blocking someone from fucking recording and fucking, blocking people out. Like, you're either a victim or you're not.
Yeah, some people don't like rules working.
And if for some reason I have a hard time getting hold of you, I know I can.
There's a couple standard going on, and it is what it is. I mean, you're definitely smart enough to see it.
College generally told me looking for you guys.
Yeah.
Coming in, the more people coming in, I'd rather.
Hopefully that's not the case.
Avoid any problems if we can.
And in the future, I'll cooperate in any kind of investigation you guys have or need. And
I got it. Hey,
if you need to see any footages, I can show you.
Yeah.
Footages.
What brought you to here? Just this or
this shit show, man? Look at these people.
How long do you live in Texas?
Yeah.
What do you think about Texas compared to Massachusetts?
I like
the whole state itself.
I like it here.
Really? You don't like it? Is Texas a lot more hot?
I live in North Texas, and this entire state is the size of Massachusetts. Or the entire, all of Massachusetts is the size of the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Oh, no way. I've never been to Texas.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go. I heard Austin's really nice, too.
It's a bigger city. Yeah. Most of the California libtards have moved there.
I didn't know that, really?
Yeah.
To Austin?
Austin's like the hub.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's like the hub.
Like I said, I've never been to either. I always said it was a good place to visit, but I guess I can cross that off my list.
And to be fair, these people are out here screaming freedom of speech. Yet, if anyone say something that they don't like, they go to the cops and tell them. Like, come on, you got to tell them. At some point, you got to stand up, Mark, and say, you guys are being ridiculous. Like, you guys just need to.
Yeah, well, that's what we try to just educate everybody on. It works both ways. And like I said, you don't want a double standard as being.
You're a pussy, Tom. You won't do anything.
Hey. See, this is no. That's not funny because this is people here. There's kids driving by.
But I can say that, right? It's free speech.
No,
right?
you can say whatever you want. But I told you, it's the volume, raising your voice and yelling and talking to
voice.
No, not in public.
How many decibels does it have to be?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in decibels. I'd have to look it up.
How are we gonna gauge it?
That good. That's good. How's that?
Just have to whisper.
No, you don't have to whisper. How many decibels am I talking right now?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If I can't raise my
voice. I wish
I
did. If I was smart enough to do that, I wouldn't be a
cop.
So
you arbitrarily just enforce that, or?
I just don't want you yelling and threatening somebody.
How is that threatening?
Harassing, I should have said.
I'm allowed to say he's a pussy.
Why would you though?
I mean, because he was.
But why would you?
Because I overheard him say something about taking me to the back seat and beating me up or something.
You overheard that from here?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
You didn't hear that?
You got super hearing.
I heard that.
But that's what I'm talking about. So they want, but the yelling is what gets cars to stop, disrupt.
What if I laugh really loud?
You can laugh loud. I like laughing.
I don't believe you, man. I think I have the right to be as loud as I want. I don't think there's a decibel level on the First Amendment, and I don't think you have a decibel meter if there is.
So my response is you're 100% correct. There is no decibel in freedom of speech. It's whether or not it raises the level of becoming disturbing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good go-to.
So,
disturbing the peace.
Well, let's say it's your day off. You're not working. You're relaxing. You're coming through a nice center of town, and all of a sudden you hear someone screaming, right? You stop. You look. Traffic backs up. It kind of ruins people's day. You don't want to do that. That's just one way to look at it, Plus,
is
I
a
just don't
gentleman.
know the
You're
need.
human. Admit it.
I don't need the need to yell, call somebody a pussy. I don't.
I didn't think I was yelling. I didn't think I was.
You yelled. You saw me jump. You yelled.
Yeah, I mean, but just your reaction doesn't dictate what a yell is.
To me, it is.
Officer Bow says
To me,
Tom
I'm just
is a
giving you my
flowers
opinion.
because he
I
is
don't
a
think there's
flowers.
actually a.
You're human.
I don't
Admit
think there's
it.
a legal definition of yell or how loud it is.
Right.
You know, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. So you can arbitrarily enforce it if you feel like you need to enforce it.
Enforce what? The yelling?
Yeah, your yelling rule.
No, I don't have a yelling rule. It's disturbing.
So you just arbitrarily tell people they're disturbing the peace.
Nope. Because disturbing the peace, you can get cited or arrested for. So yes, I guess I do that sometimes. You know, when people are, we determine they're disturbing other people's peace. It's not the case today.
So everything's just kind of arbitrary. You just interpret what you want to interpret.
No, it's not. I don't think so. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess everybody interprets what they want to interpret.
You use discretion when you do stuff.
Discretion is huge in police work. Huge. Don't you think? I think you have to use discretion, don't you think?
I think there's a lot of vague language that's being written.
Okay, how about this? You drive, same situation I just talked about with somebody screaming, right? Swearing, profanity, they're going crazy. You get out. That sounds like a disorderly person, right? I'll tell you, by law, that could be just considered a disorderly person. Now you find out that person just lost all of their family in a terrible, horrific accident. You would use your discretion because that's a normal human reaction to be upset like that. You know what I mean? So that you'd use your discretion. Say, okay, I don't know. You may be disturbing the peace, but there's a human element here as to why he's doing it. You know, so that's a good example of discretion.
So it's okay if you feel like it's okay.
No, we don't get to make that decision. That's the law.
So who arbitrates it?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts makes the law.
Okay.
We just have to enforce it.
See, that's why I don't participate in any of this statist shit. You know, like I don't believe in the same religion you believe in.
Religion?
Yeah, I don't worship the state. I don't care what the state says.
Either.
You know, I don't enforce. I don't enforce what a corporate friction choose to write. You know what I mean? Like I don't. You know, and I'm not willing to use force to enforce that on anyone. Just because I choose to go be a police officer, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
that makes sense.
That's not me. Some people choose to do that for a living.
Yep.
They choose to go enforce vague stuff, right? Made up by corporate friction, right? And say that that's their job, right?
Some people also use force to help other victims that can't help themselves. That they may be victims of unnecessary, unlawful acts. You know, it's like you said before. There's all different ways to look at things. You know.
I'll be right back. You gonna wait for me?
What's tomorrow?
Are you driving?
Turtle Boy's hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that in Superior District?
I believe it's supposed to be in district, but last time it was in Superior for some reason.
I think he's got cases on both sides.
I'll be right
That
back.
might be factual. That might be factual.
You coming tomorrow?
Bye, Erica.
Bye, Bo.
You coming tomorrow for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here most of the month.
Isn't it the judges conference tomorrow, right? Isn't it canceled?
It's a Turtle Boy's hearing.
Oh, for Turtle Boy.
Yeah, Turtle Boy's hearing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Turtle Boy's hearing.
I don't know if that district is Superior.
How much money donations did you just get Venmo to you for going into my car and trespassing?
Nothing, Chrissy. I didn't even know it was your car. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Well, every one of your viewers is a hater of me. Every single one of them. And
Chrissy,
how many you got online right now?
You can't be mad at the viewers.
How many
You can't be mad at me for the viewers.
I can be mad at you for giving the viewers content to give you money. Because if you weren't getting paid no money, you wouldn't have jumped in my car.
Chrissy, I didn't even know it was your car. I was trying to hang out with Linda and Tom.
All right. Whether my car, God's car, police's car, you did not know whose car it was. You weren't invited in and you entered it, right? Correct?
Right.
I don't even want to be on your video because you're making money right now. I don't want to be on it.
I apologize again, Chrissy.
Stay away from my stuff.
Why'd you lie to the cops, Tom? Why'd you lie to the cops, Tom? Why'd you tell them a bunch of bullshit?
I didn't. I got it all on video, but
why'd you lie to him, man?
Yeah, dude.
Why are you trying to get me hemmed up?
Video.
Why are you trying to get me hemmed
Why'd
up?
you get in someone's car that you don't know?
I was trying to hang out with you guys.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. I tried to. I tried to spoke to you. You ignored me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you were talking about some app,
I don't
right?
know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, reel him in, Rita. Reel him back in. He's getting out of hand, kicking people and shit.
Thank you for doing that this morning with the troopers. Thank you.
Thanks for shutting him up and reeling him in, Rita.
Absolutely.
okay? And
That
I'm
was
here.
so
I'm here all
good.
next week.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Absolutely. We are.
It couldn't have been by a better person either.
We're all.
Take some muffins, Tom.
You know what we are.
Take some goddamn muffins with you. All right, I'll get my teeth replaced. Well, you go worry about Kate Peters some more.
Get the fuck away from me.
Go worry about Kate Peters.
Ugly fucking shit.
Let's get her VIN number. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What were you saying?
Eat an
Ugly
entire
shithead what?
bag of dogs, you sloppy job knocker.
You know Kate Peters will whoop your ass, right? You shouldn't you shouldn't try to square up against her. You shouldn't try to square up against her. She'll smash your head into the ground.
You're talking about, you piece of shit.
She's gonna.
Fuck out of here. Don't even worry about it.
She's gonna pull. She's gonna pull on your nappy hair.
Fuck you. Look at you. You look like a fucking dog.
Shit. She's gonna pull on your scraggly hair.
Yeah, tell her any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'll do it.
She's gonna be here tomorrow.
Yeah, sure she is. She couldn't get out of her own way to be.
Good luck to her. What's she gonna be here tomorrow for?
She's gonna slap this lady around.
Because tomorrow's Charter Boy's court date.
Yeah.
And he has a restraining on her.
He has a restraining
She's gonna stay 200 feet away.
She can't be here. She can't be here.
She's gonna pull your hair.
She can't be here. She has a restraining on her.
She doesn't have a problem against you,
Get
Kirsty.
away from me. I don't want to be. Whose is this? That's
So-
Jess's.
That's Jess's. Tom, you're broadcasting a shit show. None of this is a good look. Chrissy, you blocked JLR with a sign. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. 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 Jump in his car, Tom. Get out of here.
File HPO against him.
Get out of here.
Get the VIN number bar. We need to see it for the record.
Kate Peters going to smash your head in. Kate Peters going to smash your head in.
He's threatening me that someone's going to smash
Kate
my head
Peters.
in. Did you hear him?
Kate Peters.
Enough.
He just threatened me.
I never threatened her.
He did.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. One person talking at a time. Okay? Let him leave.
I'm not stopping him.
Did you tell him someone's coming to beat him up?
I said Kate Peters was coming, but that's because of her. I'm not telling her to come. Kate Peters is someone they're enemy with, and Kate Peters hate her. Yeah.
Why did you say that?
Because that's what she said on the
All right,
internet.
come over here, because now we need to investigate. Get Kate Peters on the phone, please.
Kate Peters, I don't know her.
Well, you just said she's coming here to smash your
Well,
head.
no,
Step over here. Hey,
not her head.
yourself.
Not
Step
her
over
head.
here.
Hold on.
Step over here, please.
Not her head.
You tell me, get her over here. You just said she was coming here to smash
She's not.
his head.
She's not here. She's never coming over here.
Show me. How do you know she's coming? 'Cause now we got a fight coming?
No, because they know that she can't be here. I'm teasing them.
Oh,
She's
you're
got,
teasing.
She's
You
got.
made me think we had a
she's
fight.
got it.
You
No,
were
no.
teasing?
She's got a restraining order against Turtle Boy. So I said she's going to be here tomorrow. And these people are so stupid that they take it as
All
a
right,
threat.
you know what? I've had enough of you. Yeah, I know you do. I've had enough of you calling people stupid,
Yeah.
pussy, talking about restraining orders. Now you're making threats. We got your address. You may or may not be getting a summons in the mail.
I
I'm going
never
to ask you to
threatened
leave the area. This
I'll
grass
take the
is-
summon right now.
I don't have it on me. Please step off the grass. This is private property.
You told me to get over here.
You know, and now I'm telling you to step off.
And your decibels are up.
Yeah. But we already determined decibels don't determine the law. Remember, we already
I
talked
think
about
you're disturbing the peace.
Okay.
We should get these officers to arrest you.
Let's go to the police station when we get
I'm
arrested.
kidding. I don't want to get you arrested.
Come on, we'll go talk to the shift commander. Come on.
All right, let's go.
We'll put me in cuffs. Let's go.
All right. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a snitch.
Well,
I don't want to snitch on you.
You got it on record. You don't have to snitch. You show them the video.
I don't want to show. I don't want to accomplish the snitching.
You said you wanted to get me locked up. Let's go.
It was a joke. I think you should be out here and you know what? I think you should talk as loud as you want. I don't think you need to be locked up. I apologize and I misspoke.
Apologize. You didn't do anything wrong.
No. You're allowed to speak as loud as you want. I shouldn't be trying to reframe your speech.
You can take out charges with me. Come on.
No, I don't want to.
Why?
I'm a free man to land. I don't believe in bullshit fucking status
How are
charges.
you gonna? You talk about double standards. You
I know.
You don't believe it. Now you want me arrested.
It's a troll. I'm a free man to land. I don't believe in
You don't
corporate
believe the
laws.
police, but now you want me arrested.
It was a
So now
joke.
You do believe in
It was a joke. I was
But
kidding.
It's talking about the freedom of speech where you're going back and forth.
I was
with these other
teasing.
people.
I was trolling you.
All right, the teasing.
I was trolling you.
Teasing can be taken as threatening. Okay. So
yeah, but that's because they're pussies. I mean,
stop with the language. I don't need to hear any of that.
Okay, I apologize that you don't like the language, but I'm allowed to say pussy for fuck's sakes.
Okay.
Okay. I apologize. You can't fucking your
I'm
sensitive
gonna
ears
ask
can't hear
you to
that.
stop using that language loud because you can see windows are open. It's a beautiful day. The news is out. You're starting to disturb people's.
I'm not disturbing anyone, for God's sakes. You're just.
I'm not
on.
asking. I'm what?
I'm not disturbing anyone. You're just trying to find cause for me to disturb someone. No one's getting disturbed by me saying pussy at any level. And for these people to say that is ridiculous.
They can say whatever they want. Freedom of speech.
No. I'm talking about for him to claim that was a threat. Kate Peters can't be here. They know that. They were the one that told me that Kate Peters can't be here.
If someone told me that someone was coming here to beat my ass, I'd take it as a threat.
No. The reason I said
I didn't ask for the reason. If someone told me that, I would take it as a threat.
But that's out of context. That lady that I said that to.
Kate Peters is going to come here and be here.
I heard
The reason I said that to that lady in particular is because she said, "Oh, I would like to square up with Kate Peters." And in response to that, I said Kate Peters,
which could be taken as a threat.
Right.
I don't
but
know.
I'm not Kate Peters, right?
Though.
Like I'm not her. It's not, you know.
So don't even let it come out of your mouth then. So there's no reason for you to mention someone's.
But I'm allowed to say it. I'm allowed to say what I mean,
I'm telling you, you're not allowed to threaten people.
I didn't threaten them.
I'm telling you that can be perceived as a threat.
I mean, we can take that out in court, but I never threatened them.
You talk a lot, but you don't listen very well.
Right. I don't need to listen. You think that I'm listening to you? I can give.
Then let's end this conversation. If you don't listen, if you want to listen to me, go away.
All right. I can stand here.
So can I.
Okay.
We don't have to talk. You don't.
don't.
So you don't need anything more from me then, right?
I don't. I
and
never
you're
did.
Sure you don't want to go down and take out charges?
You're the one that came to me.
No, you said you wanted to go take out charges.
I was kidding. I told you I was teasing already.
I can't tell when you're teasing.
I said I was teasing. Like I clearly said I was teasing. I clearly told you I was a sovereign citizen and I don't believe in these corporate laws. All right? I'm a free man to land. I'm not trying to get you arrested. I'm not trying to get anyone else arrested. Okay? I'm trying to be as peaceful as possible. Yeah, I might say some things that you might not like, right? But that's why there's protected speech. Protected speech is not for things that people like. It's for things that people don't like. And you're crowding me now. You're like, you know. Well, I mean, I don't want to get too close to you, and you might say that you keep fucking walking towards me. Yeah, you walk. See, you're doing that passive aggressive Tom shit. Tom's doing. You're just doing the same passive aggressive shit. I mean, we can see through you. They don't have my address, by the way. He says I might or might not be getting a summons. I gotta walk my piggies. 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 Oh yeah. They try to get me hemmed up, man.
Quick, get the VIN number bar. We need to see it for the record.
Hey, how are you?
Shut the fuck up, Christy. Eat an entire bag of dogs, you sloppy job knocker. Chrissy, shut the joyful up, joyful.
Oh, you don't want you? I'll take them. I'll bring them all to the deputy.
Officer Bao says Tom is a gingerly because he is a gingerly.
You went from arbitrating decibels to returning walkie-talkies.
What I do?
Jesus Christ.
You don't have to call me Jesus Christ. I feel like I've already told you that. You can call me.
Like, get a grip, man. Like, get a grip, for God's sakes. You're the goddamn walkie-talkie guy, for God's sakes, now.
That's all I am, walkie-talkie guy.
You went from possible arrest of a car invader to walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie handler. According to fucking Chrissy, shit, she was under attack or whatever. Fucking nonsense.
Who's Chrissy?
The fact that you guys even took that shit seriously is hilarious.
I'm just here to get walkie-talkies, man.
Like, you actually took that shit seriously, man. Like,
What shit? I don't know what you're talking
that
about.
shit show that you were just a part of, man. You at one point you were like doing a goddamn investigation. Like, what's there to investigate?
I didn't write anything down.
Exactly.
I thought you left.
Well, I obviously didn't.
Is it over?
No. It is not. You have become the content.
I'm the content?
Yes.
Oh, you're gonna lose a lot of followers.
No, I'm getting
My
numbers.
content sucks.
No, you're doing good. Just keep doing
I don't think people like me.
No, you're awesome. We
Watch.
love-
I don't know what you're on, but I watch. Your viewers won't like me.
No, they love you. They're great. They love you. I think you're the best content we've had all goddamn day.
It was a slow day then, huh?
Yeah, it's a slow day.
Next week will be busy. You'll get better stuff than my
It
mom.
will. Hopefully, we don't have to talk. Hopefully, you'll be doing better stuff.
Hey, Ginger Pigger,
Hopefully, I know.
grow up and be a man.
They want you to go out and be a man.
Who, me?
Yeah.
How? Ask them how.
They called you a ginger pigger.
See? Told you, they don't like me.
Most of them are
Hey,
anti-cops.
Ginger Pigger, grow up and be a man.
Most of them are anti-cops, so you just gotta
So
take
the-
it with a grain of salt.
I get that.
You're representing Denham Police well.
Thank you.
Yeah. You stay professional. You stay calm. I think you got razzled like for 1 second when you thought
I
it
don't
was
like a lot of it. I don't like people being victims. That's all.
If anything, I'm the goddamn victim, Mike. All right? If anything. Like, there's no way those people are victims. Stop letting them lie to you.
Come on, pig. Piggy. Come on, piggy.
How does it get the audio to it? Can you control who?
I can't.
That's pretty good.
I can't control any of it.
What's that noise? The change noise.
We like you,
that's me
Mike,
getting paid.
But you're still a
They give you
pig.
money for that?
Oink, oink, piggy, piggy, oink, oink.
Get out of here, really? Hold on.
Well, that's why Chrissy's so mad. You didn't hear her?
I did, but I didn't
We
get
love
it.
the cop. Back the blue.
Wait, you get paid?
Yes.
That's why every time I hear that cha-ching, it's...
Yes. That's why Chrissy was so mad. You overheard it going coming over there.
No. Let me call you when I play here.
You didn't hear it coming up to us being all mad?
I did, but like I said,
That's what she was talking
being
about.
honest, I'm not familiar with that stuff.
Yeah.
So, we're like a Venmo thing?
Nuh-uh. It's PayPal or credit card. It's processed. It's just like any.
And they download right to your account?
No. It's in the chat. There are people chatting, and they just click on a little link, and it makes the software turn the speaker on, and they can attach videos to it. That's what you're hearing is the videos.
But when to attach money, they send it directly to you?
Oh, it costs money to do it.
Oh, so like that pig noise he pays to get the... That's why I'm only hearing noise every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not me.
I get it.
Yeah.
It makes sense, though.
And when I first got here, the same people that were complaining to you, they thought I was doing that. And I was trying to explain to them, look, it's the chatters. Like, it's not me.
How long have you been doing it?
Since 2018.
It's a long time.
It's a few years now.
Is it common? That people pay to like drop a noise or... So I can hear here. Can all your viewers hear what they noise too?
Yeah, they can hear everything. Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's why they watch. They watch to antagonize people. And you were so right earlier when you said, hey, man, I know your content is to troll and whatever.
But I wasn't aware of all this. So
Yeah,
now it makes even more sense, though.
And
why wouldn't you? It's a way to make a living.
And
right?
like I told you, Mike, I wasn't trying to troll them. I was actually trying to hang out with those two.
Okay, so now that I'm not here to hear any other side of the story, this is just me and you. Now it kind of makes sense, though. If they're saying you got in the car to troll them, to get viewers, if they can give you money for that, now I kind of see her point. I'm not saying it's what you were doing, but
Well, it wasn't to troll him though. I was just trying to hang out with him, like
initially.
Because Linda is like someone I talk to every time, so I just assumed it was her vehicle. Like I didn't even think like all this shit was gonna happen. To be honest, like I didn't see all this coming.
It seems like it just went south sideways pretty fast.
Yeah, and like I told you, as soon as I knew that she was upset, dude, like what's a man to do when he makes a mistake?
So
just apologize, right?
Correct.
Like I can't do anything other than that.
So you remember when I came here? Though I was the last one here.
Yeah,
I remember what they were saying. What the other party was saying. Remember what they were saying?
Not really.
They were saying you were threatening them.
Yeah.
And harassing them, and they did all that, right? Then we separated you. The other officers talked to those people. I talked to you. That's what we have to do. You know what I mean?
No, for sure.
And we determined that wasn't the case. There were no threats made. You know what I mean? So you say like he's a liar, this and you're a liar. That's what takes some time. Is we have to figure out the truth, which is usually in the middle. But no, you didn't make any threats inside the car.
He does that to everyone though. It's not
I
just
don't know
me.
I have to start to hang out with you guys more, so I know who's
Well, I'm gonna let you know right now. That Tom guy that came up to you, right?
with glasses.
He has lied to police officers multiple times about people doing things that he perceived as breaking the law.
Does he have one of these things to one of the show like this?
Yeah. And you can see it on his stream. You can watch him do it. Like
so, when I see people doing this, is it usually because they have their own stream? They're not filming video for their own content.
Some might be filming,
you know, but mostly it's for like a channel or something.
Yeah, I do broadcasting. I know Tom does broadcasting.
Yeah. They go through phases. They're on a hold right now because they're replacing one of their operators.
News media.
Whenever they ask for people, they ask for
like YouTube or is it something separate?
I broadcast on YouTube. I think Tom broadcasts on YouTube.
What else is out there besides YouTube that people?
And that's
people stream on Twitch. They stream on Kick, Instagram, Twitter.
Oh yeah, you can do all that live, right?
Yeah, there's Facebook Live. I think people stream on. There's a lot of streaming services that will let people stream.
Well, I mean, most of everything that can be done online.
I just thought it was ridiculous
Phones.
that they would try to get someone hemmed up. I mean, like between me and you, right? Their intent was to get someone hemmed up, regardless if it was me or anyone else.
But when we show up, we don't know you don't know them. When they're saying you threaten them, that's what takes a little bit of time before we can figure out that wasn't true.
For sure.
All right.
So that's what he said. He said I threatened them.
Yeah, he said it right in front of you. You were in the car and you made threats.
Jesus Christ.
So, but you did,
Now, accidentally calls that.
But you do understand, going forward, you won't jump in someone's car. You thought you were welcome.
But it's best to protect because I get it. Even if my
here's the
computer
fucked
isn't
up part,
open,
man.
I'll get it on.
Like if he really truly would have done it right, he would have reacted right away versus waiting for it to fucking unfold and then coming to the cops afterwards. Like I was there the whole time. Like, you know what I mean? He was never fucking threatened.
You were told to just jump out of the car right away, which would be a normal reaction.
Basically, they just
had to determine
he
sat there and like had a whole combo with her about
an email,
a phone app that lets him see everyone's phone in the area or something like that. I don't exactly recall what he was talking about.
And then there is a food safety orientation that I do have to do in person.
I just want to keep everybody calm, get along, and well, nobody's going to get along, but keep it civil, right? You can't make everybody get along, but keep it civil and agree to disagree on certain things.
If you really want to know,
not in Monroe. I have another position
at any of these things.
They're really hot on the background.
If I was you, I would go on Tom CPU's channel.
Is
Tom CPU on YouTube.
Okay. Tom CPU.
And you can watch like every day of what he does.
Was he streaming when you get in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody. I was streaming. He was streaming. Everybody was streaming.
Okay.
Like, that's why I was like, well, he lied to you, man, because like we can go back to the stream and watch.
Right, but I couldn't. We had to determine that.
Right. But if you go and watch him, and you know, if you have the time to, you'll see him doing the same shit to other people.
Years ago, I don't even care what.
To the guy that showed up the other day, dude. There was a guy that showed up the other day, right? Yes, he was anti-Karen Reed, and yes, they're pro-Karen Reed, and they don't like that. But they were like blocking him. They were using signs, putting in his face.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree. You can't be doing that.
You know, and their justification for that. And I'm not even against them doing that. Like, they do whatever they want. I don't care. I'm here for myself. But their justification for that was to protect Karen Reed. Karen Reed doesn't need to be protected from anyone. Like, I mean, there's all these officers here, there's state police here. She doesn't need a band of people to like push people away that have a different opinion.
Just watch what's going on. Don't get involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, no pause. It's a beautiful day. Looks like everybody's going. I'm not going to tie you up here.
Enjoy your day.
Nice to meet you.
I appreciate you not getting violent.
Out here, but I'll make sure I say hello when I see you.
That'll be great, Mike. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Take care now.
I appreciate you not getting violent.
Get out of here! Oh shit. Tom said he was gonna do some shit. He said he was gonna go to the back seat and mob me or something. I was like, "You're a goddamn pussy, man. You're not doing fuck all." But I'm the last Toto rider. I'm the last and only Toto rider. Is there any turtle signs left behind? We need to see if there's any turtle signs left behind. They were shocked when I was going off. Shit. I was like, shut the fuck up, man. Kate Peters slapped the fuck out of you. And she'll pull in your squaggly ass hair, man. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shit. We need to get that Prius girl to come back, man. Oh, shit. Where's that goddamn Prius girl, man? He went and told on me for air fapping. He tried to get me hemmed up with the cops, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. Why'd they try to hem me up, man? I thought they were victims, man. I thought everybody was welcome, man. I thought everybody was welcome to come out here. Yeah. I guess not, man. Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm the last turtle rider. Massachusetts straight dookie. You don't like Massachusetts? Come on. I'm hide behind this figure right here. He's gonna turn around and boom. I'm behind. I'm hidden. Figure turn around. I'm hidden. He's gonna wonder where I'm at. He just threatened. You just said Kate Peters is gonna smash my head in. Yo. Those people are owned by Kate Peters, man. Kate Peters has all the real estate, man. Kate Peters has the most real estate in Massachusetts. He went that way. He turned around on me. Kate Peters has more real estate in Massachusetts than anyone I know, man. Yo. Shit. That lady was so mad. I said, shut the fuck up, man. Kate Peters is gonna kick your ass. She was like, no, she's not. I was like, look, man, I've met Kate, man, and she would just stomp your fucking little head in, man. Oh, shit. This puny little ratchet little bitch thinks she's tough. Like, lady. If you even go anywhere near fucking trying to fight Kate, she'll just smash your fucking head in, man. Like it won't even be a fucking match. Like, You have no idea. Yeah. And that's like factual. I'm not trying to like, hate on her. I'm just letting her know that she's a little caught up in the Turtle Boy sauce, right? Like, and she's saying some delusional shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're in fucking mania, man. That lady's what, like 5'4", 110 pounds, trying to square off with people? Like, get a grip, man. The fuck? Get a goddamn grip, man. It is a beautiful day. I appreciate all the TTSs today. Kate lives rent free. Yeah, I was talking to that one guy, and out of nowhere, he was like, "Kate Peters." I just started laughing. I was like, "Look, man." Like, you just said something about Michael Morrissey, right? And now you're saying something about Kate out of nowhere, like. That shit was so funny to me, man. The old man accusing me of working for Morrissey. Hey, how are you? He's like, you were at Morrissey's. You're at Morrissey's. You're at Morrissey's. Hey there, ladies, buddy. Oh, it smells good in here. Hey there, friends.
Hey.
You work here?
Yes.
You have a sticker here.
Yes. That's for the delivery.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to inform you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what we're just waiting on it.
Yeah, you check close the door.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let me just walk through here. It smells good.
Oh, yeah, it's got a lot of good candles in.
Yes, it smells good. It smells magnificent in here. Oh, get some pepper teeth there.
Is he muted?
I want a report. He sat in the car. I was like, you guys know this shit's stupid as fuck, right? What do you want me to do? Go sit in jail, man? You want me to sit in jail for a day, man? Does that make you feel better, man?
Good. Good. We're listening to the oral arguments in SCOTUS, and now we're watching Bow.
She said she has to take her car to a sweet place for test her car for trackers. Yeah, she's in mania, man. She's in mania bad. It's full-blown mania. I got to get out of here, man. This shit's too much. Shit. I appreciate all the TTSs today. Thank you. Thank you, Hot Dog Sauce. Thank you, M. Baker. Thank you, Baby Vato. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, KCM. Thank you, Bowser. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate again. Thank you, Ripper Jack. Thank you, S500. Thank you, No. Thank you, Crashies. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, HardAtWork. Thank you, Aiden again. Thank you, Aiden again. Thank you, Baby Vato. Thank you, Hot Dog Sauce. Thank you, Baby Vato. Thank you, Derek Disson. Thank you, Jack Ripper Media. Thank you, Aiden again. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Jack Ripper again. Thank you, Jack Ripper again. Did you guys enjoy the feed? Are you guys enjoying the feed, man? The feed's over, man. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. My hair's caught. God damn it. My hair's caught in the tight back. Karma just came back and got me. My hair's caught my back crack. God damn it. Oh, karma just got me so bad. Oh, karma just got me so bad. Oh, my hair's stuck. Oh, karma. Oh, karma. Oh, my God. My hair's stuck. Oh, there it is. I hope you guys enjoyed the feed, man. That's the best I can do, man. I'm out of here, man. I'll be back. Did you leave the Apple tag? I don't, for her to simply say that shit is asinine, man. Like, no one gives a fuck about Chrissy to where they want to track her. Like, that's just stupid for her to think that. Bye, y'all.
Later, Bowski. This was earlier.
How you doing, man?
Good, good.
This room is actually not open. What? Yeah.
Shiny badge, don't grant extra rights.
If you try to look me up at my house, you'll regret it.
Oh, really? I don't like your attitude, first of
Keep
all.
messing with me, you're gonna be on the ground. Excuse me, I'm looking up.
Oh, okay.
I have to close down the computer.
Wow. Look at that.
Now, are you filming me right now?
I'm recording everything here.
What for?
You never know what's going to happen next. What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today in the town of Baldwin, Maine, for our First Amendment audit at the town hall. Today, we're going to be conducting a First Amendment audit to see if they respect our rights to record here in public. Today's date is April 19th, 2024. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate all your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England area. Always check a description. All links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England states. We're going to get into it here, guys. Enjoy the video. All right, let's take a look around inside the town office building of Baldwin, Maine. We'll take a tour, possibly pull some public records, and see how much they love my camera.
These are the printers that are available right here. This is what I got.
It's always deemed necessary to record in a public building, especially a town office. How you doing? Guys of the planning board?
Oh, that was hilarious stream.
I just saw sunset.
Well, I was back and forth.
Oh, I was just wondering if this was a planning board.
No, I'm code enforcement.
Oh, code enforcement. You a constable or?
No.
Oh, okay. I know some code enforcement. Yeah, okay. All right, cool.
Who exactly are you?
I'm just taking a tour of the building. That's all. Yeah. Interesting. Huh?
Just taking a tour.
Just taking a tour and why not? Right? Why not? You work here or what do you do? What's your You're on the plan. I asked you that.
No, you said it's just the planning board meeting.
Well, no, you guys are the planning board?
No.
Oh.
What are you looking for?
Well, no, I didn't say meeting. I was just saying planning
board meets in this
room. You are. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Cool.
You good?
I think so.
All righty.
Thank you.
That's animal control over there.
Right there. It's got a little small spot in it.
All right, sorry guys. I'm at work. So I have to actually do some work.
Are you done?
Yep.
Can I take that? Awesome, man. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it. Good day.
Go.
meetings. It's kind of an old building. Kind of looks like a school of some sort.
Percentage now. Probably gonna kill it after this. Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Good, good.
This room is actually not open to public.
Oh, 100% it is, man. 100%. People come in here for meetings, right?
When it's open.
Yeah, it's open. The door's open.
Was it unlocked?
Of course it's unlocked. It should be unlocked. Yeah. Yeah, just taking a look at, where you guys have your meetings, and there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, I just caught me off guard. I was like, oh.
No. Oh.
My bad.
The people are supposed to be in there.
What? Yeah.
Me.
Okay. Nothing wrong with it.
Jeez. Hey, how are you? When I am right, nobody remembers. When I am wrong, nobody forgets. Oh, I thought your office was over there in the planning board area.
I do have an office over there, a desk over there.
You get two of them?
No, I do not.
Oh.
I'm just using this computer because that computer's slow. Yeah.
Gets work done a little bit faster over here?
Does get work done a little bit.
No complaints on that. None at all. What office is this? Clerks or?
This is the town clerk's office.
Town clerks. Yeah, I thought I saw that.
They got the rooms on it.
Yep. Used to be a school, looks like.
How you doing?
You put a bug in my car.
Excuse me, sir, what are you doing now?
The same thing I was doing about 10 minutes ago.
This office is closed.
I can't hear you.
The office is closed.
Oh, you're closed?
Closed.
Oh, yeah, it looks like you have 5 more minutes.
It's not here. But I have to send it. I have to do another one.
Okay, yeah, go do them.
What exactly, who are you? What's your badge? I want to see
My
that.
badge?
Yeah, I can't read it.
Oh, it says shiny badges don't grant extra rights. Badge number 869.
Exactly that.
What do you
Never
mean?
heard of it.
Never heard of a badge?
Never heard of whatever that's on the badge. Do you have a card or something?
I don't have
But
any
you were
business
happy to
cards.
take mine, weren't you?
Well, yeah, it's.
Excuse me, I'm looking up.
Oh, okay.
I have to close down the computers and
Oh.
everything.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Have a nice day.
You too.
If you try to look me up at my house, you'll regret it.
Oh, really? Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. I don't see why I would.
You better not.
Why? Oh, now I'm definitely going to. What are you gonna do about it? Okay. No, I don't think I will. Let's go back to work, Don.
Yeah, I like that. That badge is pretty cool. Let's move into another area where he can't see us through the little crack in the window.
Old man River. Don't get tough with me, Don.
This shit's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm right here now.
Yeah, he has that right.
He has no right to come on my property.
No, he doesn't have right.
What are you talking about?
Definitely going there next. If you try to look me up at my house, you'll regret it.
Oh, really? Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. I didn't say that.
No, he's fine. He's not going nowhere though.
What are you filming?
He can't. He can only do the. He can only do public places.
You get into it.
Admit what?
You just said you were coming to my house.
You assumed that I was.
You said you were.
I didn't. I don't know. I
Oh,
mean,
you're not going to his house.
I'm not going to answer that question. Why would I?
Well,
You a cop?
No,
What are you?
not a cop.
What's the badge mean?
okay. 10. He's got 10 copies? Oh, okay. He's got, okay. All right. Thanks, Don.
Maybe you should put him on a leash, huh?
You have to ask him. I don't know who he is. He's just.
I'm just a normal,
What are you
everyday
doing
citizen. Who are you?
I'm just somebody down here
Me-
trying to get two flags, the American flags up on
Beautiful.
107 that are shredded, hanging
Sweet.
up, and nobody takes them down.
Yeah, hopefully not, right? Yeah.
You want something to film? Go film them flags up there
Where's that?
on 107.
Who did it? Somebody destroyed him?
No, they're just shredded. They've been up for so long, nobody took them down.
Owner, then we can't do anything about that.
It's on private property.
It's private flag. The other one probably is a town one, and I will get
Well,
Alan.
the one up, the further one up is.
I know. I'll talk to Alan about that
Let me
one.
ask you something. What if I was to take that flag down?
On private property? One, you'd be
No,
trespassing.
it's not on, I don't think it's on private property. It's right on the road. It's a telephone pole on the road.
Well, why would you want to take a flag down,
You don't own
though?
the telephone pole, does he?
Well, why would you want to take an American flag down?
It's shredded, man.
Then replace it.
It ain't my flag.
It's everybody's flag.
I don't like it shredded.
Me neither.
Now, are you filming me right now?
I'm recording everything here.
What for?
You never know what's going to happen next.
It's their right, Andy.
I appreciate that.
Where is he, though?
Huh?
Who's he with?
I'm with myself. I'm not with anybody.
Is this a private citizen?
It's just a private citizen, man.
What are you filming it for? You going on TV or internet or what?
Maybe. Could be.
What's the badge mean?
I don't know if you want to read it. I'd rather have you guys read it. Oh, don't touch me, please. Appreciate that. I'll hold it up for you. But...
Shiny badge don't grant extra rights.
You like it?
No, I think you're a nutcase.
Oh, jeez.
How's that?
Okay.
No,
I could say the same about you.
I wouldn't say it too much.
Well, I wouldn't either if I was you.
Hey, guys. Come on.
I mean, he's starting this. I'm just
I'm
responding.
just wondering what you're doing.
I don't think it's any of your
I don't like
business,
being
Andy.
filmed.
I don't think it's any of your business. I don't like your attitude, first of
You're
all.
messing with me, you're gonna be on the ground.
I didn't see ya. You're going to threaten me now?
No, I'm not threatening you.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll take care of you.
You're gonna threaten me now?
I will. It's probably best you walk away then, huh?
You're only good.
Oh, I will. No. I know I can, but I'm not going to have people like that putting their hands on me, okay, and then talk.
Well, he's actually a piece of federal, like he's a.
Even more of a reason why he should know why I have a right to do this, and it's sad that he doesn't, to be honest. I appreciate that, but I'm not going to sit here and take it either.
Well, you don't try to. Don't need to run after him.
I'm not. He's right there. Come on. I'm not going after him. I'm not here to cause problems. Maybe he should replace a flag on his own, no? Yes, of course you can. If it's on public property.
Not that one.
No.
Yeah, we've already been to the selectmen and the
So what's going on? What is he talking about exactly? I mean, is it on? There's a flag on a
The fire department put up all these flags along 113
Okay.
and 107.
What, like on the poles?
On every pole.
Okay.
Yeah. East Baldwin, North Baldwin's got 94 flags they put, and an 87-year-old man from the fire department puts them up every year.
Okay.
They're getting ready to redo them. The one that he's talking about is the fire department didn't put that. The private owner did.
So it's on private property, or at least you don't know that yet?
I don't know, but we've gone to the selectmen and they basically said they can't do anything because it's not ours. It's not the town flag.
Yeah. And you said the fire department did it, right?
The fire department does.
So why doesn't he should just go to the fire department, get another flag, and have them put it in? Yeah, but you're not the right source.
I know. We're the front people. So.
Did you tell him to go to the fire department?
No, I told him I would talk to the selectmen, and I did this already. And
So why don't you reach, and this is just my point of view, maybe you should reach out yourself to the fire department and let them know.
Oh, we did.
Oh, you did?
The gentleman that put the flags up is the one that says that that's not his flag. So he's the fire department.
I get you. Makes sense. I could see why he's a little distraught about it. He is a veteran. I get it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like I said, if it was on public property, I would just get another flag. If it's on private, maybe talk to the owner.
Yeah. Yeah. He could drive down and talk to you.
I mean, he could drive on the property, talk to him, and if he tells him to leave, leave. If not, then say, hey, look, I'll get a new flag and I'll put it up.
No, I agree.
I would.
All right. Well, this is pretty boring.
Have a good day, sir. You too, sir. Thank you. Huh. I'm everywhere. I am everywhere, man. Why you try to keep talking like behind my back, man? Don't be afraid, man. You can say it to my face. Gotta get your license plate first. There you go. Go enforcement. Ooh, wow. Look at that. Oh, he drives town vehicles, huh?
Yeah. So they're having a private meeting apparently in a private room, and they're asking the law department what to do about it. So I guess we'll see what the determination is. Go ahead and give you a call when they come back and give me a straight answer.
Apparently, we can record the security
Okay,
and come up
at
here with
this
her.
number right here. Okay. Sounds good. I'll see who I can speak to get that moving. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So
Gary.
create yourself some privacy by turning down the lights in there.
So we're gonna see if we can get the
See that? She's
law
turning off the
department
lights and
contact.
close her drapes on us.
No, that's the type of place that
I
this-
guess when she went to go get security, that's what she found out, that she's got to hide, that she wants the privacy in
It's very
public.
important that we hide everything from the public.
Open public meeting here. We're live and we are statically recording here.
Are you getting a good signal?
They say the picture's looking clear at home.
Hey, if anybody has any questions about Board of Assessment review and what's going on here, you have to answer.
I missed it. Of course,
Working on getting us out of here from the open.
probably get taken down.
Did I hear that correct? You're working on ejecting us from a public meeting for recording? I'm talking to Well, you guys going back into executive session? So we can go back in.
Well, no, not yet, not yet. We didn't start.
I know, but
We're not going this.
what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm standing here talking to you like that. Waiting for that, we're waiting for the assessor, right? We're waiting for the assessor staff to come back.
Why aren't
We
they?
can't do any, I can't answer that. We can't do anything for the
Why do you
assessor.
think that?
Yeah, they hate Karen.
What do you mean you can't answer that? Because we're recording.
Bill, went out there and tried to get next to
Bill,
Yeah.
can you please go back in and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Bill, the reason that she's not here is because we're recording and
I
is
understand.
Do you agree with the fact that this
No.
is?
I wouldn't give Bill a hard time. Bill understands the laws. I think Bill understands the laws.
I don't need to answer your questions about anything like that. I understand.
But if
We're
it
here.
can be, it would be good for the public to know.
I'm
Be
not talking to the
transparent.
public, I'm talking to you.
You're talking to the public right now.
No, I'm talking to you.
You're
I'm
a
talking-
member of the board. And the public.
We will, as soon as the assessor staff gets here, we'll convene a meeting.
Guys, hit that thumbs up. Maybe the staff will get here. Bill, I appreciate you. I understand that you understand the law. I know you know this is bogus that they're holding it up. I know this has nothing to do with you.
it's going to be really bad for the city if they don't move forward with these hearings.
Don't give Bill a hard time. He's a good guy.
I'm just making everybody aware. I don't know if they fully consider the legal consequences of refusing to hold an open public meeting for Board of Assessment review because someone's recording. This happens in Syracuse and many other locations throughout upstate New York. I don't understand why it's such an issue, unless there's something to hide with respect to the real estate documents. But I guess we'll find that out.
Hey.
How we doing?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Mr. McIntyre?
You ready to start?
I'm just gonna sit here for a minute. Listen, you guys go ahead. How you been, man?
What I've been doing.
Okay. Listen.
We have to get involved in this meeting.
I'm okay. Just you know how we do it.
Yeah, it was his open public meeting.
Are you in the meeting?
Yeah.
Has the law department confirmed that I'm correct? You know if we're going to start the hearing.
Okay. How you doing, sir? Good. You good, man?
Yeah, we're good. We're just here. I'm peaceful. You know me. I'm no stranger. It's nice seeing you, Mr. McIntyre. It's been a minute. Yeah. Nah, this year is the first time down here. I'm definitely busy. The YouTube, the channel has just rolled 122,000 subscribers, man. All right. Down the corner.
So what did the law department say?
Okay.
I guess they told her she can go home and pout.
Yeah, we said that's the law of the game right there.
Excuse me. We are going to hold a meeting.
Absolutely. That's all we're asking for.
Okay. So, this is we're in the board. This is a formal hearing. And, with that being said, I'm going to ask you to please raise your right hand and swear or affirm that the information you're about to give is correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stephen Polano for the property owners.
Will be the property owner.
Well, I've got 18 here.
Okay, we're talking about 94 Berkeley.
94 Berkeley, that's on there.
What's the property owner's name?
We have Renee Spang.
Okay.
Do we have any other Rochester City employees that are going to be presenting?
Excuse me. I'm conducting the meeting.
Well, we need to swear them in.
No, you do not.
Yeah, they're going to get testimony. They have to
Excuse
be sworn
me.
in.
I'm the chair.
That's fine.
Okay.
But you still have to follow the law.
Please follow my instructions.
I'm going to follow the law.
Okay. So.
Are you going to swear in the other members?
If you don't conduct yourself in an orderly fashion, you be careful. If you don't conduct yourself in an orderly fashion, I'm gonna ask you to
I'm
leave.
simply requesting that you swear in the people presenting the
People,
Can you
the
do it?
people who are here have been sworn in.
Can you do it again so I can witness it?
Excuse me.
You're refusing to swear their name out
They've
first?
been
Excuse
sworn
me.
in.
Can we see evidence of that? I need to ensure they're under oath. It may be good just to get someone from the law department up here to agency.
They've been sworn in. They've been sworn in.
So you're affirming, Mr. Sullivan, that they have been sworn in?
That is correct.
Can the other two members of the board affirm that they've been sworn in today?
Now, if you're not gonna conduct yourself in an orderly fashion, I'm gonna ask you to leave.
I don't understand what's been disordered.
Okay, so let me finish with this. You are here in reference to 94 Berkeley Street. It's a two-family residence. The city's 2024-25 assessment is $527,000.
Stop playing with your fucking phone, dude.
The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $465,000. The next property is 570. who are you representing?
5.
Okay, that's a two-family residence. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $704,300. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $490,000. Next property is, and who is you representing? Okay, it's a single-family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $669,900. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $508,800. The next property, 330. It is a single-family home. Who are you representing?
I'm just trying to put these in order while you're going through.
334 Sandgate. Okay. And the city's 2024 tentative assessment is $695,900. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $598,000. The next property is 91.
Just a second, I'm going to find the very specific information so I can find this in order. Can you get that address again?
Okay, and that's a single family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $257,000. The property owner current full market value is $197,000. Next property, 80. Okay, and the city's 2024 tentative assessment is $557,300. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $397,700.
I don't see it. Furman.
Hello.
57 Furman. I can provide that data if you need it.
I may speak with Norman.
Can I ask who's calling?
Next property is.
Yes, this is Louise calling on behalf of Business White Papers. An independent research firm in a recorded line.
I'm not interested. Thank you.
No problem.
And the city's it's a single family home. The city's tentative assessment is, the city's 2024 tentative assessment is $149,400. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $99,200. Next property is
360 Beaches.
It's a single family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $617,000. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $550,000. And 580.
581. The other three gentlemen. 360.
Okay. It's a single family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $135,600, and the property owner's estimate of current full market value is $86,600. I'm gonna stop right there, because I don't wanna hold the assessors up. Who's gotta be first? You're all good? Okay. You're good, then I'll continue. I know that we're running multiple boards. I don't wanna hold it that way. 368 Beach Avenue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If it would have been an FOP, I would have kept them on the line for a bit longer, but I'm not doing the surgery.
Single-family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $565,700. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $490,000. Next property, 682 Beach Avenue.
Do you need that data?
No, what is, there's more information about the owner.
Oh, and trustee,
Okay, of,
Joan M. Price, 2007 Revocable Trust.
okay, and this is a single family home, and this city's 2024 census assessment is $512,600. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $450,000. Next property, 84 Mern Street.
Margaret Suter.
And it's a single family home. The city's 2024 census assessment is $110,100. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $84,700. The next property is Norton.
Maybe looking for another job soon. I pissed off my boss.
And the city's 2024 census assessment is $142,400. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $79,400. Next property, 109.
Michelle.
And it's a single family home. The city's 2024 census assessment is $231,400. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $196,500. Were we able to find it at the firm?
Got a tentative assessment of 400,200 on that.
We're not gonna
Estimate of
address it
336.
unless we have it in our hand.
I'm just saying I can provide the data.
How about Ashford, you have Ashford, or Jersey, or where?
No, they're not in the files.
Okay. So you must be misfiled, and we'll come back to it.
Yeah, here we are. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Bingo.
Okay. 57 Furman Crest.
Meyer.
Okay. And the city, it's a single family. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $400,200. And the property owner's estimate of current full market value is $336,000. 228 Ashwood Drive. Okay, it's a single family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $130,900. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $83,050.
33050.
Next property, 44 Georgie Street.
Joseph F.
Okay, it's a two-family home. The assessment, 2024 census assessment is $190,600. The property owner's estimate of current full market value is $146,000.
Usually they only do these assessments every 10 years. I'm wondering if they're doing them continually so they can raise the taxes on these people. And that's what he's helping them fight.
It's a single family home. The city's 2024 tentative assessment is $153,800. And the property owner's estimate of current full market value is $107,000. Okay, we're starting with 94 Berkeley Street. You did provide us with the CMA. Please, tell us what your currently using, if you'd like to put it on there.
Well, I just have a quick question for the board. You mentioned at the beginning everyone has real estate valuation experience. Could you state for the members of the meeting what that experience is one by one? So we're
No, I'm not. We're going to continue with the meeting.
Would the other members please do that? Would you be open to doing that?
You were appointed by city council and members of the board. Please answer the question.
So you're not going to answer
Right.
my question? Okay. Yeah, so you've got my comparative market analysis. Do we have any data from the city to compare to? Because you've had this for about a month now.
Excuse me. I run the meeting. You give us your information and then I will call on the city to do the Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the comparables presented, we've got 230 Oxford Street in Rochester, 190 to 192 Oxford Street in Rochester. We've got 78 Oxford Street in Rochester, 72 Belmont Street in Rochester, 525 Oxford Street in Rochester, 1160 Monroe Avenue in Rochester, and 160 Pinnacle Road in Rochester. I'll point out the CMAs in full color. We have images to show the state of the properties. So it's simple to compare these from an exterior standpoint. All of our adjustments are clearly stated. We have a narrative at the close that explains how we arrived at these adjustments. We have well beyond the 3 comparables that are generally provided by the city. And we have a CMA map layout that shows the proximity of the comparables to the subject property. I'd like to point out a couple things. So who from the city is presenting this?
Please.
And you were, sir? Was he sworn in? He needs to be sworn in. He's going to offer testimony.
Are you going to run this meeting or am I going to run the meeting?
Well, I'd like you to run it.
You're running out of time.
You've got to conform to the law.
You're running out of time.
How much time do we have?
You have 5 minutes.
That seems like an arbitrary number. Are we going to swear?
Okay, I'm going to give you one more time.
If
Follow
he's
my
going
instructions.
to give testimony, he has to be sworn in.
He has been sworn in.
Can the other board members affirm that?
You're going to continue or no? Because if you're not, you can leave.
Are you here to deal with these properties?
Yes.
You're here to create a show?
No, I'm here to deal with them in conformance with the law.
It appears you're more interested in creating some kind of a show.
I'm interested in conducting this meeting the way it's supposed to be conducted.
And we are doing precisely what should be conducted.
You
We
agree that
conduct
the
They've
presenter
been
of
sworn
evidence.
in.
Okay, so can you tell me about your appraisal experience? I'm not able to ask you questions. Are you going to explain the comparables?
Okay, he's done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so looking at the property, we have a 2-family home, 5 bedrooms, 4 full baths, and a full basement. City recommends a no change. We have the property set at $94,800, which equates to $123 round up, $124 per foot. So we got the 4 sales with most success value. The most recent sale for sold in late November 23 for $65,000, which equates to $128 a square foot. One.
That's crazy, Anna.
January 22 for $453,000, which equated to $131 a square foot. 2. These are all 4 comps. Our 2-family homes have sold. Comp 2 sold in September of 21 for $455,000, which equated to $147 a square foot. Comp 3 sold in June of 22, which sold for $499,900, which equates to $163 a square foot. We round up 164. The city got a no change for the property based on the following sales in the neighborhood of subject property.
And no change to what?
We are at $494,800.
Is that what it was?
We actually so we had $527,000. The city recommended lower value $490,000.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, can I get that again? What we're recommending the lower figure?
494.
494,000. I just have a quick question, if I may. The data that's on this comp sheet, I mean, what would we call this? Is this an actual? This doesn't seem like a legitimate appraisal. And I just asked the board, what seems to be a better indicator of full market value? Is this much more voluminous report with more data? I mean, we can't even figure out what is the exterior condition of these comps? Where are they located in relation to the subject property? This just seems like it's grossly inadequate. And the other issue I just want to point out before we move forward is the full market value assigned to these properties on 2024 roll differs from the valuation on this appraisal sheet, all of that. we're valuing these properties as of July 1, 2024. So this, for instance, 80 Brunswick Ave can't be worth both 544, 800 and 453,000 at the same time. Can I finish my statement?
No, you
why
cannot.
can I not finish my
Because
statement?
you're out of time.
Is it because it's inconvenient to acknowledge that mistakes
517
were made on the roll?
517 Park Avenue.
517 Park Avenue. So once again, based on our comparables, we're looking at a full market value of $490,000. We've got 39 Vic Park A in Rochester, 230 Oxford Street in Rochester, 7 Portsmouth Terrace in Rochester, 78 Oxford Street in Rochester, 48 Berkshire Street in Rochester, 80 Brunswick Street in Rochester, 229 Culver Road in Rochester, 525 Oxford Street in Rochester, 8020 Calumet Street in Rochester, 116 Monroe Avenue, 50 Faraday Street, 28 Windsor Street, both in the city. Significant number of comps. On the high side, we had 4995, adjustable comp price. On the high side, 53730. On the low side, 400K and 374. Once again, I really hope that this isn't going to be the theme throughout this whole hearing, because it's basically nothing. On the map layout, it shows where all the other comparables are relevant to the subject property. So I think this is a better indicator of full market value.
Okay, you can start.
So we have assessed that value for 517 Park Avenue at $704,300. The city recommends a reduction based on pre-sales to $623,000, based on the pre-sales from this property. Again, this is a two-family home with 5 bedrooms, 4 full baths, and 1 half bath and full basement. So 3723 square feet. We gathered pre-sales to come up with this assessed value. All 3 are 2-family homes in the neighborhood. Sale 1 sold in 22 for $475,000. Of course, at the time adjustments were made for this property, which sold was equated to $184 a square foot, 182 if you round up.
Hey, Grego.
Barrington Street, also sold in 22 for $530,000.
You're not that far behind.
Characteristics to the subject.
100K, easy to make up.
$24 per square foot, 400,000 round up. And sale 3, 181, 183.
I haven't been making many of the night ones on the stream on night ones.
So the city recommended a lower assessed value to $623,000, which equated to $167 a square foot based on the pre-sale. So the city feels we're in the range of these pre-sales. That's why I recommend the lower value.
Okay. Next property is 1600 Highland Avenue.
I just have a question on this comp sheet. The data that's listed here, comps 1, 2, and 3, these are just the sales numbers, correct? So, and you said the adjustments were made. What were those adjustments? What were those based on? What were the final numbers for these comps?
Anything we come up with the adjustments after I create the difference of bedroom count, difference of lot size, bathroom count, square footage, the fireplace, the attached garage, non-attached garage, those adjustments were based on the difference in those adjustments.
I understand the concept, but what were the specific adjustments? For instance, 101 Edgerton, you had a sale price of $475K listed for March 15th of 2022. When I looked that up on the final assessment roll here, it's at $538,200. Is that the value that's integrated into this comp sheet? Okay, can I get that? Can I get that data? Can I get that to close the meeting, or can I get into the context of the meeting?
Well, no, you got the sales.
Well, yeah, but I need to understand,
1600
are you using the same numbers that are on the roll, or are you adjusting it further? I want to make sure
We're
that
using the sales price for the property sold for. We have to make adjustments if you understand the
I
appraisal
do.
prices.
I do understand.
Adjustments are made to each property for the different characteristics.
Yeah.
We're not putting the adjustment price on the roll, the sale price.
No, but that's not the case, because you adjusted up from the 2022 sale price for 101 Edgerton. And I understand that, $538,200 is what you adjusted up to. That's what's on the roll as of July 1, 2022, your evaluation. Well, my question, because we don't see here what the final numbers are. Are you taking all the final values that are on the assessment book for these properties and averaging those to determine
No,
what
there's
this
an
number is?
adjustment is made to the characteristics.
So what's the adjustment then?
For the difference in the characteristics of
I need a
property.
specific number of how to adjust.
Okay, we need to move on. 1600 Highland Avenue.
Not gonna answer that question.
1600 Highland Avenue.
It seems like that data is very important to understand if this is a.
1600 Highland Avenue. I'm gonna say that only one last time. I have to keep repeating myself. I will move on.
Right, 1600 Highland Avenue. Aren't comparable, so it's very extensive. Well documented with exterior photos and a map demonstrating the proximity of the comparables to the subject property, very proximal. We have a recommended price of $508,800. And to go through our comps once again, we've got, these are all in Rochester, 450 Cobbshill Drive, 1363 Highland Avenue, 347 Cobbshill Drive, 33 Castle Bar Road, 2060 Highland Avenue, 60 Argyle Street, 405 Westminster Road, 94 Barrington Street. So significant number of comparables. On the low end, for the adjusted comp price, 3885. On the high end, 6391. So once again, we arrive at 508.
All right, so the city recommends a no change to the property. We have to assess that $600,900, which equates to 227,000 square foot. The subject property has 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, 1.5 baths, and a partial basement. All 4 cells within the immediate neighborhood of the subject property. If you take a look at comp 1, there was the most comparable to the subject property. Same street as the subject with same bedroom count, same bathroom count, same half bathroom count, but also has a full basement, unlike the subject property which has a partial basement. Comp 1 sold in late 23 for $607,500, which equated to $247.
AR&R.
Exactly where we have the subject property.
You're not a-
The comp 1 has a full finished basement, as well as like I said, 1,200 square foot finished basement. If you take a look at comp 2, 3, and 4, also recent sales. Comp 2 sold $561,000 with 1 less bedroom, 1 less full bathroom, and does not have a half bath and a full basement. So for $561,000, it's $249,250 square foot.
Refix you R&R.
Comp 3, similar characteristics, except it has a 1 exterior full bath and does not have a half bath. Sold in 22 for $610,000, which equated to $240 square foot. The city recommends a no change based on the following sales. They're pretty consistent in that neighborhood.
I want to go back to what is listed as comps in our CMA. I just want to point out when I'm talking about adjustments, like for instance, when we look at 450 Cobbshill Drive at the top. When I say adjustments, I mean, 5 bedrooms versus 4. It's the subject property. We adjusted down 28,100. Partial basement versus exterior walk of bulkhead door for the 450 Cobbshill Drive. We adjusted down 12,500. Those are the adjustments, that data that I'm looking for, so that we can determine if this value is legitimate. Can we get those values from the city or not?
334 San Gabriel Drive.
I'm asking the members of the board, can we get those values or not?
334 San Gabriel Drive.
This process is apparently. That's the only way we're going to be able. That's the only way we're going to.
What did you say?
That's the only way we're
What
going to
did
be
you
able
say?
to determine if these values are accurate.
334 San
Do
Gabriel
you agree or
Drive.
disagree?
We will determine if the values are accurate.
Well, I think the data will.
Okay, moving on to the next one. 91 Pinnacle Road.
We didn't complete 334 San Gabriel.
If you don't reply as soon as
I was replying to another member of the board.
I'm going to give you one last time to
That's
do that.
fine.
If you do that again, I will skip the property.
I don't think that's a good
334
idea.
San. Whether you think it's a good idea or not, it will happen.
Big Red over here is definitely running the show.
San Gabriel Drive.
We have a value of $598,000.
Nice face diaper too.
Again, extensive list of comps, all photo documented, so we can see the exterior condition of these, which is very important to determine if they're comparable. We've got map locations once again to show how close the comps are to the property, very proximate. All sales within range here. 2022 and 2023 sales, very, very proximal to valuation date of July 1, 2023. And we were looking at 2060 Highland Avenue, 33 Castle Bar Road, 347 Cobbsville Drive, 450 Cobbsville Drive, 915 Harvard Street, 37 Calumet Street, 50 Beverly Street, 44 Beverly Street.
Hell yeah, Anna.
Again, adjusted comp price on the low end 3529, on the high end 6758. And that gets us to 598.
All right, so we had, the original assessment for this property was $695,900. The city recommends a reduction to $625,000, which is $2 per square foot, based on the following in the neighborhood subject. Subject is a single family home with 4 bedrooms, 4 full baths, 1.5 baths, full basement, a little over 3,100 square feet. Comp 4, like I said, we have 4 comps. Comp 4 is actually on the same street as the subject property. Does have 1 less story, 1 less bedroom, 3 bedrooms, doesn't have a half bath, 2 less full baths. That sold in 23 for 560 units back. 250 if you round up square foot. So the following comps are all in the immediate neighborhood of the subject. So, like I mentioned, comp 4 is on the same street as the subject property, but we think comp 2 is more the same characteristics as the subject property. 4 bedrooms, 4 full baths, 4 basement. Has less square footage, total 10,000, $240. But all the sales are in the immediate neighborhood of the subject. Comp 1 sold for $27,000 square foot. Comp 2, $240 square foot. Comp 3, $247 square foot. Comp 4, same street as the subject, $49 square foot. We recommend the reduction to $201 square foot. And that's based on the lower
To the gentleman presenting the
91 Pinnacle Road.
Now, did you generate this appraisal data? How do I get an answer to this question? This is
91 Pinnacle Road is next.
I'd just like to know if you generated
91 Pinnacle Road is next.
91 Pinnacle. You came in at 197,000. Same as all these other CMAs, voluminous comps. You understand what the exterior looks like. You understand the proximal nature of the sales and the geographic proximity to the site. 47 Luzerne Street in Rochester, always are. 246 Henrietta Street. Adjustments are all in the CMA. Put in that detail that we're not seeing from the city. 63 Wellington Street, 142 Asbury Street, 206 Henrietta Street, 50 Avon Place. And the adjustable comp price on the low end 175.7, on the high end 245.5, and that's what gets us to 197,000.
Thank you. You have that?
All right. The city recommends a no change to the property. We have the original assessment at $257,000, which equates to $158 per square foot. The subject property has a 2-story, 1-family house with 4 bedrooms, 1 full bath, and 4 basements. Take a look at the sales. We got 4 sales. So again, well, I'm sorry, let me backtrack. So we got the 4 sales. It's like 2 or 3 are the more applicable to the subject property. Comp 2 sold in September 23 with same bedroom, 4 bedroom, has one extra full bath, full basement, and larger inside, larger square footage, so for 233,000, which equates to $135 square foot, 156 round up. Also, Comp 3, same bedroom count, same full bath, does have one half bath and a little bit larger, so in 22,000 square foot.
Oh, that's crazy.
We believe these sales 2 and 3 are most comparable to the subject property. So we're at Comp 2, $185.
This is auditing Erie County, guys. If you want to let them know we were watching.
And we have the subject property at $158 square foot. Assessed at $257,000.
Can I take a look at that data that you have there that explains the adjustments? Can I see that?
Excuse me. Did he give you one of these sheets?
No, all of the data that I get is that information is redacted that you have. I'd like to see that. Can I see that?
We're moving on to the next property is.
What is the point in this service?
Boulevard. If you want to speak, you will have to be either sworn in or you have to step out.
You have to be sworn.
I have to be sworn in.
Go ahead.
Can I get that data that I asked for?
80 Nanda.
All right, that's at $397,700. I'm not going to recalculate this. The valuation method in our case is superior to what the city has. 230 Cobsole Drive, 33 Castle Bar Road, 211 Nunda Boulevard, 2060 Highland Avenue, 37 Calumet Street, 50 Beverly Street, 63 Brunswick Street. And for the record, again, I have redacted information here. This is a stripped down version of what the city's going to present. They have their adjustment factors that they're not going to present to the public. So it's a black box.
The city recommends that we're at the assessed value of $57,300, which equates to $197 per square foot. The property has 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, 2 parcel, basement, square footage, 123 square feet. We got a 5 sales in the neighborhood, assessed value. I think Comp 1 is the most difficult to subject property.
Erie, New York. Erie County, near Buffalo, New York. This is in Rochester, New York. Oh, Erie is Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. But it's right by Buffalo. Northeast Pennsylvania, but this is Rochester City. Thanks, John.
One more full bathroom and one extra half bath with a little less square footage, 2,500 square feet. Also sold in 2,275,000 square foot. Comp 4, 347 Cobsole Drive. Same bedroom count. Does have one less full bathroom and a half bath with a full finished basement with more square footage, 3,200 square feet. So in August 22, $95,000, $27,000, also
Sorry. There's not a whole lot going on right now. Once I'm done with these 2 folders, I'm probably going to kill the stream. Double checking. Should start today.
Same bedroom count, one less full bath, half bath with a full
Yes.
less square foot.
Just kind of read it.
The city recommends no change based on these 5 sales. We have the property set at $557,300 which equated to 197,000 square foot in the regular, 5
Why is the layout of these RPS reports altered and redacted for
The next property is 57 Furman Crescent.
Usually they have imagery that shows the state of the exterior, but that's gone and the adjustment factors are gone.
57 Furman Crescent.
No, I need all the comps, so we can determine if they're actually comp.
57 Furman Crescent.
Furman. Look right at order there. Let me just find that data real quick. I've got next on the list. 253.
If you recall, we had a stack that we separated, so we had
I found it. All right. So our valuation comes to 336,000. We include all the images. We include all the adjustment factors. We include all the data. City's had it for over 30 days. 45 Furman Crescent is the top. These are all in Rochester. 9 Menlo Place. 51 Bellevue Drive. 112 Lanning Road. 421 Mount Vernon Avenue. 960 East Street. I think and 80 Highland Parkway. Adjusted comp price 2249 on the low end, high end 369,700. That gets us to a final valuation of 336,000.
The subject property is going to be single-family home, 2 bedrooms, 2 full baths, full basement. And we are at this set value based on title size provided, 60 Langsdorff Street, same bedroom count, 1 less full bath, full basement, but less square footage, so it's going to be 50,000, 45.
Sorry, guys.
Same bathroom, same full basement, about 1,000 square feet less.
Let me see if I can find something else. I still got some more shit I gotta do. I'd love to play Michael Malice, but that'll just get taken down.
1 less full bathroom, and half bath and full basement. 600 square feet less than subject property. 10,000, which equates to 112, 13,000 square foot. Up 73 Main Street has 1 more bedroom, 2 full bathrooms like the subject, and full basement. Same bedrooms now, 1 less full bath, full basement, and about 700 square feet less than the subject property.
If you don't give me your ID, I'm going to arrest you for resisting arrest.
I need it. You're going to be arrested for obstructing. You know what people would respect?
What would they respect?
If somebody said, hey, I effed up, I made a mistake.
I know. Can I just get a P number or an event number from you? What do you mean no?
Crosswalk right there. What did I do? No crosswalk right there. What did I do?
You know what's funny? If you're going to get up hardcore.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. In 2022, a viewer named Alan noticed Deputy Lowry of the Volusia County Sheriff's Office talking to a couple individuals sitting on the sidewalk, and upon observing the interaction, Alan crossed the street to remind them that they have a right to remain silent.
You're under no obligation to answer any of his questions.
What did you say?
You're under no obligation to answer any of your questions.
Are you serious?
Yep. It's called Fifth Amendment.
Oh, really? How
Yes,
would
sir.
you know that?
I've watched.
And you know what? I have the right to ask you a question. I need to see your ID because you didn't cross that street in a crosswalk. I need to see your ID right now. I need to see your ID.
sir.
If you don't give me your ID, I'm going to arrest you for resisting arrest. You crossed the street.
resisting arrest.
Resisting or impeding.
Where's their car?
This is a road.
There's no traffic.
This is a
Where
roadway.
am I impeding?
Deputy Lowry's frustration was so intense that he began speaking nonsense, first claiming he would arrest Allen for resisting arrest for refusing to ID.
I need to see your ID.
sir.
If you don't give me your ID, I'm going to arrest you for resisting arrest.
At this point, Allen was not under arrest, but even if he were, which will become important in a moment, Florida happens to be a stop and ID state. There are many misconceptions about what the phrase stop and ID means. Often, it is interpreted as a state in which one must surrender their identification on the mere request of law enforcement. This is false. Stop and ID state simply means that the state has created a statutory offense for refusing to identify. However, all stop and ID statutes require a minimum of reasonable suspicion to demand ID. States that have not passed legislation regarding refusing to identify will often charge a person with resist, obstruct, delay if they are found to have resisted a lawful demand to identify themselves. In these states, reasonable suspicion is also required. Texas, on the other hand, can only demand identification during a lawful traffic stop or if a person has been arrested. Deputy Lowry now incorrectly corrects his goof by telling Allen that he will be arrested for resisting or impeding the flow of traffic.
I need to see your ID.
sir.
If you don't give me your ID, I'm going to arrest you for resisting arrest. You crossed the street.
resisting arrest.
Resisting or impeding.
Where's their car?
Florida has several regulations regarding when one can and cannot cross a street. To better illustrate, here is an excerpt of a video I did 2 years ago when the Palm Beach Gardens police attempted a similar form of retaliation against Acura Amanda as she was approaching the scene of a traffic collision.
Oh, look at this. How the hell are you going to close the sidewalk right here? They do it on purpose, trying to set up Acura.
This intersection is North Lake Boulevard and Burma Road. From the satellite view, we can see that it is an intersection with an unmarked crosswalk. This is an example of a marked crosswalk with traffic control signals. Notice the concrete walkway here,
Is it that bad?
constructed to allow pedestrian access to the street without walking through grass. Let's go back to Burma. This is an unmarked crosswalk. Notice the same concrete walkway, but lack of paint. This would be considered a legal place to cross by any reasonable human. Amanda uses the walkway, yields to traffic, and crosses North Lake Boulevard.
All right, here I go, guys. Look at this shit. Oh, look at this, guys. See, they're gonna f with me now. See, they're gonna f with me. The sidewalk was closed.
I need your license or identification.
You're just doing this because I'm filming you guys. The sidewalk is closed right there.
I have no idea who you are.
The sidewalk is closed
Okay,
right
then
there.
You go back to the crosswalk and you cross in the crosswalk.
I can't walk that far, sir.
That's not my problem. You had to turn back and go to a crosswalk.
Okay, where is the crosswalk? All the way down there?
At the car, yes. You don't give us your information. We have nothing. We can't do anything other than do our job. So look at me.
Or what?
You're going to be arrested.
No.
Put it down.
Amanda was arrested and spent almost 2 hours locked up. The only charge upon her release was for jaywalking, a $65 fine. The problem with the charge is statute 316.130, which covers pedestrians, traffic regulations, and has at least 4 spots that describe her actions as legal. Subsection 9 is the first mention of an unmarked crosswalk. Subsection 10 states that every pedestrian crossing a roadway at any point other than within a marked crosswalk or within an unmarked crosswalk in an intersection shall yield the right-of-way to all vehicles upon the roadway, which indicates that her crossing the intersection is legal as long as she yields to vehicles. Subsection 12 defines the manner in which one must cross at an unmarked crosswalk, requiring the crossing to be at a 90-degree angle. This concept is further explained in subsection 14. Getting back to Allen's interaction featuring Deputy Lowry, with an understanding of the statute, we can now take a look at the street that he just crossed, filmed by Twisted Luck Truth, who visited the scene almost a year after Allen crossed the road.
Came from over here, right? Down there, we have a crosswalk at that intersection, right? It came from over here, but what's right here? Right here. This is just a dead end, right? So this isn't even a through road. This is just a driveway to this gas station and this building over here. And the law says You have to cross at a crosswalk if you are between two intersections that have crosswalks.
Now that it is crystal clear that Allen in no way, shape, or form violated 316.130, let's determine if Deputy Lowry was enforcing the statute or if he was acting in bad faith to violate Allen's civil rights because of his perceived contempt.
I have the right to ask you a question. I need to see your ID because you didn't cross that street in a crosswalk. I need to see your ID right now. I need to see your ID.
sir.
If you don't give me your ID, I'm going to arrest you for resisting arrest. You crossed the street.
Resisting arrest.
Resisting or impeding.
Where's their car?
This is
There's no traffic.
This is
where am I impeding? I'll take this charge. Where am I
You're
impeding?
going to identify yourself.
After Allen's arrest, it becomes clear that Deputy Lowry has been misinterpreting or manipulating the statute to initiate an incident for years, as he now says that he was stopping the others he had detained for the same thing.
Probably 64 Central. Put me with the white male detained. Send me another unit. So you really think that I don't have a right? That it's legal to cross without a crosswalk? How's anybody else supposed to get over the crosswalk down? That's the reason I was stopping her, traffic. But actually, I'm not debating this with you. I'm telling you what the Florida law says. That when you cross the street in Florida, you have to cross the crosswalk. Anything other than that is a pedestrian violation. That's why I was talking to her, and you wanted to insert yourself in the conversation. So, do you want to go to jail for resisting an officer in the presence of my official duties, or do you want to identify yourself? Because when you go to jail, if you don't identify yourself, you will be booked under John Doe. And that vehicle that you just came through is probably giving you nothing.
Allen was arrested and spent 12 hours in jail before bonding out. At his first court appearance, he pleaded not guilty and was issued a public defender. Immediately after, the case was dismissed. About a year later, he was watching James Madison audits and heard a familiar voice. Volusia County sheriffs were on the scene of an alleged retail theft, and after quietly watching from a considerable distance, James asked one of the deputies for an incident number.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
They'll do Apple Pay?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, thank you. Hey, Deputy, sorry to bug you.
Yep, we gotta go.
I know. Can I just get a P number or an event number from you? What do you mean no? Why no? Sir, why no? Yeah, just need
you don't need one.
Just the last four.
You can call the sheriff's office. It's none of your business.
Why are you a dickhead?
I'm not a dickhead.
Why
you call me a dickhead?
I'm doing a public records request for you.
You can do that through the sheriff's office.
I'm doing it to you directly. Florida statute 119 allows me to do that.
Call the sheriff's
Do you have a
office.
supervisor for a complaint? That's a close one. Holy shit. Do you mind? Do you mind if I get that case number?
I turn to the other deputy to attempt to get a case number or information or even a supervisor. However, he waves and just drives off.
Seeing Deputy Lowry in that video inspired Allen to reach out to a few channels, and he ended up sending his video to Twisted Luck, as he lived in the area as well. Twisted Luck went down to film the scene, and it just so happens that Deputy Lowry was there.
How you doing?
Hey, good.
You're Deputy Lowry, right?
I am.
You are.
I am.
You understand the crosswalk laws, right?
All right. Do you have a specific question for me? Because I don't want to engage you in
Well, yeah. Well, would I have to use a crosswalk to cross the street right here?
Are you asking me a question? Do you need anything?
I'm curious. I'm just in Florida statute because I don't want to violate any laws. I want to cross the street right
I know why you're asking me this.
Right.
Yeah.
Do I have to use a crosswalk here or do I have to go down there?
No, you don't have to use a crosswalk.
So I could cross right here?
You sure can.
So did you make a mistake?
Are you asking me a question about a case that's pending?
I'm just asking if you made a mistake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
No. If you got any other questions, you contact the sheriff's office.
So you didn't arrest somebody for crossing the street?
Do you have any other questions about that?
Do you know when you have the lawful right to ID somebody?
Yeah,
Why not?
I do.
So you know what people would respect?
What would they respect?
If somebody said, "Hey, I have stuff I made a
I'm
mistake."
just not going to talk to you about it, okay? I can't.
So if
I can't.
Let's just say hypothetically, we won't talk about that case. If a law enforcement officer,
What's your name, by the way?
you
You don't have to tell me.
Right, I know.
Asking you. I mean, but that's just common courtesy. You know my name.
Right, yeah, I know, but just for example, hypothetically, right? But we're not going to talk about any pending case. If we were in a different city somewhere, in this
Listen,
identical
I'm not-
spot.
I'm not going to sit
But
here and
if I cross the street,
it's not going to do it. I'm sorry.
It's about ego.
I'm sorry. It's not about ego.
It is about ego.
No, it's
you know what
about
you didn't like?
filming me, and then you're going to put some stuff on the internet.
I
And
can't make you look bad. I can't make you look bad or good. I can only hold the camera.
You can't.
That's all I can do.
Right, but you know.
So you can shine or you can look bad. Either way, all I do is hold the camera.
Right.
I think that day what happened, you didn't like that he told those people they had a Fifth Amendment right. The day you were talking to the people here on the curb and you arrested the gentleman for crossing the street. I have the date. I can get it. I have to stop recording now. I've got the charging affidavit. I've got everything on it. But
CJ.
You remember the day? You know what we're talking about.
I don't know what date you're talking about.
Well, you remember the incident.
I don't know what incident you're talking about.
Okay.
I know why you're asking me this.
Right. Okay, well, let's just say if somebody walked up and crossed the street right here as you were talking to people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you already asked me that question.
So it would be a crazy person for a cop to say, hey, give me your ID. You can't do that here. You have to use the crosswalk, right?
Yeah.
That would be a crazy cop to have to do that.
But if you cross at an angle, maybe that wouldn't be so crazy, right?
But
you know what's even crazier?
Law enforcement
Hey, but you know what's even crazier though?
What's that?
It's like what you did. You were perfectly fine, right? You waited. I not seen you standing over there.
Right.
You waited until I was done.
I'm not going to walk. Right.
Right. But you know what's even crazier is if somebody let's stand over here. It's like, if you would have ran in there while I was talking to that young lady and you had no idea what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, if I would have ran up. Yeah. No, I don't want to.
That's what's even crazier. When you do stuff like that, that's kind of rude, right?
Me?
No, you didn't do that. No, you did not do that. Right. That's what's kind of
All
crazy.
right, so what I'm gonna
That
do?
incident that you don't remember, did he run up to you?
I don't know. You know about it. I don't know what incident you're talking about. I know why you're asking me this.
Right. What's on video?
haven't even said it.
You know what I'm talking about. I explained it to you. You said you have no idea what I'm talking
You
about.
don't have to go and do the application.
People sitting right here on the curb. Gentlemen cross the road.
Why do you want me to talk about that?
They said, and the guy said you have the Fifth Amendment right.
Why don't we talk about that?
Well, why are you avoiding it? Because it's a problem. Because I'm a member of the public, and it's concerning to the public when law enforcement officers.
I can't talk about it. I cannot talk about it.
We're not talking about it.
Right.
I said a hypothetical situation, and you agreed that if I
So
cross
what you're gonna do is
right
your username
right here,
your name
and
there.
you stopped me and said, "Hey, I need your ID. You can't do that." Only a crazy cop would do that. That's what you just agreed
I would
to.
say crazy,
But
you just can't do that.
not educated on the laws.
If you cross,
Right. If you cross the street, right?
you don't bag.
Right.
The silly thing about it is that this isn't an isolated incident. It appears to happen fairly often, as neither the general public or law enforcement understand the many nuances of these statutes.
Body camera video appears to show him beating a man accused of jaywalking. This footage was leaked to the Asheville Citizen-Times. It shows then Officer Chris Hickman allegedly hitting and tasing Johnny Jermaine Rush.
He asked you nicely to stop.
All I'm trying to do is go home, man. Y'all ain't got shit better to do besides harass somebody about fucking walking.
Put your hands behind your back.
Well, just
After
once
a
we
brief
get-
scuffle,
once the
Rush
unloading tests
takes
are
off.
complete,
A black male.
Blake
takes off, thinks it's funny. You know what's funny? Is you're gonna get up
It only takes about half
hardcore. Get on the
an hour.
ground.
This is virtual all state.
Once Hickman and another officer catch up to Rush. Hickman appears to hit him in the head repeatedly, then tase him.
Lie down. Oh, I can't.
The confrontation took place last August. Asheville police say they received a use of force complaint and removed Hickman from patrol the next day, then launched an internal affairs investigation and informed the district attorney. The DA's office says it chose not to file charges in September so the investigation could continue. In December, police returned with 3 new videos related to Officer Hickman's use of force. He resigned in January.
Hickman's arrest comes 2 months after he resigned from Asheville Police and more than 6 months after his alleged assault of Rush. But people here want to know why that arrest took so long when the incident was caught on tape.
Officer used a taser 3 times on a Stone Mountain man during a jaywalking arrest.
2 officers drive up to John Eford walking across Holcomb Bridge Road in March of last year. Both get out of their vehicles, tasers in hand.
The crosswalk right there. What did I do?
No crosswalk right
What
there.
did I do? Down!
Officers order him to the ground, saying they'll tase him. Officers used a taser on Eford 3 times before he was handcuffed.
What did I do? He has not told me anything, sir.
You jaywalked again, right in front of us again, bro.
When the solicitor's office reviewed the video and saw that my client committed no crime,
they dropped all charges.
Patterson believes the force used to arrest Eford was unwarranted for something that could have been a ticket.
My client was in a fetal position saying, please don't shoot me.
Gwinnett County Police say one of the officers involved, Charles Bynum, later resigned from the department while under investigation for a separate incident. 1 month before this arrest, Bynum was arrested for false imprisonment, making terroristic threats, and battery of his domestic partner. In the police report, officers wrote the victim had a recording of Bynum saying, "They're on my team," when the victim threatened to call police.
The second officer involved in the arrest is still employed with the department. The department also says it cannot comment on active lawsuits.
Despite the statutes often being abused, it's likely that they were created with good intention. In the early 1900s, the streets of New York were considered public space. In 1915, the automobile industry campaigned relentlessly to coin the phrase jaywalker in an attempt to claim the city streets as belonging to motor vehicles. Fast forward to the 1950s, and New York City had nearly 1.5 million registered vehicles, and pedestrian deaths had skyrocketed. PSAs against jaywalking were broadcasted.
What happened? Just a man crossing against the light. It happens every minute. Here's somebody else setting himself up for the same kind of an accident. He's in a hurry. The road looks pretty clear. This could happen to you anytime. Don't take foolish chances. Don't jaywalk. Don't cross against a don't walk sign. You could be killed that way. Don't cross against a red light. That caused nearly 3,000 casualties last year. Don't cross between parked cars in the middle of the block. That killed more pedestrians last year than any other type of traffic accident.
Then, in 1958, the city introduced its first jaywalking statute.
New York's battle-hardened pedestrians didn't take it seriously until the cops started handing out tickets. Tell it to the judge, pal.
Jaywalking is now against the law. Remember, cross at the green, not in between.
The channel Steven Sanders released a video a few days prior to my recording of this episode. The video features body cam footage from Deputy Lowry at a fatal accident.
You know who it is? Never seen her? Oh, Orange City they take people out? Yeah. They hit another one? What happened anyway? I mean, these motherfuckers.
Traffic goes.
Dumb motherfucker.
I just hopped out. Yeah, that's what I did.
No, we don't know her. Oh. She's right there, though.
No, I mean, I figured that. Do we know what happened?
Damn. Yeah, she walked out in front of him.
Yeah.
And she ate that motherfucker.
How old is she?
I don't know.
You rolling?
Brown, did you see her? Did you see her?
Yeah.
There's the money right there. Is it a white girl?
Yeah, though.
What the fuck, man? These dumb motherfuckers. Oh, you know what? Homegirl got me.
She got hit back there.
Bro, she got fucking blasted.
Allen filed a complaint against the deputy, but the department found no wrongdoing. However, his behavior with twisted luck and reluctance to talk about the incident.
Laws, right?
Do you have a specific question for me? Because I don't want to engage you in it.
Well, yeah. Well, would I have to use a crosswalk to cross the street right here?
I know why you're asking me this.
Allen has reached out to a few attorneys but has been unsuccessful in finding representation because he wasn't injured. If you or someone you know can help, please email me directly and let me know what you think of this interaction. Do you think it's acceptable for a deputy with as much experience as Lowry to not know the statutes he was hired to enforce? How much leniency would you be granted for ignorance of the law? If you enjoy my work, let me know by hitting the like button and sharing it with those closest to you. And as always, check out another episode linked on screen.
Another rent that sold for $135,200. Square footage on that one is 1,266 square feet. Also has one full bath, one bath. And then I've got 70 Carrington.
Looks like MCC's got a new video coming out soon too.
That one sold for $160,000. That's 1,005 square feet. And it just has the one bath. So the city has this one currently at $135,600, and the city recommends you change.
Okay. The next property is 368 Beach Avenue.
268. Okay, our value came in at $490,000 as of the valuation date for the 2024 roll July 3. Thompson 554 Beach Ave, 310 Beach Ave, and 267 Beach Ave. Again, situation where comps are limited. Same factors I've cited before with respect to the prior Beach Ave property, because of the location. Other limiting factors, lack of truly comparable sales within city limits, limits the amount of comps that we have to pick from. But our adjusted comp price for this comes to $3,799 at the low end and $585,500 at the high end, and that gets us to our final value of $490,000.
Okay, so the subject property at 368 Beach Avenue was 2789 square feet. So we've got 310 Beach, that's close to 550 and 22. Then we have 1162 Wake Road, that's close to 135,000 square footage on that one, 22.
How many times we have to deal with this particular subject on this channel, but I'll talk about it for as long as I have to, as often as I have to, until we can get some kind of resolution within local and state police departments. We always ask, and maybe sometimes it's tongue-in-cheek, maybe sometimes it's humorous, but it's really serious. Without cops, who would throw us in jail for a DUI after you blow triple zeros? Even mainstream media is talking about it. Listen to this.
New at 6, HNN investigates the number of people on a wall who are arrested for DUI, even though they are not drunk nor on drugs.
Our chief investigative reporter Lynn Kawano researched hundreds of arrests over the last 2 years and found a concerning trend.
No one is questioning the need for DUI enforcement, but legal experts say jailing sober drivers violates their rights and doesn't take the drunk ones off the road.
And this is the argument I hear quite often from anti-auditor channels. They're out there going, you're always dogging on these cops, but they're just trying to do their job. They set up these DUI checkpoints and they're trying to get these drunk drivers off the road. Brian, do you want drunk drivers on the road jeopardizing the lives of everybody on that highway? No, I don't. The cops aren't the only ones who can get a drunk driver off the highway. And if these guys are involved in a stop where they're jailing somebody who's not drunk, who's not on drugs, then guess what that means? While their time is being tied up over here committing criminal activity in uniform, the people who are really drunk on the highways are driving right by, jeopardizing more lives. See, if I was convinced that the goal was to get drunk drivers off the highway, I would applaud that. But it doesn't look like that's what the goal is when you see in state after state, cop after cop abusing their privilege, abusing their power, and putting sober people in jail anyway.
January 24th, just after 10 p.m. on Moana Lua Freeway near the stadium. An 18-year-old driving home is pulled over.
Hey, boss.
So,
Pulled you over because you're swerving, huh?
because it was slippery. I guessed it and it was slippery.
You were swerving because it was slippery?
You can see in the body camera videos that the road is wet, but the officer actually suspects he's been drinking.
Okay, I just look a little running water, y'all.
The high school senior refuses on-scene sobriety tests and is arrested.
And refusing a field sobriety test is the advice of lawyers. It's the advice of ex-cops, and it's the advice of current cops. Why? Because they'll tell you freely that a field sobriety test is designed to make the participant in that test fail. It's something that you never want to do. You always want to request, hey, if you think I'm drunk, and the only way that I can prove that I'm not drunk is to do the breathalyzer test, then bring on the breathalyzer test. I want to prove to you right now that I'm not drunk.
Put your hands behind your back, okay? He is taken to the Pearl City substation where he ends up taking the breath test. The 18-year-old blew 0.00. No alcohol was detected by the breathalyzer. Charges were not filed, but the arrest was on record because he is an adult.
Why would you keep that arrest on record? You know what that's going to do to this person's life. The insurance company is going to grab a hold of it. The insurance premiums are going to go up. And just the general intrusion on this person's life, the humiliation of being cuffed, placed in the cruiser, having your car towed, having to pay the impound fee. This costs people a lot of time and money.
When I was a policeman, I never had anybody build 000s.
John Burge is a former HPD officer, now a defense attorney specializing in traffic cases. He was surprised at how many drivers are arrested, but not intoxicated. H&N Investigates asked HPD for a list of all the drunk driving arrests from 2022 and 2023, in which the driver was not charged. There were 69 people with breath or blood test results of 0. No alcohol detected, but they had been taken in cuffs to the station. Nearly 300 total were released no charge because their test results were under the 0.08 legal limit.
If this isn't criminal activity, then what is? What would happen? And if you question whether it is criminal activity, what would happen to you if you did the exact same thing to somebody, threw them in your basement because you believe, hey, this is for public safety. I'm trying to get this person off the road, but they blew 000s. I don't care. I threw them in my basement anyway. It's criminal activity. Taking a 100% of an individual's rights away for no freaking reason. Not guilty. Still arrested. Still caged.
H&N Investigates got data from the Honolulu Prosecutor's Office,
Well,
which
that's why they do the
shows
checkpoints,
of the
too.
nearly 1,300 total cases referred by HPD, 949 were not charged in 2022. In 2023, of the 1,283 cases charged by HPD, 1,038 were declined by the prosecutor's office. That means 80% of the cases forwarded from HPD are rejected.
That is outrageous. What is the reason for this? Why aren't people asking questions about what the reason actually is? And why aren't heads rolling? Why aren't people being fired? Why aren't cops being jailed for doing this?
In a statement, the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney said the office looks at the facts and circumstances and files charges in all cases when it is confident it can prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So why are so...
Well, what if you can prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for the officer who just committed a crime against a member of the public? See, they have the public's trust, and they violate that trust when they do these kind of things. You know, when you have the public's trust, you're letting your guard down. You're just going, okay, I back the blue. I'm a supporter of the thin blue line. I'm just going to go ahead and comply. The officer's probably right. Why do people give the boys in blue the benefit of the doubt?
Many sober drivers being pulled over.
There was always pressure to make the DUIs, especially if you're in these specialized units. There is an unwritten quota where they say there's no quota.
Otherwise, what are their officers doing out there all night? Just sleeping on the side of the road. So there is pressure on them.
November 7th.
Everybody knows there's a quota. Everybody knows there's a quota, whether it's written on some kind of inter-office bulletin or whether it's unspoken. Everybody knows there's a quota. Everybody knows there's accolades, there's plaques on the wall, there's pats on the back, there's performance reviews. Oh, good job. You pulled over 123 people and put 110 of them in jail for DUI. Never mind the fact that most of them 80% blew 000s and we had to drop the charges. Never mind that. You're doing a great job, officer.
Kamehameha Highway at Ka'uka Boulevard, a DUI checkpoint.
Yeah, I say you're for me.
36-year-old Amen Fepuliai is pulled over.
I do detect the odor of alcohol.
Fepuliai agreed to do the field sobriety test, including the breath test.
Don't do it.
Keep going until you hear a clip.
Fepuliai also blew 0.00. There was no alcohol in his system. But Fepuliai was arrested anyway.
Imagine being the human being who's wearing the costume, who administered the field sobriety test and watch the guy blow 000s and still putting the cuffs on him, put him in the back of the car and caging him and fingerprinting him anyway? What kind of person do you have to be to do that? Hey, all you anti-auditors, are you guys for this? Is there any level of criticism that you can launch at police departments for doing this at least?
Remember, the officer used the smell of alcohol as probable cause to get Fetpuli out of the car. But when he blew 000s, the officer said he suspected drug use instead.
Now their evidence is conflicting. And then the officer's kind of stuck in a position to say, well, is this drugs? And the drugs are much harder to detect. And the officers really need a higher level of training.
I felt embarrassed.
The officers don't need a higher level of training. The officers need, at the very least, to be fired. But they need to be prosecuted, and they need to go to jail for the crimes they've committed against the public, in my opinion.
Felt profiled. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. So there is a problem.
I don't know why you would smell alcohol and not have any alcohol in your system. I mean, if an officer has done that, that officer should be retrained or scrutinized. And when you're getting somebody...
How do you retrain deception out of somebody? How do you retrain somebody who has a corrupt character to have a moral, upright character with a strong moral compass? You can't. This isn't about training. This is about, oh, the guy that we hired is extremely dishonest. You can't trust him to do anything. Number one, put him on the Brady list. Number two, take away his certification so that he can't become a cop somewhere else. And number three, let's throw the book at this guy as at least a message to other people who might want to get into the law enforcement community or already are in the law enforcement community. Send a message to them that, hey, if this is what you're going to do as you violate the public trust, you're going to jail, no questions asked.
that isn't drunk, then the drunk guy is left on the road. So that's a huge problem too.
HPD declined a request for an on-camera interview, but provided a written statement that did not use the term quota. It said, arrest statistics are not considered part of an officer's annual performance evaluation.
Our quotas are not considered part of an officer's annual performance evaluation. They love to use euphemisms.
However, supervisors may have goals and standards for the unit to help guide the officers under their command. After our request for data and comment for this story earlier this year, HPD said the traffic division did then conduct additional training in procedures and operation. Legal experts have...
So they got off scot-free. No officers, it appears, were fired. There was no written reprimand that went in the records. Obviously, absolutely no officers went to jail for this when they should have.
This advice, if you're pulled over but sober.
If you're not impaired, blow in the machine, because that is your salvation. If you blow 000, we know that you haven't drank.
The 18-year-old was able to have the arrest expunged by the state attorney general's office, but it did take several weeks, and it cost his parents $35.
Yeah, and why does it take so much? And how about the impound fee? We didn't even talk about the impound fee because, you know, if they arrested that 18-year-old, they took his truck. The way they took his truck is they carted it away and put it in the impound lot, and there was an impound fee to get it out. It wasn't just $35. Let's look at the whole thing. And why does it take so long to get something expunged from your records when it went on there in a criminal manner in the first place?
Right. They printed stuff, paper around, they read, and then they turned it in.
Yeah.
Right. What was the point of this in person? Why didn't we just mail this stuff in and let them decide if there's no talking back and forth between you guys in there?
Really.
And like, is this the place where you were supposed to?
Yeah. Yeah. And we have another opportunity. I mean, if we don't like the outcome of this proceeding, there are certain properties that can go on to small claims assessment review, which in my experience is a much fairer process because we get a hearing officer appointed by the states and the state Supreme Court system, and they act as a check against any malfeasance that we see from the board, like we saw here. Now, the issue I want to get into here is a couple things.
But like this process that we've seen today, is there any purpose of it? Because to me, it looked like you guys both read stuff that you had on paper that they had, and they wouldn't talk or discuss or anything. So this is just like an informal, we read what we already know, and then that's it.
It is an administrative hearing, so it's somewhat formal. Now, the way you can tell, probably my opinion is it's stilted. It's stilted and tilted in favor of the municipality.
It definitely looked pretty tilted in there.
Yeah. So I mean, they received a couple things from me, months ago. Like if you look at our valuations, now they are comparative market analyses done by a real estate professional, because what we want to understand is what these properties could have legitimately sold for if they were put on the market and sold as of July 1, 2023. And we're valuing that for this year's assessment. So, we've got a current photo of this property, which I would venture to guess we can't get information from them on the inventory that's included in the city's data, but they should have current exterior photos of these properties to assess their condition.
I see how like you got some nice printed up ones versus the city's just got some stuff printed.
You can see apples to apples. Are these roughly comparable? Do they look similar to the subject property? And then we have adjustments here. That's what I kept going back to in the beginning half of the meeting.
But my question
becomes
is,
clear they're just not going to answer.
My question is, during this specific hearing that we just went to, were you supposed to be able to talk back and forth and discuss things, or no?
Yeah, but they just don't let you. It's kind of like when you go to town board meetings, and some town board meetings allow for an exchange back and forth, and then others it's locked down, and we just want you to address the board. You get your comments, and then at the end, if we feel like replying, we do, and if not, we go. We adjourn. So that's what's going on. There are likely other board assessment review hearings, and I've been to some and I've observed some, like even the city of Syracuse. There's more of a give and take. You can talk back and forth with the assessor to get information. The board is willing to engage.
So during the official meeting that we just attended, you were supposed to be able to talk back and forth and discuss.
I believe so. I mean, they're able to sort of, stipulate certain rules for how they want the meeting to progress, but that's obviously not conducive to determining what the legitimate, fair, full market value is. If you can't have a conversation and a dialogue and raise issues,
to me it looked like
how are you going to get there?
To me, it looked like they just didn't care in there at all.
Yeah. So basically, I go through my valuation, and we've got adjustments. Like what we need to do is we look at the subject property. Like for instance, okay, so the subject's got 5 bedrooms, all right, but our comparable, so 360 Beach Avenue, subject's got 5 bedrooms. Down the road at 554 Beach Avenue, that subject's got 2 bedrooms. So we got to adjust up by $28,300 to make it equivalent, make it seem like it's got the value of 5 bedrooms in a house that has 2. So that's kind of what this debate is about. You're supposed to be able to go through this stuff and basically defend those adjustments. But so when I go through all this stuff, right, and there's commentary at the bottom, right? So we go through, we explain our adjustments, and this one's a bit more limited because Beach Avenue, as I said in there, very unique properties, uniquely situated. They're near the water. Some actually have legitimate water frontage as well. Most of them actually do. There's not a lot of homes like that has sold recently, so you really can't use something as a comparable that hasn't sold within at least 3 years, preferably within 18 months of the valuation date. So then, we're taking those sales prices, we're taking our adjustments, and we're listing out the close dates, the sales dates, our adjusted prices. Here's what we came in at the low end, at the median end, the average, and on the high end, and that's what determines how we're valuing these properties. And then we also demonstrate, okay, we also want stuff that's geographically close. So here's a map, there's the subject, see how close the comps are. Here's what we get from the city. The majority of what they provide is this. How is that helpful?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can see
the
difference between what he's showing, what the city's showing.
And I guarantee you, they're going to go.
And when you got a question about this, and obviously you see that, there's not much to see there. You got a question about that, they just shut you down and don't want to talk.
And all this just lists the sale prices. I can look that up myself. So they've got 20 wines here. This is for the 109 Wasonia property. They're listing out sales, so that's fine. But I need to know the adjustments once again. They have them. They have the adjustments. And the issue is they're not like they're reading them off, but they won't share them with me. I can't review them in writing. Why is that? So. How are you guys? Really hope that the trespassers trying to
Midwest.
How you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
So hopefully everything went right for you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Boom.
How's it going? Yeah. I just want to let you know what our intentions are. So, as I understand it, the public meeting is going to continue. They're going to hear additional board assessment review presentations. That's an open public meeting. We would just like to observe it. That's all.
Okay. Well, my understanding was that you can stay here, but you can't go in there.
We can, as long as they're not in executive session. They are right now, and we understand that. When they're deliberating, we totally get it. That is a non-open forum. The public can't be in there. But once other property owners come up and start presenting, then it is an open meeting again, and we want to observe that. So we're totally
we're just waiting for him to go out of executive session so we can film the rest of the public meeting.
Yeah, and they have the opinion of counsel from New York State attorneys as well as the Committee on Open Government in there that states that. So they're aware of it.
Okay, all right.
And I believe they already spoke to legal counsel. That's why when we first started recording, we paused to clear this up.
Yeah,
and
so McIntyre said you guys were good right here.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll figure it out.
Can I give you my attorney's phone number? I think it'd be good if you called my attorney and he can
No, I'm
explain
fine.
this.
No, I'm fine.
But I think it'd just be good because
I wouldn't know if that was your attorney or not. So.
I can call him and he can explain.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Because we're allowed to attend the public meeting portion. So basically, how we would know that is the next time a homeowner or representative comes up here to walk in there and present, they open the door. That's public. When he's done and they're deliberating and determining what they want to do based on his testimony, that's private. We're not in that. That's closed.
So what if the person doesn't want you in there?
It's open public meeting.
It's like any other town meeting. He has to allow the public to attend. Yeah.
Transparency, man.
And any other questions, we're an open book. So
thank you very much.
You got it. Yep.
So you got security here and you got PD standing out here trying to figure out if they can throw us out.
They don't want you to know how this process is being done.
They don't appreciate the free press being here today.
But you see my point, right, with respect to what we're presenting versus what the
That's
city's
cool.
presenting.
Oh, Midwest.
Yeah. It's just what they're presenting is totally how could you fine for the city based on
my only real question is
5 lines of data? That makes no sense. No sense. So
my only real question is, what is the point in this process today? Like, we just attended a meeting for X amount of time, but like, if you're not allowed to ask questions, if you're not allowed to converse, what was the point of doing this in person versus just sending the paper, both of them sending pieces of paper?
So we did. I submitted all of my petitions at least several days before on the day of the Board of I'm sorry. I gotta get down. I'm sorry about that.
No, your voice. Bring your voice down a little. So I'm not.
Okay.
I can't say.
I'm sorry. I'm very heated up here.
Yeah. I don't want them trying to say we're creating a disturbance, so just keep it down a little.
You got it. But in any event, I mean, these were filed on or before March 19th, which was the deadline to file for Board of Assessment. So they are statutorily required to hold this meeting, this process. The issue, and one of the reasons we're here today, is these bar meetings are in hearings rather. They're administrative hearings. It's basically a kangaroo court. They're in there telling you that, they're an independent commission and they have real estate experience, but they won't tell us what that experience is. And they'll say they're appointed by the city, but they won't tell us who appointed them. It's, the state requires them to hold bar, Board of Assessment Review, but from there's sort of some latitude as to how they do it. And they just know they're required to have it come in. Now, there are other towns where you can submit a bar petition and they just accepted it with no hearing, and they'll review it and they'll contact you with questions and then they'll send you their determination. And these guys could do that, but they want to make this into a difficult thing. And they want to drag you in here to basically make it a pain for you. Because
the meeting we had today, do you feel that it was any different because there was a camera there today?
Somewhat.
Versus what you've been to this meeting with this lady before?
I've been in front of all these Board of Assessment Review members
Do
previously.
they act any different today in their demeanor? Are they just as mean? Are they just as dismissive when you're not in front of a camera? Or are they more dismissive or less because the camera's
The gentleman all the way on the left there, Jerry Roberts, he was very rude to a homeowner.
Driving tired.
Bar hearing that I had earlier this week.
Traveling tired.
And this is what I addressed with respect to that definition around waterfront. I've got a whole group of homeowners that have properties that they're near the water out here, but they don't actually have legitimate water frontage. They would like to have water frontage, but there's a railroad property that's owned by the city and New York State that bisects their property. It cuts right in half where their residential is. Then they have a communal piece of vacant land that they use to access the beach. And they've tried to purchase through that area many times to have a legitimate waterfront property, and then the city could legitimately value it as such. So our argument was that because they can't do that, it's not waterfront property. We basically have a residence with a view of the water, and then we have this waterfront property. It's vacant land that they can't build on. The zoning won't allow them to build on it. Yet they're assessing that piece of property that's vacant and can't be built on at like $500,000 almost. And then you've got a similar piece of property on Beach Ave, not too far from there, that you can build on, and people are building on it. They're building, you know, watercraft boat ramps and stuff, and that's assessed at $4,100. Well, why is that? And what it turns into is they are double assessing these homeowners twice for water frontage. Once on the vacant piece of property, and then again with the residents. So I'm in there to try to correct that. And the first thing we hear from Mr. Roberts is he starts accosting the homeowner, who's one of my clients, and says, I don't think that it's true that you don't own that piece of property, that railroad property. I think you own it. And I was jogging through there the other day and someone yelled, you know, get the fuck off my property. Was that you? I think it's your property. And so my question is, how is that relevant to valuing this parcel? Number one. Okay. And can you prove that, or is that hearsay? Right? So hence my question today, well, what is the definition of waterfront? Because he went on, Mr. Roberts went on to say, I think it is waterfront property and you're just engaging in semantics. It's a technicality. But then today he's singing a different tune. This is why it's so important to record these, and why I wanted to do that today based on my past experience. Tuesday, he's got one definition of what waterfront is. It's whatever he thinks it should be to shoehorn the city's valuation in. Today, it's a different one. Oh, that property's not waterfront. Well, it's very proximal. It's got a view.
You think they're going to bring anybody else up here?
What's that?
You think they're going to bring anybody else up here? That's why we sit here.
Probably
Or you
not.
think
Probably going to just sit there and deliberate
till
till the end of the day. So we'll see. You know.
So all the other, is there other people, like other committees in this building doing it? Because like they took that other guy somewhere else.
It could be, yeah. I mean, my experience has generally
They're going
been
to divert all them to him, the
probably.
other crew.
Yeah, the issue here is when I started attending bar here a couple weeks ago, I noticed you probably, you know, we can't record this apparently because they got the whole, you know, city hall locked down from your prior visit, Mr. Erie County, where like we'll have to photograph one of the signs, but they have some section of penal code that they think determines that you can't record anywhere unless you're invited. So what I noticed is that when you come in, you know, security
What's up,
immediately,
Mikey Mike?
they're asking you
$10
questions,
super chat.
where you're going, you know, they're going through your bags and stuff. You go and sign in at the Board of Assessment Review.
I like how they use the
office.
little stick to like poke in your bag.
Yeah, just
because they can't stick their hand in there. They
Yeah,
think.
exactly. So you go to the Board of Assessment Review office, you sign in, you sit down, and then you get
Do you think we
escorted
should-
to bar.
Do you think we should ask if there's any other open meetings going on?
We can't go in there. We have to wait till they come out of executive.
I'm saying like something else here. Maybe they're doing these meetings, open meetings somewhere else in the building.
I'm sure they are.
Get them to lie to
Yeah,
us
that's
because
sort of what I'm getting to is I noticed that it seems to be they're creating a maze because they don't want people coming in here and recording. So what they do is if you were to walk in off the street and you want to attend this meeting and record it, you would have no idea where it is because it's not publicized. You can't just walk into it. You know, they publicize bars happening at Board of Assessment Review, or I'm sorry, the assessment office, which you and I were in before we came up here.
Mhm.
That's not where this meeting is occurring. You go there and wait, and then they escort you to the various rooms that are in a maze throughout the building because they want to obfuscate and obstruct people's ability to come in and observe this. What clearly is a flawed process. I don't see how anybody who's objective could look at what just happened in there. I'm not sure if you can see it with the camera, but you know, they're giving me one sheet of paper, right? And then they have a whole other sheet of paper that explains the calculations.
yeah, I seen that how
get
they
to
given
these
you one
numbers.
piece of paper, then they got a whole other one that
And I
the
asked to
committee's
see
looking
that,
at.
and they won't show it to me. Meanwhile, they've had all my calculations for over a month. They're sticking me. This bar hearing is happening, I think, like 3 days before the final roll comes out, which tells you that they're just planning to deny them all anyway. That's not enough time to deliberate this stuff and go through it. They're not going to work through the weekend, that's for sure. So, you know, it's what I'm saying. It's when I said it's rigged in there, it's rigged. It's rigged. You know, and thank God we have small claims assessment review to appeal this stuff to when necessary, because these guys they won't give you a fair shake. And if they would, it would be great because in the city of Rochester and many other municipalities throughout upstate, really all of New York State, the taxpayers view the assessment process as rigged against them because of what happens at Board of Assessment Review. And, you know, there'd be much more public trust in local government if that kind of stuff didn't happen. And it's not fair.
Hey, everybody watching right now, if you haven't, make sure you hit that thumbs up for me. So right now we're just kind of waiting out to see if they're going to bring any more people to this public meeting. I already brought the PD up here and the security trying to shoosh us out, but I think they know better than to shoot us out. Try to shoosh Mr. Erie County out of here. So we'll wait them out, see if they're going to cancel the rest of the meetings for the day or if
Now
They're going to bring some in.
They're supposed to vote publicly on, their deliberations are private. Again, they can go into executive session, it's quasi-judicial, so the deliberation portion is not subject to public review. However, when they vote on the outcome, they've got to sit there, say, we determine the value to be X, they state the number, and then each member of the board's got to vote on it. That's public.
New card.
So
Yeah, the
if you
fam
vote
wants.
on it, you can see it.
We talked about.
Fam wants some pictures of inside this window. And they're in there deliberating right now.
Oh, not sure what you're talking about. Join what?
In his office here. Nobody even in there.
Hey, you're ready to
Just a mess.
So we just wrapped up board of assessment review. They did allow us to proceed. We finished up. That was obviously very contentious, and I got these one-page sheets with the comps on them, and then they had their adjustment factors on their sheet of paper. They wouldn't give them to me, so that's a constant theme in the video. We'll share that with you. But so one of the constant themes throughout the hearing is, I go through my comps. I got my CMA here for all the properties, very detailed. We got the images to determine how comparable they are visually. We have a map to show how proximal they are. We've got the sales data. It's all within roughly a year, 18 months. And then we show our adjustment factors. What we get handed is a list of comps that they use with the sale prices and the sale dates. But when you look over at the appraiser, who refused to speak with me directly, they just defaulted to, you got to speak to the board. You can't talk to me, which in prior bar hearings, that wasn't the case. They're changing how they're doing this because the camera's in the room. But the appraiser proceeds to read off a sheet of paper he has that has all the adjustment factors. And they refuse to swear him in front of me. So essentially, I had before I left, I said, we'd like to know what you're vote as a board on the outcomes, because that's part of the public meeting process. You're going to go into deliberation now, we're supposed to leave, but when you vote on these, it's a public matter, you need to allow us back in. So we're sitting outside, they claim we're deliberating, and we're going to see if we're going to be allowed to come back in. While that was going on, we were police and security asking why we're still here, and I explained to them the process that the law department has already received the opinions of council on this, for both the state and the Committee on Open Government. Council for the city has determined that we're allowed to be here. We've already educated the board. Unfortunately, they should know this.
Where'd he go? Oh yeah, he probably did. There he is. Oh, that one there is on the phone, on her cell phone. I think she's calling 911 right there. I'd be willing to bet. There's another one beacon right there.
He's got a premiere going right now, guys.
I bet they called 911 on us. But I'm ready to move on because it's raining. Huh? The library? That thing's huge. It takes up that whole block. I don't really want to. We don't have the time, dude. We're probably going to have to come back because you're probably going to have charges against you. So we can do it then. Bonehead. Well, there's somebody right there. Yeah, there's somebody right there. Yeah, right there. And there's somebody in this room. I already saw him when we were walking across the street. Right, cheer. Yeah. A lawyer and a client. Yeah. Oh, look at Camback. It's a lawyer, Karen Camback. Yeah, it's a Karen lawyer Camback. Yeah, Karen lawyer Camback. Mm-hmm. That's funny. Looky there, she called 911. The client called 911. That's funny. What is this? SH&A Certified Public Accountants.
Hey, that's what you're doing?
It's pretty obvious what I'm doing.
Why are you doing it?
Because I want to.
Because you want to.
Yep.
What's your name?
None of your business.
Okay, then looking in there, it's none of your business.
I can look wherever the fuck I want, lady. Or man, whatever you are.
I can look wherever the fuck I want.
I think it's a lady. I wouldn't want to misgender the person. I don't know what to say. Are they calling 911 too? Probably. That's funny. That's funny. Everybody calling 911. This should be called whining. Whining. It's not Brian. Whining. Whining, Ohio. Yeah. Everybody whining to 911. What's this? Cotter and Associates.
Guys. Good.
There's a couple people in there. Yeah.
You guys see the last one when he got arrested?
A couple of people in there.
Hello, can I help you?
Security for your legacy.
Gentlemen, can I help you?
No, we don't need any help.
I'm not giving you permission to film my business.
Don't need permission. Anything I can see from a public space, I can record.
So what's the purpose of your filming?
Because I want to.
Because you want to.
Yep.
Okay.
First Amendment protected activity. Freedom of the press.
Yeah, they tackled this kid.
Oh, is she going to do a comeback or a phone call? Let's see. Oh, she's going to do a comeback. Yeah, she's doing a comeback.
Camera.
I think that one over there made the phone call. I think that one over there made the phone call. Yeah. Oh, now she's calling 911. Jeez. Everybody's whining in this town. Huh. Yeah, she's calling 911 now. Yeah, isn't that funny? Everybody calling 911. Oh, no. I even tried to explain it to her. Oh, well. That place is closed for today. Bless you.
There you go. 911.
Sporting goods locker room. That place is open. Yeah. That place is open. A couple of people all the way in the back there. Right there. A couple of people working back there. Yeah. Cool. They looked and paid us no mind. Awesome. Another Coldwell banker. Yeah. Sure do have a lot of bank offices in this town. She just laughing. Awesome. Oh, Chimney in the back looking. That dude's just laughing his ass off.
Have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Cool. Damn it didn't zoom out. There, come on. Same thing. Zoom. There we go.
Oh, well, frickin', you guys hear frickin' got his main channel taken down yesterday? He's working on it.
Damn, that store goes back there quite a ways. Woo. Oh, look at that beautiful old motorcycle.
He's saying he can't even upload to, yeah.
Damn, that is a gorgeous bike.
Community
Absolutely
standards.
gorgeous bike.
They say.
Man.
Continued violation of community standards. That's why I have. He's got a back.
Oh, a Ceylon.
But he's still
Yeah, another Ceylon.
a lot. He had more than MP3.
I don't see any alien deflector hats.
But you see, it's got
No alien deflection hats. No tinfoil. Yet. I have to say they won't get some. She coming up? Yeah, she is. How's it going?
Good. Can I ask what you're doing?
Just recording.
Okay.
You want to plug your business?
Oh yeah, it's an election year.
Oh, okay.
It'll start happening. I'd be surprised if my channel makes it. They cover all this. So right now my backup is just pretty much just driving. long as it's a Dundee form.
Candy World? Oh, it's because that factory's here in town.
Ooh, factory.
That one's closed. This one's open. Oh, nail salon. Couple of people in there. Yeah, a couple of people in there. Cool. Hmm. You what?
It's sub to you from my backup channel too.
Oh,
We're just touring town.
just touring town, recording in public. First Amendment right. Yep, you too.
Yep. I just sub to you from it as well. That's usually what I use right now. It's what I use for driving.
Cool. There's all kinds of pet products in there. Yeah. Cool. Well, they got a few little critters in there. Yeah, a few little critters. Got some birds back behind the counter there. You see the birds? Bunch of birds back there, up there.
Oh, he even mentions it here.
I can't get to zoom in on the bird. Oh, there's one. There's one of the birds. I'm not going to try and show all the individual birds.
Actually, let me see if I can find it.
You got side windows on this? Oh, yeah, there's somebody. Oh, scared the shit out of her. He just scared the shit out of her.
I don't remember what it was called.
Oopsie.
Oh, sticky pin.
I scared the poo-poo out of her. Yep, scared the poo-poo out of her.
Found two. I don't see his backup.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah, see, there's another one right there. Right there.
Hello?
Oh, and another one.
Sir?
Huh.
Sir?
Interesting. She's not asking if she can help me. She's asking what I'm doing in a rude manner. By trying to pretend to be polite. Oh no, she's on the phone. She's calling 911. She's calling 911. Oh no, she's calling 911. She's crying to him right now. Poor thing. Yeah, poor thing. She's crying. Not literally, but you know. Huh. That's a cool looking shop. Wait a minute. Huh? But they got cookies cannabis. Okay. Oh, Slobway, eat flesh. I think it's a Slobway, isn't it? Looks like it's, yeah, it's a Slobway. Wow, both the employees just ran to the back. Oh no, the other one's ducked down right there. Taking care of some buns. Nice buns. That one, however, is hiding in the back. Keeps peeking around the corner to see if I'm still standing here. Huh. They ran and hid. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna end this. Let's get the hell out of this town. And we're out of Bryan.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing it anymore. His backup channel. Damn, we still have it? Let me see if I can find it.
Any chance we can get that adjustment data?
Did you have to the assessor? Did you foil it?
Yeah, I foiled it over 2 months ago.
No, you should check your foil.
Well, it obviously is good.
That's a hard source.
Why would that be?
I gotta go.
You guys are gonna obfuscate the
Let me go
process.
see if that one works here.
She's gotta go. When those questions get tough, she gotta go. No.
Oh, just two?
Yeah, you got one.
Magnet or just hold it?
Well, I'm just bouncing on it. One is live streaming and one is statically recording. Got 165 people looking at you.
Seriously though, come on, can we get the data? You gotta admit that that's a stilted process. We can do our adjustments. Why can't we see her? Huh?
I don't see that channel anymore either.
She didn't tell me anything. She told me that I should check with the FOIL officer.
Did she say she was going to sweep a floor?
They just keep delaying it, and you have the data. It exists. I saw it. Why are they just saying, well, we need 30 more days to respond? No. Well, we got it on video from earlier. You referred to data that informed the data I got. I asked to see it, and you just direct me back to the board. Why don't you guys just provide the data? Okay, so what is your understanding of what that word is?
I'm not going up to the deputy assessor.
Can I get your personal opinion on the fairness of the process? No. There you go, guys. Yes, personal opinion on the fairness of the process.
Let's take that to the board. We're no longer.
But I'm asking you personally, as a human being.
Nothing is personal. Let's take this to the board. She was the second in command as far as assessor goes.
She assesses in Gorham.
And you are your position here is under her. What is your
Not seeing that channel anymore either. Did they take him
He's
both
an
down?
appraiser.
He's just an appraiser.
He's an appraiser.
He's not an assessor.
What are you?
Me?
He's a journalist.
I'm a media news.
I'm a taxpayer advocate.
What is that?
What you saw in there?
I'm saying, what are your qualifications? How do you get that position? Are you an appraiser?
The homeowners, they place their faith in me to come in here and
Ooh, the
bring
food's here.
transparency to the process,
What is your
present their case.
But a real estate background?
Do you have one? Because I asked you that, I asked you in there, and you didn't respond to me. Well, but I haven't gotten a response from you yet from earlier. What's your background?
What's next?
Yeah, 130 Laburnum.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're the appraiser.
Yes, sir.
Where do I go? Oh, you're
Right here. No, you're up. Yeah.
The spectators, not at the table, please.
Not at the table now.
You were with somebody before.
How's that? If I move this far away from the table, I'm better. We're good now.
Well, the citizens are trying to get their taxes lower. Have a good night, sir. Have a great weekend. Okay, I probably will be for a few hours anyway myself. I'm going to Pittsburgh.
Please take your name for the record.
David Malcolm Shine.
And this is a two-family residence.
It is.
130-132 Lawn Crescent. It's a two-family residence, and the city's 2024 census assessment is $302,100. The property owner's estimate current full market value is $250,000. And you did provide us with some information. Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, the primary basis for my disagreement is that I think all the comps like we used to price the house for properties that had driveways and garages. And this property does not, nor is there space on the lot for one to do. There is literally an identical home a block away. Pinnacle and Laburnum. This house is a Sears plan house. And there's the same house as a block away. And I know because my daughter and her mother lived in that house. As I do in my house.
Funny, they don't have any issues with this guy talking to them and asking questions.
Do you know what that address is?
It's like 328 Laburnum. It's a split address. One apartment's on Pinnacle. Yeah, exactly.
Now, these properties here that you included, are they sold, Tom, or? Yeah, looks like they are.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Okay. So they use one to tell us what they are?
I was not expecting this. I thought that I would walk in and somebody would say yes or no. Maybe I'm not.
You want to look at the ones just together?
I thought she made a copy of my back packet. So it's stuck up here. I'm not seeing this.
What rent do you get for the other apartment?
1375.
And you live in one that's similar?
Yes. Yeah, they're identical. Well, I mean, floor plans a little different. So both are each is 3 bedrooms. Okay, so yeah, the very first one is mine. The second one, 272 Laburnum, which is also 244 Pinnacle Road. That's the current one. A really good demonstration of the difference in rent value between the two is that the one apartment at that property does not have access to the driveway or parking. The other one does. So that one
It's funny.
does not. The rent is $1,600, and the other one is $1,900. It's a substantial difference. And around Laburnum, if you want to rent a space, it's at least $200 a month. So, and that is a house with it's almost identical. The one thing is different, dormers and porches.
Now, what did that sell for?
That sold most recently. 272. And oh no, that's the Zillow estimate. The most recent sale. Then there's another one. I pulled all these calls from off. There's another one, not a couple doors down, about the same floor. The square footage thing. It's 152, 154. That one went for 294. That has a driveway. That's why. There's another one, 168, 170. Again, this is another property that does not have a driveway. It's quite small. That one went for 220 just last year. No driveway, no access. And then there's another one to demonstrate the difference. Again, this is 334, 336. The current value on that is 318, almost 670. Almost. And again, driveway, garage. And then there's another one, 301, 302 Laburnum, also off-street parking, and that's at 288. So that's
What does the city have to say about all this?
So the initial assessment for the subject property, we have 2,100. The city recommends a reduction to 290,000, which equates to $99 a square foot, based on the following provided. Again, as you guys again, that's the 2-family home, with 6 bedrooms, 2 full baths, full basement, a little over 2,900 square feet. But in our most recent comp 5, similar 2.5 story, has 1 less bedroom, same bath count and full basement with less square footage. Sold in January of 2024, sold for $285,000, which equated to 100.
Sorry, guys.
$102 a square foot. So comp 1, 2, 3, and 4 are, like I said, all sales are 2-family homes, and adjustments for these, bedroom count, bath count, and all of them have the same full basement. One has less square footage.
Oh no, they just want to be able to tax you more, so they overassess it. Yeah, they way overassess it, and makes your tax go up. They're arguing against the tax assessments. The guy's lawyer was representing, that other guy that was in there earlier was representing a ton of people. This guy's doing it himself. But this guy, what's funny is this guy gets to have a back and forth with the board, whereas that the other, real estate, whatever person, they kept telling him he couldn't even speak to the board.
I would have to look it up, but based on if it does, then there'll be adjustment, reducing the assessment down. And probably that's probably the cost of the driveway.
Only one of them shows having a garage, but we don't know whether it's that right.
You okay with that? In terms of understanding what you.
I understand. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's really coarse and it's kind of a sensible approach to it. It's not how it's about valuation, real estate market valuation.
We will
But what's gonna happen is we are all real estate professionals. We all live in the city. So we will take your information that you provided, the information the city provided, we will deliberate among ourselves. And we will, once we deliberate about the decision, we will give it to the city. The city will in turn send you a letter with our decision for us.
Okay.
And, my understanding, you can go online on May 1st. We're gonna get the information. Thank you.
All done?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for providing us with the conference.
Thanks for all of this.
Yes,
Sure.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
Okay, thanks for staying with me.
Karen, you got the phone one?
Anybody else?
The next one's a telephone.
That's fine.
So, people start walking.
No.
With the noise. Ready? Got this one?
No, let's go. Yeah. I think we've seen enough here. It's very interesting to see how other people can talk to the assessors, but you get yelled at. It's very interesting.
How'd you feel it went?
Oh, you have no idea.
We just did like 18 of them.
Oh, wow.
So the goal today, in addition to the hearings, was to document the process. We're actually live streaming it for folks.
Oh, wow.
Because as you had mentioned in there, I agree with you. The methodology is very coarse.
Yeah.
And what you may notice is that you get, if they provide you with any documentation, it's just a couple lines of sales comps.
Yeah.
They've got a whole ream of additional data there with adjustments that they're not presenting. We should be able to see that.
Just 100 pack here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've seen our data, right? We
Definitely
presented something, I
tilted.
presented something.
Yeah.
They're just not. It's not fair. It's not a fair playing field.
Well,
I think people got to know that.
50% hike.
Yeah, and that's
I mean,
it's very common. It's very
yeah.
it's very common.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to bring some attention to. Hopefully, you have some success.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So are you're a regular private company or are you just?
Yeah. We're called the tax opposer. We
okay.
represent people in these hearings and the small claims assessment review hearings. If we've got to appeal these, because the decisions that come out here are usually not great. And then anything beyond that for commercial properties, if it looks like a case that is winnable and it makes sense, we'll take them into tax cert court, which is an Article 7 proceeding.
I'll take your card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I can do is
I can train.
you can scan and I have one of those dot cards, so it'll take
Okay.
you right to our website.
All right. Let's grab it real quick.
And then I'll have all my info.
We're stealing Redress Now's personal information.
There you go. I'll take you right to our website. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, take a look at your result, and if you're not happy with it, you can email us and we'll take a look at it. And if we can help you, we will.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
but hopefully it is a good outcome.
Yeah, me too.
You never know.
My name's Dave Sean.
Steve Filano, good to meet you.
Dan,
Dan, nice
I'm
to meet
Mr. Erie County.
Yeah. He's out in the Buffalo area. So.
Ah, okay.
He's got a pretty substantial YouTube page where he does
Audit the
audits of
government.
government buildings, and this is an extension of that.
When you
We wanna
walk
make sure
through
the process
when you
is
walk through
transparent.
this building, you see all these signs that say limited public access, and all the metal detectors down there. I don't know if you were here a few years ago. I wasn't here. They did that because I came in here and video recorded the paintings on the walls.
We don't like people. We don't like
You can
transparency.
check it out. The video's on the YouTube channel. It's called Auditing Erie County. But
Cool.
like these signs here, these are all here because someone like me came here and video recorded. They got these signs everywhere. No.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're everywhere.
so it's Article 140.05.
It's
I
troppass
don't
law.
really understand
It's
how
probably
that
a
applies.
trespass
but-
law. How many people we got? Enough room in there?
Can we make it?
A room?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Are we all going to the street?
Yes.
Yep. I believe so. I think we just have to stop this.
Release it from the county or to the county?
Take some photographs and check out that computer. We gotta look up. Oh,
No.
Going to go
oh,
up.
it's
Where
going
is
to
it?
go up. I see. How you guys doing? Just down here, so I want to grab a few photos of this office, and then I'll look something up on the computer here real quick. Yeah, I'm just taking some photos of the office, what's available down here in the computers for the story I'm working on. I'm sorry? No, you can go. I don't need. I'm just here to take a picture of what's available here. Yeah, you don't have to be in the picture, or you'd like.
Well, I'm probably going to kill this. I will be doing it. Yeah, basically that's what it is. Okay, your taxes is at least got it. It's a joke. I just call it theft.
That's good.
Pure and simple.
Good.
Theft, pure and simple.
This thing.
Actually, do want to check out something first. Quartering did a video the other day about YouTube's favoritism.
How you doing?
Are you exiting them or not?
What's that? Yeah, we'll be out here as soon as I grab a few photos.
Where'd he go?
Ready?
See the sign? It says transparency over there.
Oh yeah.
Where did that video go? Oh, here it is.
I ran an advertisement for the first time ever for Timcast IRL. IRL simply saying, if you want to watch the best show, come watch Timcast IRL Monday to Friday, 8 p.m. First thing they do, they blocked it as an election ad.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. Last night, my sumo was last night.
during Timcast IRL, there's a 2-minute segment where it's got some people calling Tim controlled opposition. I don't know about all that. I don't agree with that. Does Tim avoid certain topics that he knows will put him in bad favor of YouTube? Yes, a lot of people do. That's why I continue to recommend that green platform. I know that it's got a long way to go, but have you tried the app lately? A lot of new features. Have you tried the site? You know,
I'm always,
going on there.
whenever I can,
live stream every day at
on my main
5:30
channel,
Eastern
I am
there,
simulcasting
as well
to Rumble.
as on
And I
YouTube
am right now as well.
The channels will be linked in the description. Today I will be live 1 hour early, though, as I will celebrate my wife's birthday with an early dinner. Tim put a
Oh, he's live already then.
Give a little insight into YouTube's willingness to quote unquote tolerate creators like him, which I would assume would include me and many others. I pulled up some data to try and support what he's saying. But first, let's take a little look at this clip.
People are like, why is Timcast IRL still out on YouTube? I'm like, pressure release. There's a reason why they silo us to a certain degree, and that we don't gain as much subscribers despite the massive audience. So let me give you a breakdown real quick.
Before it goes into that, he's 100% right. Creators like Tim and myself, we are siloed. If you are watching my channel right now, wherever you're watching it, you haven't yet subscribed, please do. If it makes you create an account, I know you got a junk email address you can use. Please subscribe or follow the channels that you like on the platforms that you watch, because it's almost impossible to reach new audiences. My channel gains a couple hundred subscribers a day, which is very, very small, given at some point or another, 1.5 million people along the lines have said, hey, we want to watch his content. Certainly people's tastes change, or I, make people mad. Maybe I criticize Daily Wire, or I criticize a content creator that they like. Maybe I'm just dead wrong about something. It's not like people don't tune out. But if you look at, for example, Timcast IRL, it mirrors most of his channels. He averages about 10,000 new subscribers a month, but he does have several peaks here and there. And then at some point he lost 10,000. I'm not sure what was going on in January, gained 40,000. So, I mean, his channel is relatively steady in growth. The views, however, are good, very good, 25, 30 million a month, but it isn't exactly the hockey stick he might want. If you look at another channel, for example, that I would say is siloed, you could look at Matt Walsh. Okay, this is a guy that is very similar to my channel. All right, he gets 14.4 million views a month. If I pull up myself, I'm probably right around there, I would imagine. I get 14.4, literally the same. Okay, you can see my channel went 3 months without gaining more than 10,000 subscribers. Then it popped 10,000 February.
This one, no.
And then in March it
But I
gained
dropped the
0,
link.
which isn't necessarily true because I'm very close to the
I'm
next
live.
10,000. I'm like 500 away, so
He
it'll
is
be
live right
10,000
now. I'm
there.
going to switch over to the live.
Obviously, you go back and you look at
I gotta be here for at least another
2022
20
during the
minutes.
height of the push to 1 million subscribers, the height of the Last of Us nonsense, the Bud Light stuff earlier this year. It's all cyclical, okay? But even for my channel, views have been steadily climbing. January 16.5, 17 million in February, 20.2 million in March. April, I'm not exactly sure what it's going to shake out to be. But this is a channel that 20 million views a month without shorts for the most part, and still does not gain really much of anything. Now we can look at Ben Shapiro. This is a guy that embraces shorts bigly. He gets nearly 200 million views a month, which are by far from shorts. Okay. If you look at his long form video content, he's an anomaly. He rarely breaks 100,000 views on his videos. Okay. Well, this one's got 250. It's about Andrew Tate. But here's 86,000. Here's one just 30,000 views, 100,000, 250. Okay. It's not like he gets nothing, but his views actually on long form video content is pretty similar to everyone else in the space. Myself, Tim obviously has 3 channels, 2 of which are maintained heavily. I've got my channel. I've got Quartercast, which is just for live streaming, but the numbers, okay. show relative stagnation. Ben Shapiro does very, very good because of his shorts. Because short videos, short form videos, are not siloed in the same manner. You see many of his shorts, 500,000, 700,000, 400,000, 300,000. You know, here's 1 million views. Very, very often, here's 1.9 million views. He's got that short formula absolutely down, 1.1 million views. He's just absolutely killing it in
He's
shorts.
got an editor that
but
does.
these people are not translating to watch his long form content. Shorts are one of the few areas that are actually not siloed currently, but will be almost certainly. That's why I've kind of backed off on doing them, because they don't seem to convert to people that want to watch my live streams, which are every day at 5:30 Eastern, or want to watch my long form content. And you don't make any money from shorts whatsoever. So there's no reason to invest
And that's
time
why YouTube
and monetary
pushes them.
investment.
They don't have
into
to
it for the
pay
most
you.
part.
And they can still drop ads.
The general idea is pressure release. A show like Timcast IRL is anti-establishment enough, but not super off the rails. So the people who are frustrated with the system feel like they still have a voice. They can watch a show that speaks to them, and they don't feel like the end is nigh. They ban a show like that, and people feel lost, and then people start acting out crazy. So it's just enough that the steam is going coming out and doesn't blow up. I ran an advertisement for the.
Now, before he'll bring the receipts here that are very interesting. I don't agree with that part of it. I don't think someone at YouTube is like, we'll allow this channel to grow just a little bit so that people don't go crazy in the streets. I think what's a bigger deal is that YouTube sees large anti-establishment, anti-narrative shows going to other platforms. Dan Bongino, 100,000 daily live viewers on his show. Sometimes it's 200,000.
Live
Crowder's
viewers.
got 40, 50, 60,000 almost consistently. Russell Brand, 10, 20, 30,000 consistently on Rumble. So I think that for the most part, and I know that if Tim went to Rumble, he would have 50,000 concurrents. Now, Rumble monetization needs more advertisers. It would be stupid of him to just leave, okay, financially. But, co-streaming is a thing. By the way, if you haven't downloaded the app yet, a lot of people say like, oh, there's no playlist, there's no watch later. A lot of the complaints that I get about the app are fixed. You can see watch later, you can see, history, you can see you can make playlists, all this kind of stuff. And it doesn't censor people. So, if you, and by the way, Tim's on here too. He's got 500,000 subscribers on this platform. It's nuts. He's huge. And he does upload his videos here. He just doesn't do his lives here. So I don't know about somebody at YouTube being like the pressure valve. That seems a little, I don't know. I can't prove that.
First time ever for Timcast IRL. IRL simply saying, if you want to watch the best show, come watch Timcast IRL Monday to Friday, 8 p.m.
He's talking about running an ad. He tried to run an ad, which I've considered doing too, because my growth on the quartering has stagnated. And I've considered running, ads. I used to run coffee ads on YouTube, but now it's just like, I don't want to give Google money.
First thing they do, they blocked it as an election ad. I appealed this. They said no. I appealed it again. They said no. I escalated it to chat, and the chat person said at Google Ads, you're right. Nothing in this has anything to do with elections. We'll get back to you next week. Next week, they get back and they say, you know what? You are right. This has nothing to do with elections. So we're going to allow the ad. 2 days later, they deleted the 2 episodes that were featured in the commercial, the Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, and the
I saw you post about
and the Michael Mal's Alex Jones.
Yeah.
The 2 biggest episodes got deleted right after.
This is not a coincidence, obviously, right? Again, I want to point out, I've embraced all new tech. The second there's an option, I will continue to do it. If there's any new options out there, I will continue to always support that too. Just because I'm a Rumble guy now, I mean,
the reason I don't stream every time to locals as well is because I can only stream for a half hour. So
but you don't want to just leave these platforms. I think Tim is doing.
If you do have a locals, or if you're interested in what locals is about, every time I do stream on it, I don't require subscriptions or memberships. The more people I have following me on locals, they'll give me more time to stream. Right now, I can only stream a half hour at a time, which is pointless. So that's why.
The correct thing in pointing it out, but I hope that more viewers will consider getting that Rumble app on their phone, and just as an act of solidarity, and then follow some of your favorite creators. And they've been very responsive
Google's
about
tied into the
people
government.
have
They're being sued over it.
features that they want, or this, that, things of that nature. They're always adding new stuff.
Supreme Court
to the app. So I think if it's been a while since you used it, try updating it. Try again. Also, you can always email me, any complaints you might have, and I'll try to pass them on because they usually respond. The fact that
he has a deal with Rumble.
He asked for them to look at an ad, I think this was basically YouTube being like, "Hey man, stay in your silo, buddy. We let you be a millionaire. You better just follow the rules." And Tim does follow the rules.
Very much
and
so,
you know what?
Greg.
I do too when I'm on this platform, when I'm on YouTube. When I'm on Rumble, it's a whole different ball game. You don't have anywhere near the same amount of rules. Yes, the Rumble discovery needs to get better, and it is getting better. Yes, the UI needs to get better, and it is getting better. But what the core feature that I want is unfiltered speech, and for the most part, Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute and even X allows for that. Now, I think X is not a great long-form VOD format. It's not for VODs. It's for on-demand stuff. But, I think that's the core of what I want. And a lot of people are always saying, YouTube this, YouTube that, blah, 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 blah. And then they won't switch to Rumble because of the minorest inconvenience or something. And obviously, I think this will change come this election.
It's gotten better. It's gotten a lot easier.
See a lot of
Rumble
growth.
has issues.
A new tech is going to see a lot of growth. X is going to see a lot of growth. I think that's all a good thing. But I do think it's interesting. I think it's valid. It's important that Tim points out here, hey, look, they punished me for trying to advertise my channel because that's how it looks to me.
I think the issue for them was they like the show as a pressure release valve for a lot of people who are frustrated with the system. And when I bought that ad, I shattered the bubble they were trying to keep us in. Now there's a commercial for the show, 2 of them running, that are intentionally designed to go outside of this sphere of political influence and specifically target people who normally don't watch. That's going above and beyond what they would allow for a show like this. And now they're deleting episodes. I think they don't like that we're trying to break that mold. I think that this is what they're trying to do.
I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I've felt that way about my channel, and that's why I'm always like, hey, if you're still on YouTube and you're like, I don't want to leave, I don't hate you for that. All I ask is that you subscribe and you turn notifications on. It matters to creators because each person that subscribes and shares the videos increases the likelihood of being able to kind of break that bubble. I mean, did you ever notice how basically every video I upload gets a similar amount of views? Every video Tim uploads gets a similar number of views. Every video Matt Walsh uploads gets a similar number of views with very few outliers. That's because we are siloed. And that's why I push for new tech. And I've if you've been watching the channel for a long time, I've pushed for all new tech. I would support people watching on BitChute, Odyssey, X, whatever. Yes, I would prefer you watch on Rumble because I think it's the best option we have. But I still want people to have all their eggs in all the baskets. That's why I get so frustrated when Tim doesn't multi-stream. Because I think he would probably get 30,000, 40,000 plus live on Rumble, and he would still have 20 or 30,000 on YouTube. I mean, the guy, it's not a money thing. People keep saying it's a money thing. I mean, the guy said he's got 50,000 plus people paying $10 a month for his website. He makes millions of dollars a year just in super chat. That doesn't include the millions he makes in ad revenue. It doesn't include, coffee sales, merch sales, all this kind of stuff. I'm not watching this guy's wallet. I'm not watching his. I think Tim is way better than most. Like if I go to Tim Pool, he keeps his stuff up. He keeps his stuff updated. All he does is not stream his live show here, but he still uploads all his videos here. And I think, that's a lot better than a lot of my free speech peers who always have a million excuses as to why they don't. So yes, I wish he would live stream here too, but he's doing more than most would. And most do, there are. I don't want to name a bunch of names, but you know who I'm talking about. Anybody who's ever complained about their videos getting suspended or suppressed or this, that, or the other thing on YouTube, and you can open their Rumble channel and they're not uploading there, or they're not uploading to BitChute or X or whatever. Well, then they don't really care, do they? It's not a money thing when you're a creator with 1 million subscribers. You make enough money off YouTube, you can take a little haircut. and support free speech. And I think Tim does a good job of that. He obviously has a big audience here. His clips on this show on Rumble get 30,000 views. That's not even his main channel. His main channel probably does even better. Now, I get it. Like the VODs that I upload to Rumble, they don't make really any money yet. But now that they have the Rumble advertising system in place, people are buying ads. Obviously, advertisers will come to Rumble. That's for sure. And so hopefully, that will incentivize more people, because you can see he's getting 40, 50,000 views per video on Rumble. It's not like people aren't there. And all of his, he's got 400,000 followers. All I do is show for Rumble, and he's got twice as many followers as me. So people are here. So download the Rumble app, follow your favorite creators, give it a chance. Also, if you're just like, hey, Rumble's not there yet, I'm going to stay on YouTube, that's cool. Just make sure you follow them. It'll be interesting to see if YouTube responds with any more bannings. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Let me know what features you'd like to see in new tech that would make you finally make the switch, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
I think he's live now. This is upcoming. I thought he was going to be early. Nope, not yet. Let's see if... I'd love to be playing this right here, but YouTube will take me down instantly if I play Michael Nellis. All right, well, I guess we're going to kill it then. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Rebel, yeah. Sometimes it's got some good stuff. Most of the time not. Literally, if that's like nothing else I can find live, I would check it out for a minute. Usually it's old shit anyway, too. A lot of conspiracy stuff. But should be going live within the next half hour or so on the backup channel, ActNation. Everybody, nice almost 6 hour stream today. Surprised my ear. I had to switch them out though. I had to put one in the charger and have one in my ear. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We will be going out and doing some more stuff this summer, especially if my schedule is going to continue being the way it is now, where I'll have more evenings available and free. I will be going to Pittsburgh this weekend. Me and the wife will be traveling with the pug. Probably leaving tomorrow afternoon. I'm not sure yet exactly when. But I got to get home, pack some shit up, because we got a Vrbo / Airbnb, whatever it is, in Carnegie area of Pittsburgh. I got to do a quick 2 hour thing for work. So the whole trip's a tax write-off. So, all right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to play my outro. Chopper. Hey, man. Just want to let you know, Chopper, that thanks for dropping in, buddy. I appreciate it. Mr. Ninja, Stealth Ninja. Dirty just told you to tell you that prayers, buddy. He misses you. He told me to pass that along. Yeah, if you want to hop in the drive, you can. If not, I will see you later.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on her tight frame.